Blood in the air, ladies and gentlemen. The latest from Yoram Kupovitz, as even more missiles rain down on Israel from Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That's Pete Buddy Towel. Didn't even really have time to get the stream set up today, because as I was getting everything going, Iran started firing more missiles at Israel. It is day 34 of the U.S.-Iran war. It is April 4th, 2026. It's 12:31 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, exactly on the dot. And I will bring up for you the cameras as another set of missiles after missiles rained down all morning on Tel Aviv and the center of Israel, after missiles rained down all night on Israel and Iran. America arrested the deceased General Soleimani's daughter and is now basically holding her hostage. That was not probably the best life decision, you know what I'm saying? Like, on the scale of bad life decisions, that was not a good life decision. The Iranians got really mad, and we still don't know the status of the U.S. fighter pilot, and yes, all of those are active alerts. The Hezbollah is mad. The Iranians are mad. Everybody's just really mad. Okay, there was just a launch from Iran. The launch was just incoming. It literally arrived as we went live. You're listening at like just constant shelling of the north. I wouldn't call it shelling. I guess it actually is technically shelling. Oh no, I hear ambulances in Tel Aviv. Now some of you might be saying, Grant, it's not shelling when it's missiles. Oh yeah? Well, Hezbollah has rolled out the 122mm artillery weapons. Alright, I don't know why. Well, I do know why they've done this, but I'm going to show it to you now. Yes, Hezbollah has rolled out their 122mm artillery weapons. I don't even know where they got 122mm artillery weapons. Frankly, I don't even know how they got them so close to be able to fire them, but I'm going to show it to you now. Okay, the latest is that we do not know the status of the downed American aircraft pilot. President Trump has not spoken publicly in over 24 hours. He did tweet. I don't have time to take a call. He did tweet. I repeat, he did tweet that Iran has 48 hours from 11 a.m. this morning. So Iran has 46 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, I'm going to now show you. So this is this was the tweet from Mr. President this morning. This is all we have from the U.S. President. Hello, Timothy Snell. God bless you. God bless you. Hello, that one girl, Millie. Hello, Mary P. Hello, Miss Clutch. Hello, Miss Brown. Good to see you all. So this is the only statement we have from Mr. President Trump this morning. Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis from the War Desk in Boston. The only statement we have from Mr. President Trump. Let me make this background noise go away. The only statement we have from Mr. President Trump this morning reads as thus, quote, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God, President Donald J. Trump. No, so we don't know the status of the aircraft pilot. There's been no statements by CENTCOM, and the only statements by the U.S. administration are about arresting the daughter of Qasim Soleimani, which I'm sure is not going to make the Iranians very happy, because Iran has started firing in the past like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, maybe an hour and a half, like 7 times. And they hit Kiryat Shimona, they hit Tel Aviv, they hit Jerusalem, apparently. I don't even have an update from that wave because of how many things have been happening. All right, so I'll show you, give me 1 second, I'll show you the latest from Hezbollah in Lebanon. I also have like 3 new statements from the IRCG, but I want to show you the Hezbollah video. This is just some of the damage you're seeing fly past your screen. That was in Israel earlier. This is how bad the morning has been. The Iranians sense that the U.S. is weak, so they're just tormenting, absolutely tormenting Israel. And when I say tormenting, let me just show you the damage from Petah Tikva. This was an Israeli drone manufacturing facility. The Iranians just absolutely lit it up. Okay, that's an Israeli drone manufacturing facility. That's an Israeli drone manufacturing facility hit by one hypersonic missile. Now you might say, but Grant, that missile missed. No, it didn't. Hypersonic missiles are designed to hit hard ground. They're not designed to blow things up. They're designed to use a formula, force equals mass times acceleration, to generate a shock wave. It's the shock wave that gets you. They use the hard ground as a backstop. They aimed for that. How's everybody doing? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's good to see you all. Now listen, I just wanted to say God bless you and welcome to the stream. While we're waiting for impact assessments, I have some things for you. All right, I have one new piece of information for you in particular that'll be helpful. We're not going to do it now. Hello, the Jay-Z. It's good to see you. Hello, Real. Hello. It just did. Now we have a new command. It's called reset. We don't have to do it now. We can practice. If if the chat gets out of hand, or if one of the chat moms feels things have gotten out of hand, I can call for a chat reset. Now, this doesn't have to be done now. We can practice if you want. But yesterday, or some days, because of the intensity of it all, among the 180 countries here and different perspectives. Oh, God bless you, Meta Hearts. I was just telling the story about Jesus and the donkey the other day. That's such a nice thing. That was such a nice thing for you to share. But yes, hello, Had. It's good to see you. God bless you. Yeah, so I haven't used the chat reset yet, but if you ever see me do the reset, you just post emojis. Good job, We Care. That was a good practice emoji. And then I'll comment on all your wonderful emojis. I only bring that up because things got a little out of hand yesterday. I'll keep an eye on it today, and I'll be deferring to the chat moms. You can't come to me for an override anymore. You can email me during or after stream, grantsmithellis@gmail.com, for a review of your ban, but you can't get it overridden anymore in real time. I've decided to defer to the judgment of the chat moms. So make sure that you get to know your chat moms. Everyone is protected from being censored by having a wrench, but if one of the chat moms, like Bunny, or Miss Clutch, or Nikki, or Chat Mom Lynn, or Grammy Towel Linda, or any of the chat moms step in and tell you that they're a chat mom and that they can remove you, you should listen, because they will remove you. This is the latest from Benai Brak. I did hear that power went out in Tehran, half of Tehran last night, and I heard there was a major strike this morning. Hello, Michael Brown. God bless you. Yes, Mary P., you can motion to the chair. You just have to highlight me in orange. Type at Grant Smith Ellis in the chat and tell me, and that's motioning the chair, basically. Okay, there you go. So that's the latest from Benai Brak, where an apartment was struck just minutes ago. Excuse me, just hours ago. This was this morning. I'm catching you up. We haven't even got to the latest strike, which just came in as we started. I don't know why any side has said anything in this conflict. They all just say ridiculous things all the time. This was a missile impact near the Ohai Kadeshim Synagogue in Bnei Brak. The geolocation is lat 32.08342, launch 34.83149. Okay, good job there. All right. So this is the latest from Bnei Brak. Different location here. Latest damage from Bnei Brak in Israel. This was 7 hours ago. I'm going to take you through the day and then we'll get caught up live and then we'll begin another day's coverage. Okay, here is the latest statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard 4 hours ago. I repeat, 4 hours ago. Go ahead, British reporter Towell.
Conversation. Breaking. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Statement 95 of Operation True Promise 4. An attack was carried out on HIMARS batteries belonging to the U.S. Army on Bubiyan Island in Kuwait, as well as on the U.S. Patriot system in northern Bahrain. A broad and multifaceted operation by the Navy and Aerospace Force of the Revolutionary Guard this morning, within a comprehensive scope covering the West Asia region and the occupied territories in Palestine, in Wave 95. Relying on Almighty God and with the password, O Hassan bin Ali, peace be upon him. Destruction of HIMARS systems of the U.S. Army on Bubiyan Island in Kuwait, the U.S. Patriot system in northern Bahrain, gathering sites for American Marks missile launchers. Gathering sites for senior leaders and trainers in the U.S. Army in the Sail Bani area of the UAE, and the American artificial intelligence technology company, Oracle, in the UAE were part of the targets that were destroyed. One commercial ship named MCS Ashika, owned by the Zionist regime and flying the flag of a third country, in Khalifa bin Salman port in Bahrain, was a strong target for the naval forces shells. Additionally, points in Bnei Brak, Petah Tikva, Tel Aviv, Ramat Gan, and Kiryat Shmona were targeted with multiple warhead missiles in a dense and continuous assault. This wave is ongoing, and the great Iranian people will be informed with reports of the offensive actions.
Latest from the IRGC. Latest from the IRGC 4 hours ago. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can see a wave of missiles, drones. What do I think about the ultimatum? I don't think Iran cares about the ultimatum. I don't think that the U.S. can do anything. Frankly, I need to be very direct about this. It's pointless to threaten them. Iran doesn't care. They don't. They'll let their deadline pass, and they just use it as a humiliation ritual for the Americans. Iran's playing on a different level, so is Hezbollah. Frankly, so is the PMF and the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, or the Blood Guardians. The Houthis are just kind of enjoying it. The Houthis remind me of Attorney Elizabeth Little from the Karen Reed trial. They're just smirking. Like, this is hope by every yes. That's exactly what the Houthis think. I hate to be so morbid about it, but that's what their press conferences are like. They're just like, well, you know, sucks to be you. And then they just join in by poking a little fun at all of the groups. Not that the Houthis don't have missiles, but they're in their own battle for control of Yemen, and it's very far away. They're kind of isolated in the southwest of the Arabian Peninsula. So, yeah. But the Houthis really do remind me a little bit of Elizabeth Little. They know everything that's going on, but they're not like the main player. They're just kind of like helping out in the background. If you don't know anything about the Karen Reid trial, that analogy will make no sense. Elizabeth Little's going to be horrified that I compared her to the Houthis, but, you know, it's a compliment in some regards, I suppose. It's more I was comparing the Houthis to her. I think she's more relevant than the Houthis. I'm sorry, Houthis. Like, I just got to be straight up with you, bruh. Not that the Houthis aren't relevant, but, like, Elizabeth Little is, like, a very powerful American lawyer. So, like, you know, it's kind of comparing apples to oranges, but also, you know, it is what it is. For the children under the rubble. Yeah, that was the last video we watched. You know, I swear, if the Iranians kill one Palestinian child by accident, I'm gonna be furious. Because I really do believe that the Iranians are on this, like, vengeful path. I really don't think they liked Adnan Khashoggi. I think if they help me get my paintings, I'll be very pleased. I don't want them from Iran. I just want Adnan Khashoggi's estate to give me my damn paintings back. He stole them from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. They belong to me and all the people in Massachusetts, but I'm going to get them back. Anyway, my point is, here's the latest from Gush Dan, which is a neighborhood of Tel Aviv. It was a rough morning in Tel Aviv, I'm sorry to say, and it's about to get a lot worse because the Americans kidnapped Soleimani's daughter. That was not a good idea. Here's an Iranian cluster strike on Tel Aviv earlier. It's going to be a hell of a day. Tiba ada towel. I don't know what that means, but God bless you, Amika, and welcome to the channel. If you want to teach me Arabic, I'm all about it. Good morning, Serene. How are you doing? Yes, Elizabeth Little, the Houthis of the Karen Reid trial. Hello, Fran. Good to see you. Hello, Mishigama. Good to see you. God bless you. Mishigama always warms my heart right up. I'm sorry to say, by the way, that this impact, although in a parking lot, did cause serious damage to injuries. The only saving grace, silver lining, was that there was no injuries in this strike, although it did hit a major parking lot. There was a 60-year-old man who suffered light injuries in another strike that I'm going to show you. He is not in the strike, but there was one 60-year-old man in this series of shelling that did, a civilian, who did suffer light injuries. He was not killed. So you can see multiple impact areas throughout Gush Dan and Tel Aviv earlier. I'm going to show you again multiple. This was just 4 hours ago. The day is going to be intense. Because America kidnapped Qasem Soleimani's daughter. It was not a good idea for us to do that. We revoked her green card and then basically arrested her and kidnapped her. Mind you, she's very pro-Iranian, okay? I don't think anyone's disputing that. And she was close to, like, the intelligence services of Iran. But still, every time America does something like that, Iran punishes Israel. Like, hard. Like, they can't get to America, really, although I'm starting to suspect how exactly what they are able to do. But immediately, almost like immediately, after all that happened this morning, the arrest overnight, I mean, Iran shelled Tel Aviv, like they were Tel Aviv was already burning overnight. This is a new round. Oh, she's getting deported, Huck Finn, but we arrested her. We put her into an ICE facility. It's like the worst thing that can happen to someone. Like, if you think jail is bad, I mean, jail is bad for anyone. Prison and jail are different. Like, county jail's not, like, great. Prison's worse. But the worst thing possible for anyone to go into right now is a ICE facility. They don't even, to say that it's a humanitarian catastrophe is an understatement. It's like being put, it's not being tortured, but it's like being put, I have seen children, like from academic studies of this ex post facto, I have seen children in aluminum foil blankets crying in giant cells, like 75 of them. It was one of the most traumatizing things I've ever seen in my life. And that was the children. I don't even want to know how the adults are treated. It's horrible. But personally, I don't support private prisons at all. But I definitely do not support private prisons for immigration enforcement. And I will stop that. They can get contracts. They can subcontract, but they cannot run the prisons. Sorry. This is the impact on Tel Aviv. Take a look up here. More alerts in the north. Did you see the bomblet hit the top of the building? I'll show you the full screen now. Alerts in the north. You're looking at multiple hits in Tel Aviv earlier. That's true. The first 48 correctly points out that in America, the 13th Amendment prohibiting slavery does not prohibit slavery for people who are incarcerated for a crime. Slavery is illegal in the United States, and people don't realize this. It's a teaching moment. Slavery is legal as long as you have been convicted of a crime. The 13th Amendment does not apply to people who have been convicted of a crime. Oh, hello, Sylvia. God bless you. Hello, Dee Dee Tames. More alerts in the north. This is going to be constant because America imprisoned Qasim Soleimani, the former general of the IRCG. We maybe imprisoned his daughter. This is the latest from Tel Aviv, Gush Dan. This was 3 hours ago. I haven't even got a damage impact for the latest round. I know, Hezbollah, I know. Hezbollah has a very specific attack pattern. I heard about Easter being canceled in Israel, Iraq, UAE. It's a very dangerous situation. And it's also Passover. It's a very holy period. Yes, the Razor 25. I'm always listening to lectures or reading books. It's hard to find a book I haven't read. Like, I'm mostly interested in, like, academic treatises, like I like to read anthologies of the history of Western philosophy. I love Father Copplestone's anthology. But, like, I can read whole news articles in, like, 10 seconds. So, I'm mostly reading, like, court decisions every day. Like, whatever Kyle Sharkey's posting or Dee Dee's posting, I'll, like, read the court decisions, digest and amalgamate them. But even those, like, reading a court decision only takes me, like, 3 minutes. Like, if I'm reading it, like, just consuming it myself and not reading it and explaining it. So, I don't know. I get bored easily. I can read very, 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 very fast. I can read, like, probably a page of text in 5 to 20 seconds, depending on what the material is. Like if I'm just reading it and consuming it. So I can just tear through material. If you give me reading material, I can read like thousands of pages in an hour. Just give me it. But I've read almost everything I want to read. It's very rare. So now what I do is I listen to a lot of lectures. Like I listen to a lot of professors who upload their lectures on YouTube, and then like I listen to it just all the time when I'm sleeping. Like last night I was listening to a really interesting lecture on Iran. The guy wasn't like right about everything. He got the name of Hezbollah in Syria wrong, but overall he was pretty good. Am I a genius? I don't think I'm a genius. I just think I have a good memory. Here's the latest from Tel Aviv. Hi Yolande, it's good to see you. The latest from Tel Aviv, only one reported injury. Light injuries to a 60-year-old man, thankfully. It looks like a serious strike, but only light injuries to a 60-year-old man. So, salam alaikum to you, Ifti Ahmad. God bless you, my dear friend. Okay, and now let's take a look at the latest from the IRGC, not 4 hours ago, but 3 hours ago in English. This is in English. I'll give you I made the English subtitles myself. I know. I'm a useful Interpretowel. Just like Interpretowel. I bet Interpretowels with washcloths for their birthday this weekend. Here you go. Latest from the IRGC in English. Hello, Real. Hello, Joyce. Oh, you're so kind, Sherry Johnson.
ان ربک لبالمرصاد. پرقدرت در کمین دشمنان نشسته ایم. جمعه 14 فروردین ماه در روز 35 جنگ تحمیلی از سوی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی، روز پر افتخاری برای یگانهای پدافند هوایی کشور بود. رزمندگان با صلابت و شجاع اسلام توانستند پرقدرت، با سرعت و با دقت ضربات مهلکی را به جنگنده‌ها، بالگردها، پهپادها و هواگردهای دشمن وارد نموده و تعداد قابل توجهی از آنها را ساقط نمایند. روز جمعه که باید آن را جمعه سیاه و خفتبار برای دشمنان آمریکایی و صهیونیستی نامید، سامانه نوین پدافند هوایی نیروی قهرمان هوافضای سپاه، یک جنگنده فوق پیشرفته نسل 5 F-35 آمریکا، 3 پهپاد راهبردی MQ-9 و هرمس و 2 موشک کروز پنهانکار، پدافند نیروی زمینی سپاه با سلاح‌های در اختیار، یک جنگنده پیشرفته A-10 و 2 بالگرد بلک هاک و همچنین دلاورمردان نیروی پدافند هوایی ارتش، یک جنگنده پیشرفته A-10 را تحت هدایت و کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور مورد اصابت قرار دادند. قبلا اعلام کرده بودیم ما توانایی‌هایمان را در میدان نشان می‌دهیم. دشمن بداند که ما با سامانه‌های نوین پدافند هوایی که به دست جوانان دانشمند و پر افتخار این کشور ساخته شده و یکی پس از دیگری در میدان عمل از آن رونمایی می‌شود، حتما به کنترل کامل آسمان کشورمان فائق خواهیم آمد و حقارت دشمن زبون را به جهانیان پیش از گذشته ثابت خواهیم نمود و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
So the latest from the IRGC in English one more time.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. ان ربک لبالمرصاد. پرقدرت در کمین دشمنان نشسته ایم. جمعه 14 فروردین ماه در روز 35 جنگ تحمیلی از سوی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی، روز پر افتخاری برای یگانهای پدافند هوایی کشور بود. رزمندگان با صلابت و شجاع اسلام توانستند پرقدرت، با سرعت و با دقت ضربات مهلکی را به جنگنده‌ها، بالگردها، پهپادها و هواگردهای دشمن وارد نموده و تعداد قابل توجهی از آنها را ساقط نمایند. روز جمعه که باید آن را جمعه سیاه و خفتبار برای دشمنان آمریکایی و صهیونیستی نامید، سامانه نوین پدافند هوایی نیروی قهرمان هوافضای سپاه، یک جنگنده فوق پیشرفته نسل 5 F-35 آمریکا، 3 پهپاد راهبردی MQ-9 و هرمس و 2 موشک کروز پنهانکار، پدافند نیروی زمینی سپاه با سلاح‌های در اختیار، یک جنگنده پیشرفته A-10 و 2 بالگرد بلک هاک و همچنین دلاورمردان نیروی پدافند هوایی ارتش، یک جنگنده پیشرفته A-10 را تحت هدایت و کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور مورد اصابت قرار دادند. قبلا اعلام کرده بودیم ما توانایی‌هایمان را در میدان نشان می‌دهیم. دشمن بداند که ما با سامانه‌های نوین پدافند هوایی که به دست جوانان دانشمند و پر افتخار این کشور ساخته شده و یکی پس از دیگری در میدان عمل از آن رونمایی می‌شود، حتما به کنترل کامل آسمان کشورمان فائق خواهیم آمد و حقارت دشمن زبون را به جهانیان پیش از گذشته ثابت خواهیم نمود و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Latest from the IRGC. No, thank you. No, we don't have to debate again, Mr. IRGC. I heard he, not the AI composite, but I heard the actual man has a that guy who it's based on has a degree in Western philosophy. If he is still alive, I would like to eventually meet him after the war one day and talk to him about Hegel and Kant and Habermas. This is by the way, this is the latest from Avaz, Iran, where America did not wait for the 48-hour deadline. They bombed the entire oil plant. This is Avaz, Iran, earlier. There's no deadline. They're just bombing each other's infrastructure already. Deadline? Talking about deadlines? That's why I'm so perplexed by Mr. President Trump. We're just bombing them already. So I don't know what to tell you. There's no deadline. I'm not talking to anyone in the chat. I'm saying Mr. President's statement. We're already bombing their petrochemical and industrial complex. Here's another one of the hits from Kiryat Shimona earlier. This was a pretty intense hit. This was in response to the demolition of cities in Lebanon. I'll show you multiple angles of this hit. It really did spew fire up the side of a house. I didn't believe it at first, but it really did. This is the latest from Kiryat Shimona in Israel earlier today. I might have to reload it. This is from Kiryat Shimona. It really did spew fire up the side of the house. Okay, Kiryat Shimona earlier. I don't know what Hezbollah fired, but it caused a lot of damage. It definitely set the gas line on fire. It definitely set the gas line on fire. Mr. President apparently hit the... Yeah, see the explosion? That's a gas line. Dude, they lit the gas line on fire. Hezbollah definitely lit the gas line on fire. Did you see that up here in the top left? Take a look again. This is Hezbollah and Kiryat Shimona. They hit there. Okay, but look what happens over here. Boom. It lights up from under the ground. They exploded that gas line. 100% they did. And then, shockingly, the homeowner uploaded their security camera. Alright, so that was a gas line being exploded by Hezbollah. Now, I don't know why, but this homeowner uploaded the security camera footage. I have it for you here, from their actual home. I was pretty shocked by it all. I'm going to show you now. This is the same scene, but I'm going to show you it from the house's security camera. It was at 7:03 today in Kiryat Shimona. That's that same exact scene, but from the house's security camera. I didn't believe it was real at first. I promise you I did not think this was real. It blew up the gas line going into the house. I can't believe they uploaded their security camera footage. Oh, that's the closest you're ever going to get to being in an explosion. That's wild. I'm glad they lived. I heard there were no injuries from this one at all. That was the initial report. So it's not the initial rocket that does it. What you're looking at is the gas line to the house getting hit in the secondary. But thank God there were no injuries in this at all. It's just, it shows the impressive force. Impressive is probably the right word, because it's actually like overwhelming force that can happen in a secondary explosion. So the rocket didn't actually cause the initial fire. That initial fire is from the rocket causing an explosion underground. That is a secondary explosion from the gas line blowing, going into the house. That's what makes it so intense. So I'll show it to you in slow motion. That's the initial hit, okay? Now if I turn the sound down here and then turn this to 0.25, okay, and then full screen it for you. Okay, so let me show you exactly what happens. I'm going to play this at 0.25 with no speed now and analyze it for it, with no sound, and analyze it for you. Okay. So watch what happens. Initial explosion over here. That's where the rocket hits. Okay, this is in 0.25 speed now. I've paused it. That's where the rocket from Hezbollah actually hits. Okay, now watch what happens. The rocket, after it explodes, has now gone underground. It explodes. Okay, it actually came in from this way. It explodes, and then do you see over here? This is the gas line going into the house. This is going to be the secondary. The secondary is about to start. Ready? Right now. That is not from the rocket. That is the gas line to the house exploding from the initial rocket pushing flames into the gas line. And then the gas line just goes up. So what you just saw there is an initial primary impact that is not really that damaging, but the damage comes because Hezbollah got lucky and struck a gas line. No reported injuries from this at all. That's the only saving grace of a lot of these hits. The sirens get people away from anywhere that could actually hurt them most of the time. The exceptions are when people ignore them. They will sometimes be like next to their car or something like that, and that's when there can be minor to severe injuries and sometimes even death. Could I be a No, I have never served in the military. I have a lot of respect for our military, but I'm a civilian. My grandfather was in the Navy in World War II. He served in, well, he tried to go on a ship, but they didn't listen to him, and they put him in a wool uniform, and then he almost died. So then he served in the port in Boston. Okay, here's the first footage from Hezbollah I have ever seen. It was released this morning. First footage from Hezbollah I have seen that has an 122 millimeter artillery shell. It was released this morning, okay, on April 4th, 2026, but it depicts fighting towards the city of Caim into Israel on March 25th, 2026. So take a look. This is the first footage from Hezbollah in South Lebanon, the Iranian proxy or ally of or Axis member of the Islamic Resistance, the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. This is the first video I've seen of them firing an 122 millimeter artillery gun at Israel.
السلام عليكم. توجيه مدفع 122 بوسط الناظم نيال، وعندنا هلا بعد شوي رماية بس نوصلنا نخلص، والله يعطيكم العافية. أنا جاهز. I am ready. طيب. بلاد المدفع 122 رماية على تجمعات العدو بمنطقة الخيام بوطن الخيام هلا بعد عن جد ياسر يا اخوان يا صاحب الضمان
Yes, it does, Yolan. That was an exceptional upgrade. Setting aside the content of the video, I always try to set aside the music from the content. That was an exceptional upgrade to the Hezbollah song. They added a lot of strings. There's like one guy, I think, who does their video production. He's very good at it. Now, taking you to very more serious scenes, I'm going to show you without any music. This is from an Iranian civilian. 2 days ago, this was the bridge bombing that started this just ramp up. As soon as the Americans bombed this bridge in Tehran, I mean, the Iranians just lost it, and things have escalated ever since. This was maybe 2 to 3 days ago in Tehran. This is the new bridge connecting Tehran and a city to the west called Kars. It was going to cut the commute time from Tehran to Kars from 60 minutes to 10 minutes, 1 hour down to 10 minutes. But the bridge was bombed. The Americans put out a statement, and I think it was through an unnamed military source to CBS, saying that they bombed the bridge to cut off military supply lines out of Tehran. Now, right after this, the Iranians then started launching ballistic missiles from civilian areas of Tehran, so, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Needless to say, there were Iranian citizens who gather underneath this this new bridge that wasn't even open yet. It was just being constructed. It's the highest bridge in the Middle East, actually. It's a suspension bridge, kind of like the Tappan Zee Bridge downtown in Boston. It was Earth Day, the equivalent of Earth Day in Iran. And this is a very special holiday in the calendar in Iran, the religious calendar, where Muslims go and they kind of plant trees and they have picnics in the park. And you're looking at some of those picnics as the bridge gets bombed, and you're going to hear the terrifying scenes and screams of civilians running from the American bombs in Tehran. If you're wondering why the Iranians are so mad, this is why. Yeah, Iran was not lying about the civilians. That's 100% real. And you might be saying, but why are they all out there in tents? Well, they're not like sleeping there. That is a picnic. It's very hot in Iran. It's the desert. They're having a picnic. They're all families having a picnic on a religious holiday. Hello, big time driver. Why did they do this? Yolande, you be safe. I'll be praying for your safe journeys. You can get to the grocery store, gas station. I know you can do it. God bless you, my friend. You will be safe. But if you're wondering why this escalation started. It's because the Iranians were being very truthful when they said there were civilians in that area. I think 11 civilians died. Because when you bomb a bridge like that, it just chucks shrapnel and like concrete and rebar. Do you know what rebar is? It's like concrete reinforced with like steel in it. It just chucks it for like miles because it explodes. The bomb causes the rebar to go everywhere. I don't know if either like the Americans didn't think about this holiday, didn't care, but it killed 11 people just from the ejection of the rebar alone. It's not a regular explosion. Well, it is a regular explosion, but because it's a suspension bridge and there's rebar in it, the suspension bridge is elevated, okay? So the detonation of the munition happens at an elevated location, and it projects outwards. It's like a bomb, so it projects, obviously, it projects outward everything around it. Most explosions in dense areas or in open areas don't project. They project things, but they land like in deserts, or like they hit the building next to them, or the munition is targeted so it doesn't do this. Well, this was the worst thing possible. It was the bombing of a bridge like in an open area with a lot of civilians around. Whether we knew it or not, I don't know. I wasn't in the room. But like it was I knew it was a big holiday because the night before, the new supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, put out a statement being like, I would like all of the Iranian people of Iran to go out tomorrow and celebrate the holiday and plant a tree. So I knew it was a big day, like a big religious day in Iran. But apparently the Americans either didn't know or didn't care. And by doing this right before Easter and Passover, they really upset the Iranians. Like, I've never seen them this mad. Got manners, yes. So, well, it depends what you're talking about. The bombs that the Iranians use, they're very fatal if it's not, well, how do I answer this? Their hypersonic missiles are very fatal, but they mostly only fire them at military targets. They fired a few hypersonics like close to civilian areas, and only one in the middle of one. That was in Arad. I forget what happened the night of the Arad strike, but that was the worst thing I've ever seen. They fired a 565 kilogram hypersonic missile into like the middle of an apartment block in Arad, and it destroyed no less than 500 units over like 7 buildings. But in terms of deadly, no, the Iranians have been intentionally, I think, not using their deadliest munitions on civilians, which is why I keep saying, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what the West is doing with Iran, because Iran keeps saying if you keep doing this, like, they're not threatening gratuitously. They have munitions that are stronger. They have used a 1,000-pound bomb on Arad. They have 10,000-pound bombs that travel at that same speed. If they want to hit Tel Aviv with one of those, they'll knock down every building in the middle of Tel Aviv. They're just waiting to do that. They're waiting for something. I don't really know what. I don't know what it is we haven't hit yet that they're like, all right, we got to save it. But when they're ready, they're just going to destroy Tel Aviv. They're showing... People are not listening to the Iranians. The Iranians talk through their actions. Okay, this is Fox in Tel Aviv 2 hours ago. The Iranians talk through these like subtle messages, like when they launch missiles, it's all coded. Like, it's coded based on prayer. It's coded based on what's happening in the world. It's coded based on like what they're watching, who they're trying to speak to. And the message they're sending to the U.S. and Israel, specifically about the bombardment of Israel, is we can hit you where we want. We're only using our like minimalistic missiles. And when I call a Khorram Sharhar and a Sejil, Sejil, when I call them minimalistic, I mean they're like low capacity warheads compared to what they could do. The Khorram Sharhar 4 has a pretty intense warhead, but they could hit a lot harder, and they haven't. The Khorram Sharhar, the way it works, it has like a precision guided munition, a missile, and then it also has like bomblets. The bomblets are the ones that mostly get through. Israel works really hard to intercept the Khorram Sharhar like main missile because it's a 1,500 kilogram warhead, which is like really intense. Anyway, here's the latest from Fox News in Tel Aviv. It's not Trey Yingst. I think he gets the weekends off. Probably needs it to. It would wear him down. I'm not sure of the civilian death toll. It's impossible to calculate. I cannot tell you. Like in Lebanon, it's high. It's over 1,000. In Israel, it's more than 100, less than 5,000. In Iran, it's more than 5,000, less than 50,000. But that's the best I can do.
And let's get straight to the breaking news that has been breaking over the last few minutes. Another alert here, another strike. And as you look into the distance over central Israel there, you can see that thick plume of smoke from an impact scene. Now, from our experience, that is not one of those smaller cluster munitions, a bomblet from those. That looks to us like that may have been a direct missile strike, which would be one of the first we've seen in this area for quite some time. You can tell just by the thickness of the smoke there that that is much more than one of the bomblets from a cluster munition. Now, we've been under attack here in central Israel for several hours this morning. This is the second or third alert that we've had. We're waiting now. We usually get word pretty quickly on the number of injuries or casualties of any sort in a strike like this, so we are awaiting word on that right now. The earlier one that you mentioned, the 4 people who were injured, those were very light injuries, but as you can see, this is a pretty serious strike out there on our horizon. Central Israel is the only location we can give you because of the censorship rules here, but you can see that smoke just keeps billowing. That does speak to the fact that this was a significant strike. We'll keep you updated.
Latest from Tel Aviv. Got an update coming in from Miss Clutch. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The U.S. is preparing to use the majority of its stealth missiles in the war on Iran, reporting U.S. media, says Al Jazeera. Thank you very much, Miss Clutch, coming in just 4 minutes ago. Take a look at that. U.S. is going to use the majority of its stealth missiles in the war on Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just coming past 1:21 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. It is Saturday, April 4th, 2026. It is day 34 of the U.S. war on Iran. Speaking of day 34, I have to update the scroll at the bottom. Give me 1 second. It's not part 33, it's part 34. I expect tomorrow night into Monday to be the most intense day of the war. For those wondering, I think today is going to be bad because of the American arrest of Soleimani's daughter. I don't think anything America can do can stop what Iran is capable of doing. Here's some of the scenes from Tel Aviv earlier. This was the bombing of the Army's general staff, the IDF's general staff. Yes, Janet, we're doing our catch-up. There have been 3 waves of bombings on Tel Aviv in the north. This is the middle wave. We're about to get to the most recent wave. We watched it come in Haifa about 30 minutes ago, and I haven't got to that. We're doing our catch-up. It's very good to see you, Janet. Thank you. Today was a bad day in Tel Aviv.
في تل أبيب تعرضا لأضرار نتيجة قصف إيراني.
This is 2 to 3 hours ago. 2 to 3 hours ago, before the sun went down in Tel Aviv. This was 2 to 3 hours ago. Okay, now I'll show you the latest from southern Lebanon. Okay, I'll show you the latest from southern Lebanon, where a building was targeted in a raid. Israel did give a warning. The area was cleared. This is a raid by Israel on southern Lebanon. Let me get you the exact location. This is specifically Burj al-Shamali in southern Lebanon earlier today. This is southern Lebanon today. Southern Lebanon today. That's correct, Todd. Iran rejected the ceasefire. That was the latest from Southern Lebanon. Earlier today, there has been intensive raids in Southern Lebanon and in Israel. Now, in taking you to Damascus, Syria now, where the UAE embassy was stormed earlier this afternoon, leading to condemnation by the UAE authorities. The storming of the UAE embassy in Damascus, Syria. Oh, I think our... Hello, Doris Freak. Welcome. I don't know if you're going to last very long. You have that vibe of our friend who's been trolling the chat. Let's keep an eye on Doris Freak, Miss Clutch, and Bunny. I think it's our friend back to say hello again. They're not very subtle. Here's the latest from the UAE embassy in Damascus. I showed you from Kiryat Shimona. Now here's the footage of the plane, the F-15 that was shot down by Iran. Here's a very concerning report. I don't know if I believe this report, but I'll have it read out to you.
Conversation. Breaking. There is very little left of the wreckage of the U.S. Air Force F-15E of the 494th Fighter Squadron that was shot down and crashed in Iran. The reason appears to be that another F-15E operating nearby conducted follow-on strikes on the crash site to deny the Islamic regime access to sensitive and classified components and systems. During this strike, any remaining wreckage was largely destroyed. It is also possible that the remains of the crew member, either still inside or near the crash site after a failed ejection, were affected in the process. These fragments now appear to be among the only surviving pieces of the aircraft, including the rear-facing antenna of its EW suite.
Okay, I do not know if that is confirmed or not. I'm not an expert in planes, military planes. I'm not an expert in would it be struck again to prevent the government of Iran from getting access to this information. I don't know. I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that these are the pictures from the ground. How do I know they're the pictures from the ground? Well, because, well, one, let me get a screenshot so I can see it a little clearer. One, because this is the same exact footage from the night before. Okay, it was the same exact scene from the videos I saw the night before, but this is in the daytime. Two, where the location of the wreckage was quickly identified. There were people there from the local sort of nomadic tribes within maybe 3 hours of the downing of the plane. However, that's the limit of my ability to tell you information about these pictures. Oh, hey, we got him. We got him. Wow, I got him right away today. I got him right away, Miss Clutch. Oh, the chat moms are going to be so happy. I got him right away. That was a little bait I laid out there. You like that? You like that? You like how I noticed it was him? I got him right away. Hello! Hashim, there's also a City vs. Liverpool 4th round FA Cup game. If you want to be soccer reporter towel, you just give us the updates, Hashim Karim. I got him. I got him right away. We've had this disruptor in the chat. I think it's a personal thing. So, like, I feel bad for the kid. But, like, yesterday I let him go a little too long and he was bothering people. He was being, like, very malicious. I got him right away today. I just came in with the towel gavel. I named the honorable member and suspended them permanently from the house. No, it's no problem, Towel Mom Bunny. I got him so quickly. Absolutely. He lasted, like, 1 second. All right, here's the latest from the IRGC. This was 2 hours ago. 4-0 Man City. Excellent. Hold on.
Urgent.
Hold on. I have an update from Reporter Towel Hashim Karim. who covers European football for those of us who like European football. Per reporter Tal Hashim Karim, Manchester City defeated Liverpool 4-0 in a quarter-final match of the English FA Cup today. City will advance to the semi-finals of the competition.
Urgent. Statement number 54 from the valiant Iranian army. O noble and grateful people of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The brave men of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army, in the early hours of this morning's dawn, and in continuation of the United States Army and the terrorist Zionist entity's use of Ben Gurion Airport against beloved Iran, and in response to the crimes and aggressions of the American Zionist enemy, targeted the new control tower and the control towers of Terminals 1 and 2, and the navigation systems and airport antennas and radars belonging to the Zionist entity at this airport with intensive attacks using drones. This air operation was carried out with unmanned aerial vehicles aimed at disrupting the enemy's command, control, and coordination of military air traffic, preventing the direction of attacking fighter aircraft belonging to the terrorist United States Army and the Zionist entity, disrupting air operations, impeding the enemy's reconnaissance and electronic warfare systems, and limiting its ability to monitor the airspace over the occupied territories. Urgent.
بسم الله العزيز الحكيم من القوات المسلحة الإيرانية إلى قلب بيت العنكبوت فإن حزب الله هم الغالبون الله أكبر بسم الله.
Hi, Paula. No, unfortunately, there has been intensive shelling throughout Israel by Iran, okay? There was also a tanker truck explosion in Grand Rapids, Michigan on US 131 near I-96. The truck cab was found empty. Isn't that a little odd? One truck explosion the other day I can explain. Two of them, this time where the driver's just not in the cab, I don't know what to say. So this is Michigan, where there is a tanker that was set on fire after a crash. The cab was found empty. Isn't that a little eerie? Launch from Iran. I repeat, Iran had launched at Israel. Oh goodness, the target is Tel Aviv. Breaking. Iran has launched at Israel. The target is Tel Aviv. I told you they're going to be mad about us kidnapping Soleimani's daughter. I told you they were going to be mad. I would have told them not to do it. I would have actually just let her go home. Oh goodness. Oh no. Iran breaking. Iran has launched at Israel. It's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. You have 6 minutes. It's Tel Aviv. You have 6 minutes. Get to your shelter. You have 6 minutes. It's Tel Aviv. I repeat, it's Tel Aviv. You have 6 minutes. Iran has launched at Israel. You have 6 minutes. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. Oh God. Breaking. Iran has fired at Israel yet again on Saturday. The target is Tel Aviv. Time to arrival 6 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh no. Oh, this is not good. The Iranians are very mad. It's early. The day has started and they are mad. They're vengeful Iranians. They're very vengeful. Watch, they're going to put the word vengeful in their next video to show they watch this channel. Vengeful Iranians. Hashtag save the goats. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's Tel Aviv. You have 5 minutes and 20 seconds. You're probably going to be able to see this missile on the cam. You have 5 minutes and 10 seconds. I do repeat, it's Tel Aviv. It's just wave after wave after wave. Oh goodness, anti-war protesters in Haifa had to flee to shelters. Oh no, Shiraz, Iran is being bombed intensely. Hezbollah is firing rockets towards Israel. Oh, this is very bad. Oh no. Oh no, there's been another hit in Bnei Brak. Oh goodness, it was bad. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. Oh no. There's an anti-war protest in Tel Aviv right now. Go inside. Oh no. If you are listening to me. Wait, what? Somebody put in memory of Tupac on an Iranian drone. Oh goodness. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a situation right now. There is an anti-war protest in Tel Aviv, and the Iranians have fired. They've said all hands are off. We have Soleimani's daughter. The ex-IRGC general. We kidnapped her. We revoked her green card, arrested her, and put her in ICE detention. It was the worst thing we could have possibly done. The Iranians are really mad. I repeat, Tel Aviv is about to be hit. You have 3 minutes. There's an anti-war demonstration. Alerts! Red alerts! Oh, air raids! Oh my god, it got there in 2 minutes! Bro, how did you get the missile there in 2 minutes? Oh goodness, this is bad. Air raids! Air raids! Air raids! Air raids! Air raids! Air raids in Tel Aviv! This is not good. This is not good. There's an anti-war protest in Tel Aviv right now. They got the missile there in like 2 minutes. Oh, this is very bad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is very bad. Oh, multiple hits incoming. They don't have the interceptors to stop them. I saw that, Pete. The Iranians are honoring Tupac. Air raids! Air raids! Air raids. Here it comes. Yemen? Oh, wow. Normally it's a coordinated wave. Let's see if they got it. It was very quick. Yeah, I saw Tekashi 6ix9ine got it, the autograph. Surprised he even had to go to jail. He's a cooperating informant. He talks about it. He flipped on the 9 trays too. Surprised he's allowed to like walk on the streets in New York. Tupac lives. Hashtag free Tupac. I don't think they got through. The alerts haven't lifted, but I don't think they got through. Unless they have some kind of like special attack that takes a long time to hit. That was a little odd. It was not a normal sort of like Iranian launch by any means. No impacts. Hello, drop microbe dots. You know, it really depends on... Yeah, they've stopped firing as many interceptors since last night. I heard Tel Aviv get rocked last night with no interceptors at all. But that was a really weird hit. I'm not going away from the cams because the alerts haven't lifted. I can see them on the map live. All the red alerts are still live. That sounds like a refueling plane. Maybe a jet. They could be going to shoot a drone. The alerts haven't lifted. It's over the whole city. I'm not exactly sure. It says it's from, I heard it was from Yemen. When they fire from Yemen, normally it does get there pretty quick, and it can send alerts like across massive areas of Israel. But the alerts haven't lifted. So that means like they lift the alerts quick when they get it. They can monitor their own airspace pretty well. So I don't know what the hell's up in the sky right now. Nor do I know like why it's Tel Aviv that is under the red alert. But they'll clear the alerts if they get it. Or if it hits. Definitely not an Iranian missile though. Did not fit the timeline at all. It arrived in like 3 minutes after the launch alert. Maybe 2 to 3 minutes. They still haven't lifted the alerts. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if it's a drone. I don't know if it's a missile. But when that map is hot, it means that they can't leave their shelters. It's a very odd sequence of events there. Avery, they will go off if something gets close enough to the airspace. Yes, it goes early alert, red alert, sirens. So something got close to Tel Aviv. They might have got it. But I can't tell. That launch pattern was very odd. Very strange. It's like coordinated waves with the Houthis and Iran back to back. If it was indeed from Yemen. But they haven't cleared the alerts. I really don't know what to tell you. This is a very strange moment. It's a new launch pattern. There might be something in the sky over Tel Aviv. Because they won't just make them sit in their bunkers. It's the whole city, too. What the hell did they fire at them? Yeah, I mean, it's normally a missile. Like, normally it's a ballistic missile that will set off the early alerts, but because a drone will be identified as what's called a hostile aircraft. But something's odd. Something's off with that. It's just kind of hovering. Whatever it is that was fired from Yemen, they're worried about it. I can tell they're worried about it because all of these places are under alert. Like specifically the central areas of Tel Aviv. They would clear when they intercept whatever it is that's coming, they just clear the alert so they can leave their bunker. So there's some kind of threat in the air over Tel Aviv. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. I'll feel a little bit better and I can return you to updates once the alert's clear, but until the alert's clear, it's a live situation. I have no idea what was just fired. I know it's from Yemen according to initial reports, but this is an odd pattern. That's why I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't fit the normal pattern at all. Very quick, like, time to arrival. All right, they're lifting. They're lifting. Whatever it is, it either hit or it was intercepted because the red alert's lifted. This should all lift in the next minute or two. But look how much of that area got put under. They all had to go to shelter. That's millions of people. And they don't just do it. It has to be an actual threat. Hashtag save the goats. So for those of you just tuning in, we've just had an attack towards Israel. It is believed to have been from Yemen. But there is no indication of where it went, what happened, or if it was intercepted. Why do I say that? Because the entire Tel Aviv metropolitan area is under red alert and they can't leave their shelters still. The actual red alert's lifted, but they can't leave their shelter. You see all that area? That's like 9 million people, maybe more or less. I forget the exact total, but it's a lot of people. Hezbollah claims rocket strikes on Safed. Alright, I'm feeling comfortable that whatever happened in Tel Aviv has either occurred or was intercepted. Because they wouldn't just hold it. That was a very odd launch pattern though. I had to study it for a second. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just coming up on 1:45 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Time, Saturday, April 4th, 2016. It is 7:44 in South Africa. It's 8:44 in Tel Aviv, and it's 9:14 in Tehran. All alerts have cleared. I repeat, all alerts have cleared. I'll try to find out for you what just happened. I would imagine. My early guess is it was a drone or a missile fired from Yemen. All right. Now, here is what has caused all of this to happen today. I'm going to just read you the press release from the Secretary of State. Go ahead, British Shorter Towel, if you'd be so kind.
We use cookies to make our website work better and improve your experience.
Thank you.
An official website of the United States
Thank you.
government. Here's how you know.
Thank you.
A .gov website belongs to an official government organization. Secretary Rubio revokes green cards of foreign nationals with ties to Iranian terror regime. Secretary Rubio revokes green cards of foreign nationals with ties to Iranian terror regime. Last night, the niece and grandniece of deceased Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Major General Qasem Soleimani were arrested by federal agents following Secretary of State Marco Rubio's termination of their lawful permanent resident, LPR, status. Hamideh Soleimani Afshar and her daughter are now in the custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. As identified by both press reporting and her own social media commentary, Soleimani Afshar is an outspoken supporter of the totalitarian, terrorist regime in Iran. While living in the United States, she promoted Iranian regime propaganda, celebrated attacks against American soldiers and military facilities in the Middle East, praised the new Iranian supreme leader, denounced America as the Great Satan, and voiced her unflinching support for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a designated terror organization. Afshar Soleimani pushed this propaganda for Iran's terrorist regime while enjoying a lavish lifestyle in Los Angeles, as attested to by her frequent posting on her recently deleted Instagram account. In addition to the termination of Hamideh Soleimani Afshar and her daughter's LPR status, Afshar's husband has also been barred from entering the United States. Earlier this month, Secretary Rubio also terminated the legal status of Fatemeh Ardeshir Larijani, daughter of former Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran Ali Larijani, and her husband Said Kalantar Mohammadi. Both Ardeshir Larijani and Mohammadi are no longer in the United States and are barred from future entry. The U.S. Department of State extends its appreciation to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement for their continued partnership and collaboration in keeping Americans safe. The Trump administration will not allow our country to become a home for foreign nationals who support anti-American terrorist regimes.
Okay, that was the latest from the U.S. Department of State. That's what set off the Iranians today. Hello, in Lebanon. I don't know why she was in the USA to begin with. Here is the latest after a rocket fire towards Kiryat Motskin near Haifa. This was Haifa earlier today in Israel. Haifa earlier today. The missile launched by Yemen right now fell in an open area. It was a ballistic missile. The IRGC has hit the VIP airport of Dubai Airport. Near Fenway Park, Boston police say multiple police officers were taken to the hospital following an officer-involved shooting near Northeastern University. Israel is demolishing homes in Al-Naqoura. Again, near Boston, near Fenway Park and Northeastern University, multiple officers shot. Unclear if any have been injured. Well, they obviously were injured if they were shot. Unclear if any were seriously injured. Officer-involved shooting this morning near the Fenway Park area in Boston. Multiple officers reported hit, although I'm not there. Please avoid the area near Fenway at Forsyth, Huntington Ave at Forsyth, up to Westland Avenue if you are in Boston. Here's the latest from the, I believe this was the last, here's the latest from Yemen. I have the missile that the Yemenis fired at Tel Aviv just now. You saw the alert just now. I'll show you the missile that Yemen fired at Israel. The one that we just saw the alert for, it fell in an open area. Okay, I'll show you the missile just now. 1 second. Here it is. This is the missile that was just fired at Tel Aviv from Yemen. Okay? This is the missiles the Houthis have. That's the best image I can get. Okay, now I have footage for you from Caim in South Lebanon in Arabic during live fighting just minutes ago between the IDF and Hezbollah, the Iranian Axis member in Caim on the Israeli border just now.
الغارات وقعت منذ 5 دقائق بالضبط وتحديدا في غارتين متتاليتين على كفر جوز. الآن القصف المدفعي يسقط وراءنا مباشرة على محلة أو منطقة الخيام. سأخرج من الصورة وأترك للزميل المصور. هذه الخيام التي تعرضت منذ 20 دقيقة أيضا بالضبط إلى غارة إسرائيلية. كانت المقاتلات الإسرائيلية تغير على هذه الجبهة أي الخيام التي شهدت في الأيام الماضية هدوءا نسبيا على مستوى التراشق المدفعي وعلى مستوى الصواريخ والغارات. آخر الغارات الآن عاد القصف المدفعي ليسقط على جبهة الخيام. تتساقط القذائف الآن على الخيام. في الفترات الماضية عندما كانت تسقط القذائف كنا نذهب إلى القول إلى أن هذه القذائف هي من الجانب الإسرائيلي. الجانب الإسرائيلي ظهرا كان قد قصف الخيام وتحديدا حي الجلاحية أي الشمال الشرقي فيها. الآن القصف المدفعي يعاود، ولكن هذا القصف يمكن أن نرده إلى مرجعيتين أي إلى واجهتين. الجانب الإسرائيلي هو يقصف الخيام وأيضا حزب الله هو يقصف الخيام. الغارة الإسرائيلية الأخيرة كانت في هذا الحي الشمالي الشرقي الذي يشهد الآن تراشق ناري بالمدفعي وبالصاروخي. وأيضا كما أشرت في آخر الغارات على كفر جوز بالقرب من النبطية. لأذهب معك على الذي بدأت به وتحديدا تفخيخ وتفجير المنازل في عيتة الشعب. عيتة الشعب هي المحور الثالث إذا صح التعبير على مستوى التوغلات، لأنه بالقرب منها من جهة القطاع الشرقي القوزة. القوات الإسرائيلية تقدمت باتجاه مدينة بنت جبيل وتحديدا بيت القوزح بيت ليفا صعودا، وأيضا العمليات العسكرية التي كانت على مسار آخر عيترون مرون الراس عيترون عيناثة بطريقة التفاف إلى مدينة جبيل. الغارات الإسرائيلية لم تنقطع هذا اليوم، هي أكثر مما كانت عليه بالأمس.
نعم.
Latest from Caim. Okay, there's very active. Israel has not captured Caim by any means. There's active fighting in the sector. That was in Arabic. But it is so good to see so many of you. We have had an intense morning. I have more updates for you now. I'm not really sure that missile was fired from Yemen. Are we sure that missile was fired from Yemen? It looks kind of like a cluster missile from Iran. Let me show you another view of what was just fired at Tel Aviv. Are we sure that this was fired from Yemen? Do they have Khorram Sharhars? Here's the latest. Are we sure that that was fired from Yemen? Yes, I have the latest from Bibi Netanyahu. I'll get it for you in the English in 1 second. You're listening now to the sounds of I wonder where those gunshots are. They might be Beirut. Okay, it might be an Iranian cluster missile over Tel Aviv. Here's the latest from Tel Aviv. Oh, God bless you, Diane. Diane is a super towel. Diane, thank you so much for your support of the channel. A super towel. Oh, goodness. That is just a distinctly high honor in the world of towels, Diane. I would like to welcome you to the world of super towels. I'd like to have a knighting ceremony for you. I'll bring Pete Bunny Towel up on the screen if he wouldn't mind. So Pete Bunny Towel, well, he's being a little feisty. Pete Bunny Towel, Diane, and I would like to welcome you to the realm of super towels. Thank you so much. As you can see, Pete Bunny Towel has made a special appearance just to knight Diane, a knight of the super towels. God bless you, Diane. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. Pete Bunny Towel has said that your rank of Super Towel carries with it multiple important designations, but most importantly, it makes you a member of a very noble and honorable court. God bless you. Yes, a knighting ceremony with Pete Bunny Towel is a very distinct and unique privilege. Here's the latest from the IDF confirming the petrochemical factories.
ينشر صورا لاستهدافه مصانع بتروكيماوية في معشور جنوب غرب إيران. إذا نتابع هذه الصور كما ينشرها الجيش الإسرائيلي لما يقول إنه استهداف لمصانع بتروكيماوية في معشور.
Latest confirming the hits on the petrochemical, and here's the latest from Benjamin Netanyahu in Hebrew.
וזה בדיוק מה שאנחנו עושים. אחרי שהשמדנו להם 70% ביכולת ייצור הפלדה, שמשמש להם חומר גלם.
No, nothing at all, Ifti Ahmad.
אנחנו היום תקפנו את המפעלים הפטרוכימיים שלנו. שני הדברים הללו זה מכונת הכסף שלנו לממן את מלחמת הטרור נגדנו ונגד העולם כולו. אנחנו נמשיך לכתוש אותם, שהבטחתי, מועדים לשמחה. הבטחתי לכם שאנחנו נמשיך לכתוש את משטר הטרור בטהרן, וזה בדיוק מה שאנחנו עושים. אחרי שהשמדנו להם 70% ביכולת ייצור הפלדה, שמשמש להם חומר גלם וכלי הנשק מגלם, אנחנו היום תקפנו את המפעלים הפטרוכימיים שלנו. שני הדברים הללו זה מכונת הכסף שלנו לממן את מלחמת הטרור נגדנו ונגד העולם כולו. אנחנו נמשיך לכתוש אותם, שהבטחתי, מועדים לשמחה. הבטחתי לכם שאנחנו נמשיך לכתוש את משטר הטרור בטהרן, וזה בדיוק מה שאנחנו עושים.
He's telling the Israeli people they hit the petrochemical plant in Iran, and then he plays the footage. Wow. He's thinking, this is new for them. He's thinking a lot about like how to portray what they're doing. He's overthinking it. There's a store around here in the industry I helped create that's going to close on 4/20 because they want to make a point about how it's not about like, I don't know, sales or something. Stupidest thing I've ever heard. Like, I'm a purist, bruh. You're working yourself into a shoot when you close on 4/20. Are you out of your mind, bro? It's set up so you can make money and pay taxes and, you know, close the budget gap and pay people to work and all that other good stuff about post-industrial economies. Then you're going to close? Working yourself into a shoot. Netanyahu's doing the same thing. He's thinking too much because he's in a very weak position. And when you think too much during a war, you lose. War is like law, okay? You're either on offense or you're on defense. There's no middle ground. And Benjamin Netanyahu is on, like, PR defense. He's on legitimate defense to protect the civilians of his country and the military. And he's on defense because his alliance with the U.S. is collapsing. So, my best read of this is that this war was mostly because of the Khashoggi and Epstein files. All right? Like, Adnan Khashoggi and Jeffrey Epstein, more so than anything else, like, their network caused this. Don't mistake it for a second. Along with stealing my damn paintings, like, because of the, like, amount of control they had over the world and the amount of blackmail, when it all came out, the Khashoggi Epstein blackmail ring, I'm not talking about Jamal Khashoggi, I'm talking about Adnan, his dad. That guy was a freak. Listen, I think this war was started because of compromat. This is kind of like the quid pro quo moment. This war was mostly, and more so than anything else, a quid pro quo for the compromat. Because the compromat's burned now. Khashoggi and Epstein's network is gone. Epstein wasn't doing it by himself. No, God bless you, Event Sphere. I think Charlie Kirk did see through a lot of it. But yeah, I truly believe that this war was because Epstein and Khashoggi's cartel was collapsing. And so their best option was to, like, the people who had been blackmailed by them, their best option was to start a war to make us all, like, hopefully not pay attention. But bro, that ain't gonna work. Like, that's just not gonna work. Because now Iran is taking up the name of the victims of the Khashoggi and Epstein cartel, who Iran doesn't actually really have any loyalty to MBZ from Saudi Arabia, the old crown prince, or Adnan Khashoggi, who's dead, or Epstein, who is a non-person. Even if he's alive, he's never going to be around ever again. They're going to take his damn paintings. Did you know Epstein's private art collection was worth like $5 billion? He owned the Scream outright. We're going to take it all. We're going to take it via civil forfeiture, in my opinion. That's what I'm going to instruct my Justice Department to do if you elect me. I'm going to instruct them to forfeit all of Jeffrey Epstein's paintings. I know the 4 holding companies he used. Some of the paintings are split with Leon Black, but he's probably going to jail anyway, in my opinion. Anyway, so the rest of the paintings were owned outright. I know the 2 law firms that are in charge of those 4 companies and managing the estate. I want the paintings liquidated. I'm going to set up a fund that will be overseen by an independent agency that will distribute all of that money from the liquidation of Epstein's paintings to the victims of the Khashoggi Epstein cartel. Stop me. Everyone on board? No personnel. Who's using personalities? Who's using personalities? Vinsilma, he is not enough. That's it. That's it. I'm invoking a chat reset. Watch this. Have you ever seen a chat reset happen? Chat moms, I'm invoking a chat reset. All right, so take a listen to the Nightbot. All right. Dode Al-Fayed was Jamal Khashoggi's cousin. Wow. All right, listen to what Nightbot has to say. The speaker has called for a chat reset. You are thus commanded to present to this honorable house your best emojis, including but not limited to sheep, goat, cat, and dog, and other related animal emojis. Please post your emojis now. Yes, you are commanded by the speaker of this honorable place to post emojis. I didn't like what I was seeing in the chat, so I have thus invoked the privilege of the house, and I have started a chat reset. You all have fun with that now, okay? I don't know what happened, but I have invoked chat reset, standing order rule 1, okay? Now watch all the emojis. It's a lot of emojis. People love emojis. Hi, Lavender and Rose. I don't know if we're going to be able to have any conversations right now. I have invoked the chat reset clause of the Standing Towel Rules of Parliamentary Procedure. Hi, Jizzle. Oh, it's a little goat emoji. Oh, it's a penguin emoji from Hypno Penguin. No, I'm just having the time of my life right now. No, look at all the emoji. Oh, I'm having so much fun. What a nice decompression. Oh, look at all the emojis. It's a flood of emojis. I love the emojis. Look at them go. Look at all the emojis. You can't fight the emojis. The emojis reign. Look at the emojis. There's so many of the emojis. Good luck fighting the emoji flood. You can't fight the emojis. No, they are stronger than you. Together with emojis, we will unite the world in a single call. Hashtag save the goats. Oh, I'm having such a good morning. Oh, hello, Texas. What a nice emoji. You can definitely get a wrench for that wonderful emoji. Oh, it's an emoji party. We're just having a great morning. Oh, this is... Oh, look at all the emojis. Oh, nothing makes my heart just sing and giggle quite like emojis. Well, there are other things, but emojis are pretty good. I'm having a ball. I'm just having a great day. Sometimes among the intense... Oh, it's still going. Hello. We have a new friend. Oh, look at... It's an emoji party. I'm having a nice day. Hello, Mimi. Oh, hold on. James Oliver says... Thank you, Grant. It's Easter weekend. Arguing got us here. Let's try to understand each other and want others to have a great day regardless of beliefs. Please be nice to each other. God bless you, James Oliver, for embodying such a wonderful ethos on this Easter weekend. May God bless you and your family, and thank you so much for your endearing compassion and erudition. What a nice thing of James Oliver to say. God bless you, James Oliver. Wasn't it just a wonderful... Oh, goodness. James Oliver is the only person who managed to actually get through the emoji wave. Good job, James Oliver. You are a super towel. You're all having a lot of fun with the emojis. Oh, goodness. Francine pulled up the peep emoji. Petty LaBelle says she enjoyed cracking up this morning. Grant, share me your opinion on IRGC in Israel, if you don't mind. Oh, hello, Izzy. My opinion? My opinion is we should have a peace summit in northern France. Hello, Izzy. It's so good to meet you. I gave you a towel wrench. All right, let's take a look at the latest from southern Lebanon now. I think our emoji party, you all are having a great time. You can keep having an emoji party. I'm going to show you now Al-Naqoura in southern Lebanon. Hi, Misbehavior. It's so good to see you. May God bless this world and take all the evil weapons away from the children. God bless you, Blazer. Okay, that was the latest from Al-Naqoura, southern Lebanon. That's what's called a controlled demolition by the IDF, Israel. It's a tactic that was first used in 79, well through 82 in South Lebanon. It was used again in 2006. It's being used again now. It's where Israel lays a network of explosives, charges, and then blows up houses. Welcome, hamburgers. God bless you for your message of peace. I love your username. I haven't been eating any hamburgers lately. Maybe later. But anyway, not later, today. But anyway, that's what Israel has been doing. What they argue is it takes Hezbollah positions away, takes cover, but it's really intense. Oh, Wayne, thank you so much. First of all, it's so kind of you to send that currency. Every time I get a foreign currency, it's really touching. And second of all, that's a hot dog. Oh my goodness. Wait till you see this hot dog emoji that Wayne sent. I don't even know how to do these. I think they're called stickers. I can't figure out the stickers or the jewels. I think they're region specific. Some people don't even have a membership gifting because YouTube's trying out different features. It's pretty cool. But the point is, Wayne just sent this amazing hot dog. So I've seen some pretty cool super stickers in my day, but a hot dog super sticker, I mean, that's up there. You ready for it? It's going to pop up above my head. Not above my head, but above to the right in 2 seconds. I know. I think I tired you all out, which is good. We had such an intense emoji party. Everyone's kind of just resting. They were all laughing. We had a mental decompression break. All right. I bought the hot dog emoji. All right. Now I'm going to give you the latest report from Dubai.
Conversation. Breaking. The IRGC Aerospace Force has targeted the VIP terminal of Dubai International Airport, used by the Royal Air Wing of Dubai, where the ruler's aircraft are typically parked. According to satellite fire detection data of NASA, the terminal, and possibly several VIP jets, are now on fire.
Okay, latest from Dubai, where the VIP terminal has reportedly been shelled. However, the other reports from Dubai are saying that there's no hit. So, but then that account said back that there are reports of a hit. All right, now I'm going to show you the latest from Bahrain, where U.S. bases have been hit yet again. Latest from Bahrain just now. Latest scenes from Bahrain. Latest scenes from Bahrain. This is the latest from Bahrain, where U.S. positions have been shelled. Seven waves of Iranian missiles have been launched since dawn at Israel, and I expect that pattern to continue. I'm going to take you to Al-Hadath now with the latest report. 7 waves of Iranian missiles have been launched since dawn. Going to take you to Al-Hadath now for the latest, if you wouldn't mind. Al-Hadath, thank you very much. I could use their YouTube channel, but it's hard to find because it's not in English. I'm going to take you to Al-Hadath now for the latest from Israel, where 7 waves of Iranian missiles have been launched since dawn.
تماما سارة 7 دفعات، هذا ما استطاعت إيران أن تطلقه حتى اللحظة ومنذ فجر اليوم باتجاه إسرائيل، آخرها باتجاه الشمال تزامن مع إطلاق من قبل حزب الله. تعاملت الدفاعات الجوية معه، ولكن في مجمل الدفعات التي أطلقت عملت إيران على توزيع جغرافي شمالا ووسطا وجنوبا. كان هنالك سقوط شظايا في أكثر من منطقة. أكثر ما يراه الإسرائيليون لافتا هو سقوط قنبلة عنقودية بالقرب من الكريا وزارة الدفاع الإسرائيلية. هذا الأمر لافت لعودة لما يحمله هذا المقر من مكاتب مهمة كمكتب وزير الدفاع الإسرائيلي إسرائيل كاتس، مكتب رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي بنيامين نتنياهو، مقر سلاح الجو، وغرفة العمليات التي تدار فيها المعركة سواء تلك في إيران أو حتى التي تدور في الأراضي اللبنانية. لا أضرار جسيمة تذكر حتى ولو سقط صاروخ باليستي كامل، علما بأن الغرفة التي تقاد فيها العمليات هي تحت الأرض ومحصنة، لن تتأثر حتى ولو أسقط باتجاهها أي شيء نووي كما يتم تداوله في وسائل الإعلام الإسرائيلية. ولكن على عجالة في ظل التصعيد جوا هنالك شيء يعكس مزاج الشارع الإسرائيلي على الأرض. مظاهرات بدأت بانطلاقها بعد سماح المحكمة العليا الإسرائيلية
reporting the extent of the strikes. Now I have a special video going out to my dear friend George from the Vatican this morning. To all Chicago Cubs fans worldwide, ladies and gentlemen, and in particular to my dear friend George, I have for you a very special clip now from Pope Leo today at the Vatican. Okay, I have a very special clip for my dear friend George and all of the Chicago Cubs fans worldwide. The Cubbies might not have won, but Pope Leo has the Cubbies on his mind. He's a White Sox fan, for the record, but someone asked him about the Cubs. Listen to this. Go Cubs, and the Pope says they lost. He's the best Pope ever. Thank you, Mimi. I'm so glad you and the baby goat are having a good Saturday. Hello, Betty LaBelle. This is great. So the Holy Father has been obviously conducting Holy Week ceremonies, and one of his sort of tours through through the Vatican today, the Holy Father said is just kind of waving, and someone I'll let it play. Let me give you a boosted audio. You'll be able to hear it clearly. Someone yells from the crowd, "Go Chicago Cubs, the baseball team," and Pope Leo yells back, "Le Partito, they lost." And then he says it in English because he's inadvertently said it in Italian first. Oh, I know it's like George won't love it because the Cubbies didn't win, but just know the Cubbies are on his mind. George says, "El Mayo, the Cubs rent space in the White Sox fans' head." Yeah, specifically the Pope. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. What a moment for the Chicago Cubs fans worldwide. They're in the minds of the Pope, who is a White Sox fan. Taking you now to Sur, something more serious in southern Lebanon. Oh, God bless you and your family on this Easter weekend, Petty LaBelle. It is so nice to see you. All right. And hello, Petty LaBelle's family. You are all honorary towels. Here's the latest from Sur. It was not. It's the day after the bombing in Sur. Dancer Bell is thrilled with the Pope's comments about the. I'm hearing reports President Trump might be at the Walter Reed Medical Center. Oh no, did they get him? The stress got him. Ladies and gentlemen, I am hearing reports President Trump might, unconfirmed, because a lot of people went down there and said there's no cordoned off areas, no Secret Service presence. But American media is saying that President Trump might have gone to Walter Reed. Cole, I have some Gain Black Sweets, but I do not condone nicotine smoking, even during war. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reporting to you that according to American media, although this is unconfirmed and people who went down there said they can't see any Secret Service, according to reports, President Trump might have gone to Walter Reed. I know, Pete, I saw someone went out there and said there's no Secret Service, but Pete, I need to tell you, if you're really at Walter Reed secretly, they don't put Secret Service on the streets. Yeah, no, Pete Santos, one American outlet is reporting it, but I wouldn't say it's confirmed, and there's no one who's actually been on the ground and seen anyone there, okay? So I'm going to report it as unconfirmed. Yeah, I'm not going to, I wouldn't even take it as confirmed until you actually see a video confirming that Mr. President Trump went to the hospital, because otherwise it's just people saying it. Okay? If you don't see a video of it, even if you hear it from a media outlet, if you don't see a video of it, don't take it as confirmed. It's wartime. People just sometimes report things, like literally, the Politico the other day reported President Trump's speech was going to be about a certain thing, Politico, and it was just not about that at all. All right, I'm going to read you the latest from Israeli I-24 News. Go ahead, British reporter Tal.
Conversation. My report on I-24NEWS. As President Donald Trump escalates his threats over the Strait of Hormuz, senior Israeli officials say there is no expectation of a slowdown in operations in Iran, quite the opposite. The campaign to dismantle key infrastructure is intensifying, as this remains the primary arena shaping wider regional developments. Officials in Jerusalem point to weapons manufacturing facilities as well as to sites tied to Iran's economy. According to a security source, the mission is nearing completion, targeting the entire value chain and disabling capabilities, from the most basic raw materials to electricity and fuel, everything that supports one of Iran's core pillars. In this context, as we've reported, Israel prepares to expand its bank of targets in Iran, including energy facilities, once the green light is given by President Trump.
Okay, now taking you to the latest from, by the way, Iraq has been completely exempt from all, Iraq has been exempt from all restrictions and can pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Here's an Israeli strike on Tabriz, an industrial, it looks like a gas facility in Tabriz, Iran. Okay, so this is an Israeli strike on Tabriz. This is an Israeli strike on Tabriz, Iran. Very high quality footage. I'm not sure how they got that. Oh, it's probably from the actual IDF. I think the IDF feels they're being disrespected because their footage can't be shown because nobody has, like, internet in Iran. Yeah, Ghetto Gus. A lot of tweeting happens, though. I need to see a statement. There's a pilot who is either dead in Iran or on the ground. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, there's a pilot on the ground in Iran who is either dead or captured. And it is absolutely, like, I mean, I need to say it at this point. It's been 36 hours or more, almost 48. There is a pilot missing from the United States Air Force who's either dead or captured by Iran, and there has not been a public statement about it, like on video, in person, in front of the press, by anyone from CENTCOM, from the Department of War, from the Secretary of State, or the President. It's been 36 hours. No, I don't think Mr. President is visiting troops. No, what is with that language? I don't like that language at all. The star dinosaur. We don't use that language here. That's your warning. Okay? We don't. You treat this place like the House of Commons, or I will name you and remove the honorable member from the chamber for the remainder of the day's sitting. The very least you can do is discuss in an agreeable manner. And this is a very loving place. There's 180 countries here. Okay, I'm going to show you the latest from Bnei Brak last night, the latest footage that's just coming out. This is Tel Aviv last night. That's a cluster munition hitting Bnei Brak. Also, in a weird moment, the Iranians are saying that the Americans did not arrest one of Soleimani's family members. Okay. Oh, that's your username. Oh, I see. George, that's the person's username. Okay, Dinosaur. Well, we'll give you a little bit of a chance. I'd love to. Let me check out your channel. I'm surprised. How long have you been around? Oh. Oh. Yeah. This is a real person. Not a problem, Dinosaur. George, Dinosaur's okay. Everything seems to be okay. I took a look at Dinosaur's channel, George. Everything is okay. Dinosaur, I am also on the spectrum. Welcome. We're going to call you Dinosaur. Welcome to the channel. No, it's not a problem, Dinosaur. I took a look at your channel and your videos. God bless you and welcome to the channel. Yeah, but like I guess you'll be happy to know, like, some people like who use that word like in a less than friendly way or in a demeaning way, we do like hold them to account here. I wasn't gonna ban you, I just wanted to see your response, and you seem amiable, so God bless you and welcome. I gave you a wrench. This is the latest from the storming of the United Arab Emirates consulate in Syria. So protesters have stormed the United Arab Emirates consulate in Syria and raised the flags, leading to condemnation from the UAE. Here's the footage.
يلا تعود لا يا شباب لا
Okay, more from the Syrian consulate. From the UAE consulate embassy in Syria.
يلا تعود لا يا شباب لا
I think dinosaurs are wonderful. Personally, whether dinosaurs have small arms, long arms, I think they're wonderful. Latest from the UAE embassy in Syria, which has been stormed by protesters. They have stormed the embassy. Yes, you are looking at protesters having stormed the UAE embassy in Damascus. Yeah, I don't think it's ideal. I agree, Silent Dogs. Latest from the UAE embassy in Damascus. So in Syria, there are, hello, welcome, Phoebe Barbecue. Thank you for your great question. In Syria, there are a number of armed factions that are opposed to the government. And they are opposed to the government because Syria used to be run by Bashar al-Assad, which was a government hostile to Israel, friendly to Russia, Iran, etc. Bashar al-Assad was eventually forced to flee Syria, and a new government that's more friendly to Israel, kind of like Jordan's government is friendly to Israel, is now in Syria. Well, there are some elements within Syria, for example, like the Mujahideen for the Islamic resistance in Syria, and then also other armed groups who have been getting increasingly more upset at Israel. Now, Syria shares a border with Israel, of course, in the Golan Heights right here. So this is Syria, okay? We're talking about Damascus, the capital right here, so it's kind of north of Israel to the east of Lebanon, okay? And Syria is, of course, the country. You would, if you wanted to fire missiles at Israel from Iran using circumnavigation, because you have to go in like an arc on the globe to be most efficient, what would you do? Well, you'd probably fire from around like here, right? And you'd use circumlocution. You'd go over Erbil and Mosul. Oh, is that why there's a lot of shelling by the Iranian resistance in Erbil and Mosul? Yeah. And then you'd go through Syria, all right? And then you'd come over in particular Lebanon. Is that why the IRGC has invested so heavily in Hezbollah in Lebanon? Of course, because then you can come in on that path, come right over southern Lebanon, over Sidon and Sur. Make sure you deplete air defenses over the north of Israel. Make sure you have Hezbollah just constantly launching rockets and drones in this area right here. And then, of course, you would be able to hit Tel Aviv unimpeded. Right? All right. So that's exactly what's going on. Everyone understand what's actually going on? All right. When Iran, which is over here, wants to fire missiles at Israel, the best way for it to do it is to fire it over North Iraq. Okay, make sure there's lots of distractions and fighting in Mosul and Erbil. Then you come through Syria. All right. Then you come through Lebanon. All right. You want to come through Lebanon ideally like around here. Okay. You probably want to like enter airspace like ideally probably like north of Damascus but south of Beirut, and then cut through like a little bit north of Sidon, cut over like east of Sur, cut right over Caim, all right, and then you're heading on a trajectory that allows you direct access to Haifa, direct access to Netanyahu, Tel Aviv, the holy city if you want, okay? That's exactly how they do it. Now, we are talking about Damascus right here, and in particular, the embassy of another country called the United Arab Emirates, which has Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Okay, the Emirate of Dubai, the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, has a few different emirates. Okay, now they have an embassy in the Syrian capital of Damascus, but certain groups that are aligned with the Iranians and don't like the current Syrian government and want the country of Syria to revert back to its old sort of government have invaded the Iranian government. have, with the support of the Iranian government, invaded the UAE's consulate in Damascus. I hope I did a good job explaining that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for your question and welcome to the channel. And I also love my map here. I love this map for doing explanations of the region. I know where everything is in the region, so I can just bring you around on this very handy-dandy map. It's also the alert map. Alright, now I'll bring you back to the updates. We can check Al Jazeera's updates. My friend Ali Hashim's in Tehran. I like to make sure he's safe. Here's Israeli interceptors in Haifa earlier tonight. This is Israeli interceptors firing from Haifa earlier tonight. Speaking of Hezbollah wearing down Israeli air defenses.
Ебать мой хуй! Ебать мой хуй!
That's an interceptor.
Ебать мой хуй!
Those interceptors go fast, huh? That's an Israeli interceptor over Haifa. It's hard for the Israelis to keep up with the pace of the missiles, but they do have effective interceptors. They're just being worn down. The president of Egypt is appealing to the U.S. and the international community to save them from Ethiopia. Ethiopia has apparently tried to impact Egypt's water supply. So I'll take you now to the president of Egypt, El-Sisi, who is appealing for international aid and help because of the Ethiopians.
على المجتمع الدولي بصفة عامة والقارة الإفريقية بصفة خاصة مواجهة مثل هذه التصرفات المتطورة من الإدارة الأثيوبية وضمان تنظيم تصريف المياه من السد في حالتي الجفاف والفيضان في إطار الاتفاق الذي تنشده دولة المصر وهو السبيل الوحيد لتحقيق التوازن بين التنمية الحقيقية لدول المنبع وعدم الإضرار بدولتي المصر السابق القادم وإذا اختارت مصر طريق الدبلوماسية ولجأت إلى المؤسسات الدولية وعلى رأسها منظمة الأمم المتحدة إنها تؤكد أن هذا الخيار لم يكن دوما ضعفا أو تراجعا بل تعبيرا عن قوة الموقف ونضج الرؤية وإيمان عميق بأن الحوار هو السبيل الأمثل والتعاون هو الطريق الأجدى لتحقيق مصالح جميع دول حوض النيل دون تعريض أي منها للخطر إلا أن مصر لن تقف مكتوفة الأيدي أمام النهج غير المسؤول الذي تتبعه أثيوبيا ستتخذ كافة التدابير لحماية مصالحها وأمنها المائي.
Latest from the Egyptian president, Al-Sisi, who says the Ethiopians have drastically restricted water supplies in Egypt, and he's very mad. Here's the latest from the Iranians regarding the detention of family members who don't belong to Qasem Soleimani.
Conversation. Narges Soleimani rejects U.S. claims about the arrest of alleged relatives of Qasem Soleimani. No family members live in the U.S., and the individuals do not match known relatives. Her closing line is telling. If you're looking for those tied to Soleimani, look in the Zagros Mountains, among the Lur, not in America. Source: Iranian channels.
Yes, that is very shocking. That's a very shocking development. Very shocking. What do you mean the people were not members of Soleimani's family? You could see how one could be easily flustered by such a development. I will get you more as I know it. Okay, now I think there were some other scenes I wanted to show you. I will continue to bring in this footage. I expect the waves to just continue over and over and over and over. You know, I could put on Al Jazeera as well to get us the top of the hour update. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. And it is very good to be with you all. Sorry, it took a second to get that to load up, as I am keeping an eye on the various developments on the ground. So I'm going to take you back to the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. You also have the map in the background. And I will continue to monitor developments. This is, again, the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. I want to check in on my friend Ali Hashim from Tehran, if he's even reporting.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, Donald Trump renews threats on Iran's energy sites as both sides search for a missing airman from a U.S. jet shot down over Iran.
Behind me, you can see actually the Institute for Plasma and Laser Research, which was heavily damaged.
Israel and the U.S. continue to attack civilian infrastructure in Iran. We report from a university campus that's been hit. Israelis stage a protest against the war on Iran after a day of strikes in central Israel that damaged buildings. Israel strikes the Lebanese city of Tyre while its forces advance in the south. Donald Trump says all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On social media, the U.S. president said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Well, time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." Well, meanwhile, the search for a missing U.S. airman in Iran continues. That's after Tehran says it downed 2 U.S. fighter jets on Friday, one near the Strait of Hormuz. 2 of the 3 crew have been rescued. Iran's military command says it used new defense systems to shoot down the planes and that it'll achieve full control over its airspace.
We had previously announced that we would demonstrate our capabilities in the field, let the enemy know that with the new air defense systems, built by the knowledge and proud youth of this country and unveiled one after another in the field of action, we will surely achieve complete control of our country's skies, and we will prove to the world more than ever before the humiliation of the wretched enemy.
Well, state media broadcast these images that are apparently showing people collecting what seems to be the wreckage of a U.S. jet. We're going to go to Mike Hanna, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. So we've got another deadline, Mike, and a crew member missing in Iran. How is all this playing out in the U.S.?
Well, indeed, yes. President Trump posting on his social media page that the deadline that he imposed ends on Monday, and he insists that he will carry out massive operations should Iran not comply with this deadline. Now, this is just the latest in a series of deadlines that have been set by the U.S. president, and it comes against the background of those U.S. aircraft being shot down in Iran. The search for a crew member is still ongoing. No comment from the Pentagon or indeed from the White House about that ongoing search. But of great concern, obviously, the fact that Iran has been able to shoot down U.S. aircraft. This after the president has said repeatedly in recent days that the Iranian air defenses have been totally obliterated. Well, what has happened in the past 24 hours, it shows that this is not correct at all.
Mike, something else has been happening in the background to all of this. Family members of one of Iran's most renowned military commanders, Qasem Soleimani, have been arrested in the U.S. I understand he was assassinated by the U.S. back in 2020. What more do we know about this?
Well, this is from a statement issued by the State Department, which says that the niece and the grandniece of the Iranian leader have been arrested. Now, the State Department insists that these are direct relatives of Soleimani. At the same time, it says that the niece, had been supporting Iran in public posts while living in Los Angeles. Now, after their green card was revoked, according to the State Department, they have been taken into custody by the FBI and are now in federal detention, an indication perhaps of a crackdown within the US on those who have prominent family members back in Iran.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. That's Mike Hanna there in Washington, D.C. Well, Russia's state nuclear company has evacuated another 200 staff from Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Earlier, the facility in southern Iran was attacked for a fourth time since the start of the war. The strike hit the perimeter, killing one person. Initial assessments show no sign of damage to the plant's main units, but Iran's Atomic Energy Agency is warning of a potential nuclear accident. And Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is warning on Saturday that radioactive fallout from an accident would, in his words, end life in Gulf capital cities. And US and Israeli forces have also hit a university in northern Tehran in the latest wave of attacks. Iran's science minister says more than 30 universities have been bombed across the country since the conflict began 5 weeks ago. Tehran has threatened to retaliate with attacks on US-affiliated schools in the region. Our correspondent, Dr. Asadi, visited the university. He sent us this report from the scene of the attack.
I'm in the campus of Shahid Beheshti University, located in the northern parts of the Iranian capital, Tehran. And behind me, you can see actually the Institute for Plasma and Laser Research, which was heavily damaged as a result of this recent round of the continued campaign of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. The amount of damage is unbelievably massive, not only to this building, but also where I was walking through the different parts of the campus, including a dormitory. And we know that this specific institute targeted is critically important. It was founded in 2003 by Dr. Tehranchi, the former head of the Azad University and one of the scientists of the country that was assassinated in the war that happened back in June. And right now we see that one of the institutes founded by him was impacted. And behind me, as you can see, this is the damage, the huge amount of damage to this building and the debris, the equipments related to this institute is all around, showing the huge amount of blast that took place. And this is the scope of the airstrikes across the country that is expanding in a sense, and now there are growing concerns about the civilian infrastructure, specifically schools and universities being targeted. It is not the first one. We know that 3 other major universities, this is obviously the third one, being targeted. And right now you can see this is the building that right now you're seeing is not the institute, but the dormitory in which students used to leave. Fortunately, we don't have the growing concern about the fatalities as students were outside for the Nowruz holidays. But it's still, speaking of the infrastructure, it is really massive. We know that prior to that, we've got the University of Science and Technology being targeted. The airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis put a huge amount of impact on them, and that is located in the eastern parts of the capital, where heavy bombardments have been happening over the past weeks. And related to that university also was Shamaghdari, one of the associate professors of Iran's University of Science and Technology, who was assassinated alongside with his 11 and 18-year-old children. The Iranian side is interpreting that as a war crime. It is interpreting that, according to the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as a systematic attack on the academic foundations of the country, which is going on. We know that in addition to the 2 universities, this one and the one in the eastern part of the capital, there is also Isfahan University of Technology, which was also targeted a couple of days ago. And this is obviously the continuation of the actually attacks that are targeting the infrastructure of the country.
Well, it's not just universities, as you saw there. Iran's ports and energy and water facilities have also been targeted in US-Israeli strikes over the last several weeks. Damaging or destroying these sites has major implications for Iranian civilians and the country's economy. Julie Dagard takes a look.
Satellite images show evidence of the damage US and Israeli attacks have done to Iran's critical infrastructure. Multiple ports have come under attack, including Bushehr. These are before and after satellite images, and in them you can see the sites have sustained significant damage. The port is vital to Iran's economy as it handles more than 3 million tons of cargo each year. Bushehr is also home to Iran's only operating nuclear power plant. Several attacks have targeted the vicinity, but Iran says there's been no damage. A port on Caim Island has also been hit. It's located in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical choke point for global shipping. Satellite images show some of the port's infrastructure has been damaged. The island also hosts a major desalination plant, which Iran says has been attacked. It supplies drinking water to about 30 villages. US forces have conducted major military strikes on Iran's Karg Island, which processes about 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. Again, the satellite images show some of these military sites hit have sustained.
God bless you, water under the fridge, who says, Grant is still doing more than the rest of the media. It's hard to get info when all three sides try to not show anything. I do my best. And for those, God bless you, my dear friend, love your username. For those of you who are wondering, why is Al Jazeera suddenly taking a pro-Iranian turn? Reports that Qatar is trying to make a deal with Iran to allow their ships to flow through the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for Qatar releasing $6 billion, I believe it is, dollars worth of sanctioned Iranian funds.
Damage. Now, these attacks did not target oil infrastructure, but Trump has threatened more strikes. The US and Israel have also hit oil depots and refineries in and around the capital. That includes the Agdassia oil warehouse, a major fuel storage and distribution facility. The attack sent large plumes of smoke across Tehran, releasing toxic substances into the air.
Alexandre Vauxavier is the editor-in-chief of the Swiss Military Review. He's a specialist in security and defence policy. He's joining us from Geneva. Thomas Warwick is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. He's also a former U.S. Department of Homeland Security Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counter-Terrorism Policy, and he is in Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Al Jazeera. Alexandre, I want to ask you first about this jet that has apparently come down in Iran and the search for the missing crewman. How surprising, first of all, is it
I want to hear this
F-15
analysis.
would have come down?
I agree.
It had to come someday. The historical record of this aircraft is that none so far, none until this year, have been lost in combat. So definitely it is a bit of a surprise. On the other side, this is an airplane which is more than 40 years old.
Thomas, Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth have been saying for several days now, in fact, a couple of weeks, that the U.S. controls the skies over Iran. What does this tell us about the U.S. strategy of flying deeper into Iran?
Well, we obviously don't know exactly why the planes were shot down, but the possibility of planes or pilots simply becoming fatigued over so many missions in such an intense period is something that I suspect U.S. military planners are now taking another look at. But as your other guest, as Alexander just said, the F-15 is one of the oldest fighter planes in the American inventory, and nothing at all like the more modern jets that are much newer than that. And so it's no surprise that the oldest planes are the most vulnerable to modern anti-aircraft tactics and methods for shooting them down.
Alexandra, I mean, Iran's military command has been saying that it's been using new defense systems built by the knowledge.
Latest from the IRGC incoming in 2 minutes.
Of Iran's defenses at the moment.
Iran has a very sophisticated, very diverse supply of different kinds of air defense systems. Some of this inventory is 1960s vintage. Some of it actually was purchased in the United States of America. The old medium-range Hawk missiles are still being used, sometimes heavily modified. So some of this inventory is very, very old. And another segment of this inventory is extremely recent, coming from China or having been supplemented or improved with Chinese technology, and is essentially tried. So this has never been used before. And so
hold on, Hemlock, I'll take a look in 1 second.
Air defense war that is being waged by Iran today, but all of these different systems
Thank you,
are
Hemlock.
coming on the air, they're coming live, and when they see something, they're definitely
it's beautiful, Hemlock.
So this makes for a very complex threat assessment picture. It is difficult for fighter aircraft and military planners to know exactly what they are going to be up against, because there are so many different systems, so many different radars, and some of it, as I said before, is untried.
Thomas, I mentioned before that you worked originally for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. You were Deputy Assistant Secretary for Terrorism Policy and so on. I want to draw on your experience of how intelligence assessments are made and interpreted, also within the intelligence community, but also when they get to the White House as well. There's been a lot of speculation, of course, about what assessments or interpretations the Trump White House made about the kind of response that Iran was going to give when it was attacked by Israel and by the US. In your experience, did the US and intelligence analysts just get their estimates of Iran's defenses wrong, or did they get it right, and were they ignored?
It's almost certain that they got it right, because the assessments are based on capabilities of technical systems that are well known. As Alexander just said, much of Iran's air defenses are based on technology acquired during the time of the Shah.
Latest from the IRGC incoming now.
Ago. And so the capabilities of
I'm
systems
about to have the
and the ability
subtitles.
of Iran, for instance, to close the Strait of Hormuz. Last night I actually looked up an old CIA assessment, now declassified, made during the Iran-Iraq War, in which Iran's then Speaker of the Majlis, Ali Akbar Hassan Ranjani, talked about Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz being more powerful than a nuclear weapon, in words that are ironically similar to what Iran's current leaders are now saying. So I have no doubt that the intelligence analysts got it right and presented a picture for the political leadership that said, look, here are the things that could happen. And it appears that the political leadership either misunderstood what they were told or thought that things would go better. And this kind of a misunderstanding has apparently happened on both sides in this war, with both Iranian and American leaders misjudging the other, often with catastrophic results that are one of the reasons why we are in a war right now.
Alexander, let's talk about the missing airmen. If Iran captures this downed U.S. airmen, how could it use that leverage?
Well, we have experiences that go very far. World War II, Vietnam, Korea. So definitely the use of this can be made for propaganda purposes. And
okay, I have the latest from the IRGC with English captions incoming now. It took me, that was me uploading it. Okay, I have the latest from the IRGC with English captions. I'm going to play it full screen for you now. This is the latest from the IRGC with English captions just 10 minutes ago. You're the first in the world to see it with English captions.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. موج 93 عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک السلام علیک یا حجت الله و دلیل ارادته در عصر روز جمعه علیه اهدافی در شمال و قلب سرزمین‌های اشغالی به اجرا درآمد. مراکز تجمع و پشتیبانی رزمی صهیونیست‌ها در مناطق شمالی و مرکزی سرزمین‌های اشغالی مورد اصابت دقیق قرار گرفتند. حملات این موج با ترکیبی از موشک‌های سوخت جامد و مایع و پهپادهای انهدامی صورت گرفته است. بامداد امروز شنبه در موج 94 عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مقدس یا ام البنین مراکز صنعتی نظامی در مرکز و جنوب سرزمین‌های اشغالی با موشک‌های بالستیک خرمشهر، عماد و خیبرشکن و پهپادهای انهدامی مورد اصابت قرار گرفتند. در این موج نقاطی در دیمونا، نقب، بیروستف و رامادگان هدف حمله قرار گرفتند. همچنین در مرحله دوم موج 94 عملیات وعده صادق 4 مرکز آماده سازی بالگردهای شینوک و سوله‌های نگهداری تجهیزات آن در پایگاه الودیری با ترکیبی از موشک‌های بالستیک و پهپاد مورد اصابت قرار گرفت. مقاومت اسلامی عراق نیز در ساعات گذشته موفق به انجام 19 عملیات موشکی پهپادی علیه اهداف آمریکایی صهیونی شده است. عملیات گسترده نیروهای دریایی و هوافضای سپاه در صبح امروز در موج 95 با رمز یا حسن ابن علی علیه السلام با موشک‌های حاج قاسم، خیبرشکن و قدر اجرا شدند. در این موج نقاطی در بنی براک، پتح تیکوا، تل‌آویو، راماتگان و کریات شمونه با موشک‌های چند کلاهکه قدر مورد هدف سنگین قرار گرفتند. در ادامه آتشبارهای هایمارس ارتش تروریستی آمریکا در جزیره بومیان کویت، سامانه پاتریوت آمریکایی در شمال بحرین، محل تجمع شلیک کنندگان موشک‌های آمریکایی، محل تجمع فرماندهان ارشد و مربیان ارتش تروریست آمریکا در امارات و شرکت فناوری هوش مصنوعی اوراکل آمریکایی در امارات بخشی از اهداف شاخص این حملات بودند. یک فروند کشتی تجاری تحت مالکیت رژیم صهیونیستی و با پرچم کشور ثالث هم در بندر خلیفه بن سلمان بحرین مورد هدف پرتابایی قدرتمند نیروی دریایی قرار گرفت. فراموش نکنید که در صورت گسترش شرارت کل منطقه به جهنمی برایتان تبدیل خواهد شد. سراب شکست جمهوری اسلامی ایران تبدیل به باطلاقی برای فرو رفتنتان شده است و من نصر.
All right, I'm intervening. No timeouts for opinions. I don't care if it's virulently anti-American. No timeouts for opinions. I'm going to have to set the rule here. So I want to set clear expectations. Personalities directed at other users, timeouts. I don't want any invocation. I want to be very gentle about this because people are being helpful. I don't want any invocation of rules that are subtle, like intent-based rules, like having to do with baiting under the auspices of opinion. People can say anti-American things, I don't care. They can say anti-Israel things. They can say the most virulent anti-Iranian things, I don't care. I don't care. Unless I see it for like an hour, it's not baiting. Just to set clear expectations. No opinions are unwelcome here. I don't care if you hate Iran, I don't care if you hate America, I don't care if you hate the IDF or hate the Palestinians or love any one of those people. All opinions are welcome. I reviewed it. But yes, God bless all of you. God bless you, Miss Clutch. I know this is hard, but I have a very specific moderation style. The only thing I want to see moderated, I'm setting very clear expectations. The only thing I want to see moderated is personalities. If someone in the chat directs personalities at another user, that's the only thing I want to see moderated. I don't want to see any opinion. If I need to moderate opinions after an hour or two, I will, but only I'm going to just set clear standards. If it's not a personality, don't moderate it. If it's like over an hour, raise it to my attention. But clear standards, only personalities are to be moderated. Personal attacks, generalizations about other people in the chat, and the personalities rule does not apply to anyone on the TV or me. Thank you. You can use personalities against me, I don't care. You can use personalities about the president of Iran, about the leader of Iran, about the leader of Israel, about the leader of the United States, I don't care. So I'm setting the standard. Nothing is to be moderated except by me, okay, unless it is a personality. The chat moms have unlimited discretion to intervene regarding personalities. But I just have a very sensitive sort of soul about opinions. I will deal with sea lioning. I'll deal with our friend who tends to rile up the chat. I know who he is. But yeah, I'm just setting expectations. I only want to see personalities moderated. Anything else, elevate to me with a username highlight at Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you. You're all wonderful. God bless all of you. I know it's a very difficult line to walk. It's just I have a very specific moderation style, and that's how I want to do it. Thank you all for your understanding. That was the latest from the IRGC. Here's the latest from Mashhad in Iran around 11 a.m. today.
Conversation. Around 11 a.m. Received video with description. They only hit petrochemical Fajr 1 and Fajr 2 in the special economic zone, which were utility facilities for the companies in the area. Amir Kabir, Regale, and others were not directly targeted, and since the companies are adjacent to each other, the smoke, flames, and explosion debris caused misjudgment by observers. Outside the special zone, they also hit the power plant's water section, which is also a utility for Bandar Imam Petrochemical. The grey smoke in the back and right belongs to Bandar Imam Petrochemical, and the black smoke in the middle belongs to Fajr 1. Wikipedia, the scope of activities, Fajr utility, includes the production and supply of electricity, steam, industrial water, air separation, and wastewater treatment for the petrochemical complexes in the region. Saturday, April 4th.
So I'll show you the latest from Iran now. Oh, God bless you, Hector. Oh, Hector. That is the kind... Look at that. Look at him. Oh, my goodness. Hector. Hector, I have never seen that one before. Listen. I don't know if you know how much I love super towel pairs. First of all, that's like the most generous super sticker anyone's ever sent. I'm very touched. Second of all, every super towel pair brings like warmth to my heart. Hector, that super towel pair is dancing around a city. He's bigger than the city. He's a Godzilla super towel pair. Oh my goodness, and he has a little super towel headband on. Look how excited he is. He's excited as I am. Oh, him and I could absolutely be friends. Oh, I would hang out with that little super towel pair. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, look how excited he is. You don't understand. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I just want to watch him dance. Look at, I'm recording this right now. Hector, this is the first super chat or super sticker I've recorded. I take screenshots of them all. Hector, I'm recording this because he's dancing around the city. I'm giving him super towel head pats. Oh, God bless you. God bless you, Hector. I am so grateful for you. And this super towel pair, look at him. Look at how happy he is. Oh, look, just look at him dance. I mean, he's just dancing around. And he's got a whole city below him. Look, he's bigger than the entire city. He's the greatest super towel emoji I have ever seen. I want to make it into a permanent emoji. I just want to hang out with him. Oh, look at him. That's me. That's exactly me. You don't understand. That's how I feel. I just want to run around, just throw my arms up in the air. I'm so excited. God bless you, Hector. That's the greatest super towel emoji I have ever seen in my entire life. Look at him. Look at him. I want you all to just look at the super towel emoji. I recorded that, Hector. I saved it from my records. I guess it's technically already recorded, but I recorded it separately. So I have 2 recordings of it. Oh, you little super towel pair. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, I want to just give him a little super towel head pats. No. God bless you, Hector. That is the most wonderful super emoji towel of all time. God bless you, Hector. I just want to hang out with him for a minute. Thank you all for allowing me that indulgence. What a nice thing. God bless you. You're absolutely doing a great job, Miss Clutch. I know we are all on edge because of yesterday. Listen, Miss Clutch, I'm on edge because of that guy. What's his name? I think, Miss Clutch, I've narrowed it down. It's one guy. He just keeps coming back. He's got a style. He can't help himself. He has 4 personalities he's tried on us. I think he kind of set us all off, so. But yeah, we're going to make it work. I think I'm going to take everybody's perspective into consideration. And that's why I like the system. You can escalate things to me with a username tag, but in terms of personalities, hard line. No personalities towards other members of the chat ever, under any circumstances, and the chat moms have unlimited discretion. Here's the latest from Mashhad, Iran. Taking you now to Mashhad, Iran. God bless you, Mimi. Oh, water under the fridge. Oh, my dear friend. Oh, God bless you. Oh, God bless you, water under the fridge. We are 100% going to have a towel-based party, and you are invited along with all of your towel friends because you are loved and appreciated. Oh, God bless you, water under the fridge. What a kind thing to do for Towel Channel. Hector Ramirez sent a dancing super sticker, and water under the fridge said that we're going to have a party. Unfortunately, there's not a party at that oil refinery in Iran. I'm very concerned about hitting technological infrastructure, but I also really appreciate my dear friend Wada under the fridge. So it's kind of a position juxtaposition moment, and I just wanted to say thank you to Wada under the fridge. Yeah, Wada under the fridge is the towel fridge. There is only one Wada under the fridge, and they are loved and appreciated by so many, including Little Towel. Yes, I don't think there's going to be any parties, unfortunately, in the war zones, but we will use our camaraderie and compassion to get through the tension of it all together. And I will keep you updated. It's the top of the hour. We're going to Al Jazeera. I will keep you updated on the region. The latest attack was in the last hour on Tel Aviv from first Iran. Oh, that's Ali Hashim. That's exactly why I wanted to check in. Hold on.
In place.
Did you know Ali Hashim is a colleague and dear friend? I think he's one of the best reporters in the region. I hope to meet him someday after this war. I worry about him because he's right in the middle of where the bombs are falling. I know why he's there. He flew in the middle of the war.
Zero, live from Doha. With our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan. The latest this hour. Donald Trump renews threats on Iran's energy sites as both sides search for a missing airman from a US jet shot down over Iran.
Behind me, you can see actually the Institute for Plasma and Laser Research, which was heavily damaged.
Israel and the US continue to attack civilian infrastructure in Iran. We report from a university campus that's been hit. Israel strikes the Lebanese city of Tyre while its forces advance in the south. Italy's Prime Minister pays a visit to Qatar and says that if the Gulf nation isn't helped, Italy may run out of the energy that it needs.
Oh, hold on. Very serious scenes coming out of Tel Aviv tonight during an anti-war protest. Leaders of the anti-war movement in Israel were very violently arrested. I'm going to show you to now. This is the latest from Tel Aviv, where Elon Lee Green and Nadav Oren were arrested. Here we go. This is Tel Aviv tonight. This is an anti-war protest in Israel.
נמשיך להתנגד למלחמה הזו. כל ישראלי חייב להתנגד למלחמה הזו. נגד המלחמה באיראן ונגד המלחמה בלבנון. היא לא רק נגד העמים במזרח התיכון, היא נגד העם בישראל. היא פוגעת באזרחים הישראלים, היא פוגעת בזכויות שלנו. העסקים הסגורים, הילדים של הבית, האנשים המתים, הבניינים, המלחמה הזו היא רק לטובת נתניהו. היא נגד העם בישראל.
The latest from Tel Aviv at the anti-war protest tonight. I now have scenes from you from Iran. Let's find out what the Iranian people have to say on the ground. Okay, I'll take you to the latest from Iran. Let's see what the Iranian people have to say with English captions. Okay, so this is the latest from on the ground in Iran earlier today with English captions. Here's what at least the people allowed to be interviewed on Iranian state TV had to say.
اینو میدونی چیه؟
چیه این؟
این چیه؟
واکسن هپاتیت.
واکسن بچه رو زدی؟
نه.
اگر این واکسن نبود بچه‌هامون به مشکل می‌خوردن.
در واقع با همین واکسن ها بزرگ شدن.
برترین کشورهایی هستیم که واکسن می‌سازیم.
جزء برترین های منطقه بودیم.
ما جزء شرکت اول دوم بودیم توی این حوزه.
انواع خارجیش بود. الان این واکسن تولید خود کشور.
قدمت واکسن سازی تو ایران چند؟
قدمت خیلی قدیمیه.
100 سال.
100 سال؟
بیشتر از عمر اسرائیل.
تمدن کشور ما 6000 ساله.
میدونی این واکسن کجا تولید کرده؟
همون جایی که اون نامردا زدن.
من تو پاستور درسته؟
اصلا دیدم اصلا به هم ریخته.
شاید ساختمون خراب شه ولی ذهن که خراب نمیشه.
اینجاست. اینو نمیتونن از بین ببرن. دانش ما عقل ماست، تو قلب ماست.
همین واکسن سازی ما رو زد.
جنایت جنگیه. با دانش ما مشکل دارن، با استقلال ما مشکل دارن،
با پیشرفت ما مشکل دارن.
از پیشرفت علمی ایران میترسن.
نمیخواد پیشرفت ایران اسلامی رو ببینه.
مشکل با ایران قویه.
نمیخواد هیچ وقت ایران و ایرانی قوی بشه.
نسلی که زیر سایه این پرچم هستن رو در واقع هدف گرفتن. البته کسی که آدم میکشه، بچه میکشه، خب طبیعیه این کارا رو بکنه.
اوج جنایت جنگی.
بی‌شرفی محضش رو داره به راه تمام جهان میکشه. به خاطر اینکه ما رو لنگ خودشون کنن.
از اون تیغایی بود که رو گردن ما نگه داشته بودن، حاضر بودن که ما بمیریم ولی واکسن به ما ندن. همون کاری که تو کرونا کردن.
نمیتونن قبول بکنن که ما به این خودکفایی برسیم.
یعنی اولین کار ما رو تو واکسن تحریم میکردن که باعث میشد هزاران تا بلا و مریضی به جون بچهای این سرزمین بیفته.
آقای ترامپ میزنی ولی ما بهترش رو میسازیم.
صدای تولید واکسن‌های ایرانی آنقدر در گوش دشمن سنگینی می‌شد که خواست با صدای جنگنده‌هاشان را خاموش کند. اما صدای جنگنده‌های آمریکا حریف پیشرفت ایران نشده و نخواهد شد.
یادمان نره بر سیستم ایمنی ایرانی‌ها و سیستم دفاعی کشور در همین میادین تقویت و تأمین می‌شود.
ایران سربلند، ایران سرفراز، ای خاک باش و پیمان باش و خاک حماس سال، این سرنوشت ماست در دست‌های ما.
سیستم دفاعی کشورمون چجوری؟ خیلی خوبه، عالی.
بزن که خوب میزنی.
پرقدرت عالیه، افتخار می‌کنیم.
ترکوندن امروز از شدت هیجان قلبمون داشت میومد تو دهنمون. دشمنی که مرکز نجات جان انسان‌ها در ایران را هدف قرار گرفت، حالا جان یکی از خلبان‌هایش به دست مردم این خاک افتاده است.
و همین مردم برای پیدا شدن خلبان جنگنده آمریکایی موج‌نفونی هم داشتن.
خلبانه که اون لحظه گفتن افتاده تو ایران، حاضر بودید؟
کردیم، همه کیف کردیم.
دنبال یه راه بودم فقط سری خودمو برسونم اونجا.
اون لحظه که بهتون گفتن خلبانه تو ایران افتاده، حاضر بودید چه مژدگانی بدیم خلبانه رو بگیریم؟
حاضر بودم همه زندگیمو بدم.
هر چی طلا دارم. موتورمون.
موتور زدن؟
عزیزترین چیز خونم موتورمونه. لازم باشه خونمو هدیه میکنم بهشون.
من اگه بخوام مژدگونی بدم به مادر اون کسی که اینو پیدا کرده مژدگونی میدم که همچین شیر بچه‌ای تربیت کرده و به ایران داده.
در هر شهر و روستایی که هستید میتونید از تجمعات شبانه‌ای که دارید برای ما تصویر بفرستید به آدرس آیدی که این پایین زیرنویس شده. منتظر تصاویرتون هستیم.
Okay. That's Iranian State TV this evening, showing interviews with people who are very made. I mean, not all of the Iranian population has the same opinion. Obviously, the people who are going to be put, on the TV are going to be pro-state because that's how propaganda works. So, but there you go. That's the perspective of Iranians on the ground. Oh, God bless you, Diane. But yes, so I just want to reiterate. I was a little tired this morning. I was a little out of it. My tooth has been hurting, so I didn't sleep well. But I'm kind of more with it after having my energy drink. So let me reiterate my expectations. I'll write them out later on the Discord and whatnot, but you can join. We have a towel Discord. I'll drop the link in the chat. Let me just enumerate my expectations. So the rules of this channel are pretty simple, okay? No slurs, no being derogatory, no being discriminatory, no personality, show compassion, no sea lioning, no trolling. Also, Lynn is chat mom, and we love penguins and goats. Hashtag free the goats and save the goats. Now, in terms of what I'd like to see. So I am the speaker, okay? I impose order in the chamber, but I have some assistant speakers that are chat moms and dads and towels that also impose order. There's a delegation of authority regarding only personalities. So pursuant to Towel Standing Order Rule 2, I thus have drafted a delegation of authority, okay? So this delegation of authority, and I'm the only one that gets to vote on it. So, you can give input, but I get to vote on it, So this delegation of authority is hereby ratified for the towel moms and dads and the towels who have elevated permissions in the chat. Your delegation of authority is enumerated as follows. You may act with unlimited and unbound discretion in the areas of personalities. Personalities, for the purposes of this stand-in order, shall be defined as any comment directed at another user in the chat which is to be constructed by the chair or the delegated authority as such, as being directed in a negative manner at the other person, okay? If you are saying you love someone in the chat, that is a personality technically, but that's not a problem. No accusing someone else in the chat of lying, no accusing someone else in the chat of being X, Y, and Z, no describing another person in the chat, okay? No attributing a characteristic to them. Anything that falls under the definition of personalities in the House of Commons, you cannot do in this chat. That delegation of authority empowers the towel moms and dads in the chat to issue graduated punishments. They may remove your comment if it's a personality. They may time you out for 60 seconds to 10 minutes to 24 hours. Okay? That is the delegation of authority. So that is your remit. Act within it as you see fit, towel moms and dad. Thank you for your understanding. Standing Order 3. All other rule violations, in particular rule violations that require the chair to rule on the intent of the violator, shall be escalated to the chair via proper motion by either an assistant speaker or any member of this honorable house by tagging Grant Smith Ellis in orange in the YouTube chat. Okay? So it's a firm bifurcation, and I think it's easiest if we all have sort of established protocols and standards. So again, Towel Standing Order Rule 1. I can name any honorable member and suspend them from the House for the remainder of the days sitting at my discretion. Number 2, the towel moms and dads with delegated authority pursuant to Towel Standing Order Rule 2 may act against and enforce the policy against personalities at any time with unbounded discretion. Number 3, all other rule violations, including but not limited to those requiring an analysis of the intent of the speaker of the intent of the honorable member who has thus spoke such an infraction, shall be elevated to the speaker, which is me, for personal review. Thank you for your understanding. We got to bifurcate between results and intense crimes. You know what I'm saying? That's the first step of any analysis. Results, intense crime. Then you do the actus reus, which is the act requirement, then the mens reus, the mens requirement, and then we look at the application of proximate cause. Okay, everybody all set? Let's do it.
Donald Trump says all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On social media, the US president said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make up a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." Meanwhile, the search for a missing US airman in Iran continues. That's after Tehran said that it had downed 2 US fighter jets on Friday, one near the Strait of Hormuz. 2 of the 3 crew have been rescued. Iran's military command says that it used new defense systems to shoot down the planes and that it'll achieve, quote, full control over its airspace.
We had previously announced that we would demonstrate our capabilities in the field, let the enemy know that with the new air defense systems, built by the knowledge and proud youth of this country and unveiled one after another in the field of action, we will surely achieve complete control of our country's skies, and we will prove to the world more than ever before the humiliation of the wretched enemy.
State media have broadcast these images. They're apparently showing people collecting what seems to be the wreckage of a US jet. We'll get the view from Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who's in Tehran, in just a moment. But first, let's go to Mike Hanna, who's in Washington, D.C. Mike, another deadline, another crew member still missing in Iran. How's all this playing out there in the US?
Yes, well, the latest in a series of deadlines that have been set by President Trump. Now he's insisting that the 10-day deadline he imposed will be finishing on Monday, after which he will take stringent action. But President Trump making absolutely clear that he wants to keep up the pressure on Iran with such threats as he has done in the past. But against this background, the loss of American aircraft over Iranian airspace of great There's been no comment from the Pentagon or indeed from the White House about the search for the crew member still missing. But the fact that the Iranian air defenses were able to bring down U.S. aircraft is very, very damaging to the U.S. reputation, in particular, given the fact that President Trump had insisted repeatedly in recent days that the Iranian air defenses had been completely obliterated, and his critics contend that this is deeply misleading the American public.
Mike, stay with us. Let's bring in Ali Hashem in Tehran. Ali, has there been any reaction there in Iran?
It's my friend Ali.
Energy sites.
Well, direct reaction we've not seen yet. However, the Iranians already reacted to the President Trump's threats 15 days ago, because, you know, this threat has been in place for more than 15 days. Then he extended it for another 5 days. Then he extended the deadline for another 10 days. So now we are waiting for the last 48 hours. And there are reports also that Israel is also preparing for what could be an attack on Iran's power facilities. So for the Iranians, the threat, the counter threat was the whole region's power plants will be destroyed, will be attacked in retaliation to any attack on Iran's power stations. Also, this includes Israel and the Gulf, as they said. But as you know, this is a multi-layered threat. There was a threat of an attack on the power stations, and there was another attack, another threat of attacking or occupying the Khashoggi island in the Gulf or any other islands. This is what President Trump has been repeating. The Iranians have said that they are waiting for American soldiers to come to combat them. Besides, what's been happening in the past few days, especially yesterday, gave the Iranians a bit of confidence.
Hi, Zach.
In fact, they've downed yesterday at least 2 planes and targeted another 5 planes in average, in total. So they are saying, just as you mentioned, that they have a new defensive system. This defensive system could help them to stress the idea that open skies isn't anymore the case in Iran, as President Trump was saying.
Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem reporting live from Tehran. Ali, many thanks. Let's go back to Mike in Washington. Mike.
Oh, Zach, that is so kind of you. Oh, those floating hearts are very special, Zach. Anytime the jewels and the floating hearts come in, it reminds me of a simpler time. I don't know why. They're just very special. They kind of like, you know, I don't really know. Like, we don't have them here. They're a region-specific feature for YouTube that is kind of in beta. But I really appreciate it, Zach. Thank you for that floating heart. It's really precious. It means a lot to me. It has very positive energy.
Family members of one of Iran's most renowned military commanders, Qasem Soleimani, have been arrested. He was assassinated by the U.S. back in 2020. What more do we know?
Well, a statement from the State Department says precisely that it doesn't offer any evidence of the exact relationship, although the statement says that it is Soleimani's niece and his grandniece. The State Department statement says that their green cards have been revoked because the niece, her name is Hamideh Soleimani Afshar, had been writing messages supporting Iran in this war on her social media pages while based in Los Angeles, according to the State Department. We understand as well that after the green cards were revoked, the FBI arrested these 2 Iranians. They are now being held in federal custody.
Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reported.
Okay, the latest now from Yemen. I'll read you a statement. I'll British reporter I'll read you a statement from the Houthis. Yes, I saw that, Miss Clutch. Thank you for finding that. The border between Syria and Israel is going to be subject to attack. Let me read you the latest right now from the Houthis, who have confirmed they sent a ballistic missile towards Israel.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Urgent. Statement from the Yemeni Armed Forces. With the aid of Almighty God, our armed forces have carried out the 5th military operation. Using a hypersonic ballistic missile and a number of drones, we targeted Lod Airport in the Jaffa area and vital and military targets of the Israeli enemy in southern occupied Palestine. This operation was a joint effort with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and Army and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it successfully achieved its objectives by the grace of God.
Hi, God bless you, Johnny boy. Thank you for asking. I was grateful to be able to have lunch today. I had some frozen cheese. It probably was, but it was cheese with bread. Then I had a sandwich with cheese. It was really good, and that was the extent of my dinner. Thank you for asking. I'll now show you the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, the targeting of 2 Merkava tanks in Wayad al-Ayun using loitering drones. This is the latest from Hezbollah, released just now from March 26th. I try, Casey Wolf. Latest release from Hezbollah. Listen, Hezbollah is getting a lot out. Hezbollah is getting a lot out. Michael, Swisher Sweets. Oh, a long time ago, they were popular. I haven't had one in a while. They banned flavored cigars, which is for the best. I feel like flavored cigars did get a little overwhelming. I don't know what was in them. They're banned in my state, so we only have plain cigars, which is fine. I only smoke plain cigars anyway, and I do not encourage smoking cigars. I just happen to be a war reporter during war. Here's the latest from Ramat Gan in Israel. I showed you this video earlier. Ramat Gan. I have not, Miss Rockstar, I have not. I will have to check it. God bless you, my friend. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. I checked one of my emails. Miss Rockstar, I get so many emails, but I haven't gotten anything. If there's something I'm supposed to see, grantsmithellis@gmail.com, you just let me know. This is the latest from Ramat Khan. Hold on. What am I being alerted to? Hold on. Miss Clutch got yelled at by Nightbot. Nightbot, you leave Miss Clutch alone. Oh, okay, Bunny, you have a great time. I'm here, my dear friend, Towel Mom Bunny. You have a wonderful time. I hope you say hi to Kofi for me. Kofi is a super dog. Hi, Kofi. The man on the TV is talking to you, Kofi. Kofi, by the way, if you've never seen Kofi, did you know that Bunny, Towel Mom's dog, is an emoji? Not just, any emoji, but the Kofi emoji. Yeah, I made a special emoji just for Kofi. Primo's dog is also an emoji. Yeah, we have a lot of doggo emojis. Did you know Rockstar the cat is also an emoji? Yeah, I know. You know who else is an emoji? Chloe the dog in a wig. It's emoji season, you know what I'm saying? Everybody loves emojis. That was the latest from Ramat Gan. Miss Clutch. Have fun, Dinosaur. It was great to meet you. I hope you enjoy your family dinner. God bless you and your family on this Easter weekend. And thank you so much for spending time with us. I hope we see you again very soon. No, flavored vapes are also illegal in my state. It was, the logic was they were attractive to children. Which, yeah, so they banned them. Hi, Nikki. How are you doing?
This operation was a joint effort with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and Army and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it successfully achieved its objectives by the grace of God.
No.
Rate this translation.
No, that was not what I wanted you to read, please.
Rate this translation.
No, I wanted you to read something completely different.
Conversation. Hebrew Channel 12, due to Hezbollah's intense shelling. The Israeli government allows local authorities in the north to evacuate some Israelis from northern towns as of tomorrow.
Okay, that's the latest from the north. It's kind of hard to argue with Hezbollah's staying power. Okay, here's the latest from the Houthis in Yemen. They didn't put English captions, so I don't think we're going to have any idea what they actually said, but we can listen to them. They put Arabic captions. Okay, but Arabic captions aren't very helpful.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال تعالى إن الله يحب الذين يقاتلون في سبيله صفا كأنهم بنيان مرصوص صدق الله العظيم دعما وإسنادا لمحور الجهاد والمقاومة في إيران ولبنان والعراق وفلسطين وفي إطار مواجهة المخطط الصهيوني الذي يسعى لإقامة إسرائيل الكبرى تحت مسمى الشرق الأوسط الجديد نفذت قواتنا المسلحة بعون الله تعالى العملية العسكرية الخامسة وذلك بصاروخ باليستي انشطاري وعدد من الطائرات المسيرة استهدفت مطار اللد في منطقة يافا وأهدافا حيوية وعسكرية للعدو الإسرائيلي جنوبي فلسطين المحتلة وكانت هذه العملية مشتركة مع حرس الثورة والجيش الإيراني وحزب الله في لبنان وقد حققت أهدافها بنجاح بفضل الله تحيي القوات المسلحة اليمنية كافة أبناء شعبنا اليمني العظيم شعب الإيمان والحكمة على خروجه الحاشد في صنعاء والمحافظات والمديريات والقرى رفضا للمخطط الصهيوني ومواجهة لمعادلة الاستباحة التي يسعى العدو لفرضها على أمتنا مستمرون في عملياتنا العسكرية ضمن محور الجهاد والمقاومة حتى يتحقق النصر بإذن الله والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل نعم المولى ونعم النصير عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة صنعاء 16 من شوال 1447 للهجرة الموافق للرابع من أبريل 2026 صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
Okay. He announces that they targeted Tel Aviv with a drone. He mentioned a bunch of different sites that were targeted, and then he said it was done in conjunction with the IRGC and Hezbollah in a joint wave. Then he probably said, by the grace of God, they will continue to fight on behalf of the resistance in the name of the Yemeni people, and they're the armed forces of Yemen. They're not. They're arguably they are the They proclaim themselves the armed forces of Yemen, but the Yemen Nationalist Council in the south would object to that. He also said that the Houthis are reaffirming their alliance with Iran and other resistance members. Thank you to translator Tawal Had. God bless you. And remember, the Houthis started in the 1980s. There was a man named Mr. Houthi. He was in the Iranian parliament, the Yemenese parliament. He got expelled from the parliament, and then he went up to the north of Yemen. And Mr. Houthi wanted to start a resistance movement from a cave in the north of Yemen. I can show you where it is actually. So he was down here. All right, Mr. Houthi, he was down here. All right, Mr. Houthi was in Yemen. Where is it? Over here. All right, so Mr. Houthi was in this part of Yemen originally in the parliament in Sana'a. I think that's where the parliament was in the 80s. But anyway, he then went up here, outside of this town of Sana'a. I think it was in the Al Fair Valley. I want to say the cave was literally maybe right here. I think it was this cave, maybe that cave. It's one of these mountain ranges. So anyway, Mr. Houthi was up there. I think it might be over here. I don't remember. It was somewhere around the Al Fair Valley. So anyway, Mr. Houthi was up there, and he was mad. So he was starting this resistance movement. Now, if you start a resistance movement, the government isn't going to love you. So they bombed Mr. Houthi, and he died. But he became a martyr for the resistance groups in northern Yemen. And between 1980 and today, the Houthis, they're called Ansar al-Houthi, in the honor of Mr. Houthi, have taken over a large amount of territory in southern Yemen, northern Yemen, okay? But they are an Iranian-backed proxy. They control this much of Yemen, okay? On the other, like southern part of Yemen, like diagonally, including near Aden, there's the Yemenis National Council, the YNC. Now this is two factions that are both, they kind of fight, but they like somewhat support each other. They are both backed by Saudi Arabia. So you see you got the Houthis in this part of Yemen backed by Iran. So Iran sends them lots of things, you know, Iran's over here. So Iran wants to send ships out of like here, okay? And they want the ships to go over here. And then they want the ships to go into port, normally up here. Iran likes to load their missiles into Yemen at Al Hudaydah, okay? And then it just goes like right into Houthi-controlled territory, okay? And then the Houthis like to fire missiles up at Israel, okay? And that's Mr. Houthi. And he's dead. But that's Mr. Houthi and his band of resistance fighters in Yemen. Okay, so that's the history of the Houthis, and that's who you just heard speaking. So, yeah, I hope that you found that educational lesson stimulating and edifying, and I hope that it brought you to the precipice of a new state of enlightened consciousness. That feeling is very pleasant. You sometimes just have to embrace knowing that knowledge can be stimulating to the mind and body alike. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm just gonna go ahead back to Al Jazeera, and then I'll continue to update you as new statements come in.
Generating more confusion?
No, we're way too far ahead. I don't want to watch This Is America. I want to watch the update from Lebanon, if you would be so kind. Although they haven't actually had anyone in Lebanon. The last hour, I don't believe there was anyone from Lebanon. They did play that report. Okay. Oh, okay. Here's a report from Ramallah.
Zone. Netanyahu says that the strikes won't stop.
I promised you that we will continue to crush the terror regime in Tehran, and that is exactly what we are doing. After we destroyed 70% of their steel production capacity, which serves them as raw material for the weapons against us, today we attacked their petrochemical plants. These two things are their money machine to finance the war of terror against us and against the whole world. We will continue to crush them, as I promised.
A wave of Iranian cluster missiles has hit at least 10 locations in central Israel. At least 4 people have been injured. Israel says one attack in Ramat Gan caused a building to partially collapse. An electricity line was also damaged, causing a power outage in several parts of the city. A major fire was also reported at a military-linked facility in Beersheba. And in northern Israel, the city of Kiryat Shmona has come under missile attack. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility, saying that it launched a barrage there on Saturday morning. Let's go live now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh is following developments from there. Noor, we've heard an Israeli official saying that they're ready to hit Iranian energy facilities. They're just waiting for the green light from the US. Netanyahu has also been speaking, as we heard. Talk us through what we've heard from Israeli officials in the last hour or so.
Well, the message from Netanyahu has to do with this escalation, with setting up the scene for even more days of very fierce fighting. Now, a lot of things are happening at the same time. Netanyahu saying we hit their steel industry, we're hitting their petrochemical plants, because this will not allow Iran to produce weapons. That's the Israeli claim. In the meantime, the Israeli army has extended the state of emergency, so no schools, they will continue to be online, no gatherings of large numbers. Life will not return to normal for the time being. While all of that is happening, Adrian, the Israeli military is leaking to the Israeli media that already briefings are underway on the upcoming escalation, because it seems that diplomatic efforts have failed and they're just gearing up for the go-ahead from Donald Trump that the Iran's power grid and energy resources will be hit. The messaging right now in Israel is that a big escalation is coming, and that would be the final act, if you will, in the war. Of course, that omits the other side of the equation and the fact that Israelis have been reeling from Iranian attacks, from the fallout of this war, and the fact that many critics are now saying this war lacks any political strategy or vision for an endgame.
No, Netanyahu's comments appear aimed at keeping Israelis engaged in the conflict, but there are critics taking to Israeli television. Let's take a listen.
The problem is the gap between political promises to wipe out Hezbollah and the reality. Rockets keep flying and Hezbollah keeps operating.
Israel's weak, failing and corrupt government needs to understand this. People in the north aren't just human shields. We're definitely not Israel's watchdogs.
No, weekly protests are held against the Netanyahu government and criticism of his policies do take place. But are Israelis still behind this war?
Well, Israelis are still, by and large, Jewish Israelis are, by and large, still behind the war. But what you heard there is a very powerful example of the rift and the difference, if you will, between support for attacking Iran and support for what's happening on the northern front with Hezbollah. Let's remember that Netanyahu said Hezbollah was defeated back in 2024. He said they were set back decades. Now we're hearing, even from the Israeli army, an admission that they underestimated the capabilities of Hezbollah, that group has the potential of firing 200 rockets every day for 5 months. Now, this is a very long way from being defeated. And what you see is an expression of frustration. Northern communities, the residents there are leaving, and military experts are saying this was not calculated. It is costly financially, it is costing soldiers who are coming back dead and injured, and it will not result in a change of the formula because Hezbollah will remain. Israel cannot possibly disarm it the way it had promised when it reopened this war front days after launching attacks on Iran. Adrian?
Al Jazeera's Noor Uday reporting live from the occupied West Bank. Many thanks, Noor. The renewed threat on Iran's energy facilities by President Trump and Israel raises concerns for Gulf nations caught in the crossfire of the US-Israeli war on Iran. Let's go live now to the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Al Jazeera's Rasul Surdar is there. Rasul, Israel says it's waiting to launch attacks on Iranian energy sites. Now, if President Trump carries through on that threat and Iran responds, what will the Gulf response be?
Indeed. So here, simply what have Iranians so far done is the retaliatory attacks to the American and Israeli attacks. So Iranians, since the beginning of the war, they have been attacking the residential areas when the residential areas were hit by Americans and Israelis. So they have attacked the airports, the Dubai International Airport, Kuwait International Airport, the vicinity of Doha International Airport. And then there has been the military sites across these countries that belongs to the Americans, and the desalination plants, particularly those in Kuwait, the oil tanks over there, the power station there. And so if the Americans attack further on these energy facilities and infrastructures in Iran, so the expectation is that Iran is also going to expand its target list. As so far, we have seen that at least 6 large oil refineries have been attacked by Iranians. And we're talking about Ras Laffan gas field in Qatar, which is the world's largest of its kind, then Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia, then the Yanbu gas fields in gas facilities in Saudi Arabia, and then yesterday Habshan gas facilities in United Arab Emirates, which is the largest in the country. So this perhaps is going to expand. And so for the Gulf countries now, what will be the response for them? So far, what we have seen is that they are condemning it and referring to the Article 51 of the UN Charter, talking about the right of self-defense and the retaliation. But mostly, so far, they have shown a great amount of restraint. And the reason for that, they're saying, well, there is a lot at stake. If the region gets involved, then this war is going to get deeper and it's going to be more entrenched, and the effects on the global economy is going to be tremendous. So So what they are doing now, they're trying to somehow coordinate their force with the global community. You have seen Bahrain submitting a draft resolution to the UN Security Council, simply trying to convince the Security Council that they need to act and stop Iran, even if it's necessary militarily. But here, they are running out of the patience, and the Gulf countries are saying that if the attacks expand to that level, then the possibility of the retaliation from the Gulf countries perhaps is going to be more likely.
Brazil, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has arrived in the United Arab Emirates on the third and final leg of a visit to the Gulf. Meloni is the first EU leader to come to the region since the start of the war.
Clearly, it is not a symbolic visit. Of course, what we wanted to give is also a message of solidarity towards nations that are partners, that are friends, and that continue to suffer unjustified attacks from Iran. But our goal was not simply to bear witness. It was and it is to lend a hand to address the problems and thus be able to better defend Italian national interests. The Gulf is a fundamental actor in the global energy market and more. If production and transit here contracts or even stops, this increases for everyone. And if it worsens, we can reach the point of not having all the energy that is necessary, even in Italy.
Brazil, clearly, Meloni sees the necessity of supporting Gulf states. Why?
Indeed, so here, Meloni is the first head of the government in any Western country visiting the region since the beginning of the war, since February 28. And definitely, so Italy's, more than 10% of Italy's LNG and the gas need is being imported from the GCC countries, and 15% of its oil is being imported from the GCC countries. So Qatar is a major LNG provider, while Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates are the major oil provider to Italy. But overall, for Europe is also important, because she's not only the Prime Minister of Italy, she's a European Union leader of one of the major European Union countries. So particularly since 2022, when Russia has invaded Ukraine, so as a policy of the European Union trying to reduce their dependency on Russian energy resources, so they have deepened their relations, particularly economic ties, the energy ties with the GCC countries. And so in 2023, more than $170 billion of the trade volume has happened between these two parties. 75% of that are oil and gas. So now that the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed by Iran, indeed the level of the traffic has dropped to 5% of the normal levels. So this is putting a huge pressure on the European economies. So we're seeing the hike in the oil prices, and also around 40% rise in the natural gas prices in European countries. But the sole visit of this, the sole purpose of this visit is not only to secure the energy flow to the European countries, particularly Italy, but also the European countries are seizing the opportunity here. While the US security umbrella is not delivering, so the European countries are here and they are signing the defense deals with the GCC countries, and Italy is a solid country that is having quite a strong defense base. And so we are seeing that there are more and more agreements being signed between GCC countries and Europeans.
And Brazil, while we've got you here, I'm just reading on the newswires breaking right now that Yemen's Houthis say that they've carried out a military operation attacking targets in Israel. What's the significance of that?
Indeed, so for a long time, almost like for a course of the amount, so that was the question, whether Houthis are going to be involved in this fighting or not. And then finally they came up and they say, well, they have conducted their first attack to Israel in a show of solidarity with Iran. However, they have been quite clear that these attacks are just for Israel and limited with Israel, so that they're not going to attack as of now, at least, if the the U.S. doesn't escalate, they are not going to attack to the U.S. assets or the other regional actors. But in their statements, they said, well, if the war expands and if the regional countries get involved, then there could be a reassessment of the scope and scale of the Houthis attacks. And of course, here the concern simply mainly is that the Strait of Hormuz is now largely closed, and the only alternative for many GCC countries, particularly for Saudi Arabia, is the Red Sea. And Houthis' involvement is being followed quite closely here because Saudis do not want any disruption, particularly in Bab el-Mandeb Strait and across the Red Sea. So that's why.
Good analysis. Hi, Kingsley. There have been attacks throughout the day in Tel Aviv. There's been a little bit of a lull, but right now I have a report from you from occupied Palestine. In particular, there's been warnings on the Syrian-Israeli border by the Israelis, threatening to, the Israelis are threatening to bomb the Syrian-Israel border. I'm now going to show you a number of videos. I have a number of updates that while we were watching that Al Jazeera update. And I'm going to show you now the latest from the town of Qushra in the West Bank and Jalud, southeast of Nablus, where multiple reports are coming in of Israeli settlers storming Palestinian villages with weapons, opening fire and burning homes. Latest from occupied Palestine. I'll show you more now from the Jalud, southeast of Nablus.
هاي بالسيارات هاي سيارات شباب دير بالكم والله شنو بدهم يجوا طريق كسرى هاي بالسيارات هاي سيارات شباب دير بالكم والله شنو بدهم يجوا.
Okay, now I'll show you Israeli police dispersing in anti-war rally earlier. God bless you. God bless you, Ghetto Gus. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. We will see you very soon. You've been wonderful, and thank you for your compliments. I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon, and God bless you on this Easter weekend. Latest from Tel Aviv. Hello, Andrew. Hello, Australia. We love our Australian towels. This is the latest from Tel Aviv. For weeks in a row, there have been anti-war protests. God bless you, Andrew. It is so good to see you. For weeks, there have been growing anti-war protests, and the Israeli police have been forced, I should say, are using ever-increasing force. Taking you now to the Vatican, where the lights have just gone off in the last 30 minutes as Pope Leo, enters the, I think it's St. Peter's Basilica for the Easter Mass. This is about 30 minutes ago in the Vatican in Rome. Johnny Boy, I'll check on that last video. Oh, it was settlers storming a village in Palestine. You're now looking at the lights going off in St. Peter's Basilica just 30 minutes ago as the Pope arrives to administer or preside over Easter Mass. Okay, again, looking at the very beautiful, very few people are allowed to do that. You have to be in the press. He's in the press. He's in the Vatican press corps, and he's filming with his cell phone as the Pope comes in and the lights go off. Stunning imagery. Quite a life to be a Vatican reporter. Yeah, there's basically a state of panic at the Syrian-Israeli border after the threats. And there's a lot of raids going. I don't know why these settlers make things worse. The only people who don't like the Palestinians are the settlers. Like, on the whole, the Palestinians are not, like, a bad... They're very nice people. Hamas gets a little militant. They would admit that. They would say it's... I would argue Hamas would say it's in defense of their cause. But Hamas is also a declared militant organization. But the Palestinian people are some of the nicest, sweetest people you will ever meet. I've watched a lot of videos. I actually know a few Palestinian immigrants to the United States. Multiple, actually. One of my dear friends growing up was a Palestinian immigrant. And he was the sweetest guy. And I just think that it's unfortunate that no one can stop these settlers. The Israeli government has kind of been cracking down because the settlers make the country of Israel look bad. They really do. They make the police look bad. They make the government look bad. And they, like, some of the settlers are in the reserves of the IDF. Everyone's in the reserves of the IDF in Israel. And they, like, choked out a CNN reporter the other day. And so there's just a lot of stuff going on. By the way, folks should follow Heidi Pett, the Al Jazeera journalist from who reports in Lebanon. She's kind of like she reminds me of like a new generation of Zena Kador. She doesn't have as much. I think Zena Kador has been reporting longer than Heidi Pett has been alive, but Heidi Pett is really good at what she does. I highly recommend people follow Heidi Pett, Heidi Pett, P-E-T-T on Twitter. It's worth listening. It's worth reading what she has to say. She's a very good reporter.
Conversation. Overnight updates from Lebanon. Israel has threatened to bomb the Masnaa border crossing, which is the primary route between Lebanon and Syria. They allege it is used by Hezbollah. There are hundreds of trucks backed up at this border crossing due to a new import policy by Syria implemented in February. Drivers wait for up to a week, sleeping in their cabs. This same crossing was hit during the 2024 war, leaving it impassable for vehicles.
So that's the latest from Lebanon. Hello, Osama Bin Laden. Good to see you. Dowd Nightbot is the auto moderator. He I don't know what he does. He does all sorts of things. Yeah, Twitter. Auto moderator does all sorts of things though. He, for example, Dowd, you want to see something cool? You can do this, like exclamation point weather and then your city, and it will tell you the weather. You can do exclamation point weather in like Tel Aviv, and it will tell you the weather in Tel Aviv. Like you can even do like weather, maybe even like Mosul, Iraq will work. You can do like anywhere we're looking at on the screen, it has like a command to do the weather for that place, and it will just tell you what the weather is. So the weather for Mosul right now is clear with a temperature of 58 degrees Fahrenheit in Iraq, 14 degrees Celsius. The wind is blowing from the west at 4 miles an hour, 6 kilometers an hour, and the current humidity in Mosul, Iraq is 70%. Here in Boston, where it's 3:56 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Saturday, April 4th, 2026, it is 10:56 in South Africa, it's 11:56 in Tel Aviv, and it's 12:27 a.m. the next day, Sunday, April 5th, Easter, 2026, in Tehran, Iran. The weather in Boston, where I'm reporting to you, Grant Smith Ellis from the War Desk, is cloudy with a temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 4 degrees Celsius. The wind is blowing from the east at 19 miles an hour, 31 kilometers an hour, and we have a humidity on the ground of 76%. The weather in Tehran is clear with a temperature of 54 degrees Fahrenheit, 12 degrees Celsius. The wind is blowing from the west-northwest at 7 miles an hour, 11 kilometers an hour, and the current humidity is 54%. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis, and that is your Worldwide Towel Weather Up. I'll take you now to the state of panic at what's called the Factory, which is the checkpoint on the Lebanese-Syrian border. There's a state of panic following an Israeli threat to bomb the Lebanese-Syrian border. This is recently from the scene. This is literally on the ground at the Lebanese-Syrian border. Hi, Andrew. That's the latest from the Syrian-Lebanese border where Israel is threatening to bomb a checkpoint. People just running around frantically. My guess is that checkpoint's about to be bombed. That's the last time you'll see that checkpoint without fire engulfing it. It's about to be top of the hour. Let's go to Al Jazeera. I wonder what's happened this hour. There's been no firing from the Iranians, but that's also because it's 1 in the morning. You should expect them to fire in the next 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
Are you concerned when Secretary of State Rubio says that the U.S. was going to attack Iran because Israel was going to first?
He said that this isn't a war about regime.
Top of the hour update. My friend Ali Hashem's in Tehran.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
Asking questions.
How much damage can this conflict really inflict on the global economy?
Reporting from the action.
This is the third time the Israeli military has targeted an area outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
It is 20 GMT, 11:30 p.m. in Tehran. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha, with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan. The latest this hour. Donald Trump renews threats on Iran's energy sites as both sides search for a missing airman from a US jet shot down over Iran.
This is shrapnel inside one of the rooms of the ground floor of this hospital, and the damage obviously extends to other parts like this one.
Iran's hospitals and universities are hit in US-Israeli airstrikes as the number of civilian infrastructure targets rises. Israelis stage a protest against the war on Iran after a day of strikes in central Israel that damaged buildings. And Israel attacks the Lebanese city of Tyre while its forces advance in the south. Donald Trump says all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On social media, the US president said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." Meanwhile, Israel says that it's prepared to launch attacks on Iranian energy facilities, but is waiting for Trump to give the green light. And Yemen's Houthi group has announced that it carried out a 5th attack against Israel. It says its forces fired a ballistic missile targeting Lod Airport in the Jaffa area and key military targets.
نفذت قواتنا المسلحة.
The Yemeni armed forces, with God's help, carried out their fifth military operation, using a fissile ballistic missile and several drones targeting Lod Airport in the Jaffa area and vital military targets belonging to the Israeli enemy in southern occupied Palestine. This operation was conducted jointly with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Iranian Army, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it successfully achieved its objectives.
In Iran, the search for a missing US airman is about to enter a third day. Tehran says it downed 2 US fighter jets on Friday, one near the Strait of Hormuz. 2 of the 3 crew have been rescued. We're live this hour in Riyadh, Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, Beirut, Tehran, and in Washington, D.C., where Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna is standing by for us. Mike, another deadline and a crew member still missing in Iran. How's all this playing out there in the U.S.?
Well, neither the White House nor the Pentagon have commented on these ongoing search operations for the crewman who was brought down by Iranian air defenses. And there's also been no explanation from the Pentagon or indeed the White House as to why, just days after they claimed that Iranian air defenses had been obliterated, you have U.S. aircraft being shot down by the self-same air defenses. So this is a major problem for President Trump. Certainly there's going to be a public reaction as the saga continues, while the search continues for the missing crew member. The fact that U.S. aircraft were shot down in skies that the U.S. insisted it had complete control over is something deeply concerning to many Americans and probably to the White House as well.
Stay with us, Mike. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who's live for us in Tehran. Ali, what reaction has there been there in Iran to Trump's threat to hit energy sites?
Well, given the fact this is an old threat that's being renewed now after the end of the, or after we are approaching the end of the 10 days deadline. Before there was another 5 days, so it's altogether 15 days. The Iranians have repeated that any attack on their power plants and electricity is going to be faced with retaliation towards the power plants in the region and in Israel. Given the fact also this is a multi-layered threat that also consists of a threat of an attack on the Kharg Island or other islands in the Gulf, the Iranians have expressed readiness to combat the invading forces. And we've heard the spokesperson for the armed forces talking in this regard, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Foreign Ministry. Now, in general, what the Iranians are trying to project here is that readiness is there to face an American attack and that they are not going to surrender, whatever the pressure is going to be. Yesterday's events, the downing of a couple of planes and targeting several other planes give an indication the Iranians have the confidence at least, and they've spoken clearly through the spokesperson, the army spokesperson, that there's a new defensive system that is now in action, and that this system has been developed by Iranians after the 12-day war.
Adali, what's the latest on the search for the missing US officer?
Well, there's nothing coming out in this regard. We are hearing a lot about people getting to the area over there, also security forces, military. Alongside, we don't know actually the details of what the Americans are doing to search for, to look for the missing pilot. However, this is becoming a bit unclear whether the pilot is alive or not alive. These are big questions now here in Tehran, because at the beginning they were keen to be able to recover him alive. Now there's a bit of there are questions, a bit of also unclearness regarding his fate, and yeah, the search continues, but without a result till this moment.
Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim reporting live from Tehran. Many thanks indeed, Ali. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Rasul Surdar, who's live for us in Riyadh. The US then, Rasul, warning Iran to reopen the Hormuz Strait, or else Meanwhile, Tehran's allies, the Houthis, say that they've launched more attacks on Israel.
Indeed. So here, for Houthis, like explicitly, simply saying that this was a coordinated attack with the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, with the Iranian army, with Hezbollah in Lebanon. So we do not know what sort of coordination was that, and what sort of the communication has happened between them. However, that they are explicitly saying it's a coordinated one. So now we're seeing Iran and all of its allies and proxies being involved in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Iraq, and elsewhere. So this is now a total, according to their definition, a total war of the axis of the resistance against Zionists. So they're saying that one missile and several drones targeting Israel. So what we understand from the statement, still, despite this being the fifth wave of the attacks from Houthis, so it is limited with Israel. So they're not talking about expanding the war to the region, but rather specifically they are talking about the Zionist enemy. And there are no attacks on the American assets yet, no attacks on the Gulf countries yet. However, still, that the tensions is rising in the western side of the Arabian Peninsula is a matter of great concern here in GCC, because more than 10% of the global maritime traffic passes through the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb, and now the tensions are rising there. We haven't seen still the large-scale responses of Israelis or the Americans toward Houthis, but that is a possibility. So eventually, if there were attacks on the Houthis, and what will be their response? Remember, in the first statement, they said that as of now, they are sticking with the deals that they have signed with the Americans, but if the Americans attacks the Houthi assets in Yemen, or if the other actors in the region get involved in the fighting, that they...
Hola, mi amigo Francisco. Sí, Mr. El Presidente Trump se dice que Irán tiene 48 horas por supuesto, pero este día, 6 horas pasado, hace 6 horas pasado, sí, Israel y los Estados Unidos usan bombas en los power plants, sí, en Irán. Y entonces, Irán le fusilarte bombas al Israel, al Tel Aviv, y Kiryat Shimona, en el norte, y en el sur. Y el Houthis del Yemen le fusilarte una bomba al Tel Aviv a 2 horas pasado. Sí, también no sé no sé sobre el presidente de los Estados Unidos, no sé, no entiendo una tropa de los Estados Unidos en un aeroplane, sí, ayer. No sé, porque la tropa nunca sabe de dónde esta tropa. No sé, esta tropa son muerte, no sé, esta tropa son Irán, no entiende. Y las personas en el gobierno de los Estados Unidos no dicen nada sobre alguien para 36 horas. Y para mí, yo creo que es una situación no bien, muy complicado, y entonces esto ahora mismo es muy mal, una situación muy mal. Gracias, mi amigo, por supuesto. Dios bendiga. Very good to see you. That's my friend Francisco Castillo. He gets a personalized update on the news in Spanish. My Spanish is getting better every single day that I talk to him. I know my Spanish is excellent. But yes, that's my friend Francisco Castillo. Apologies while I make sure that I'm keeping updated on the various important and relevant updates around the world. I have to keep up with things. But yes, God bless you, Francisco. Dios bendigo para ti también. And it was so good to see you. And entiendo español un poco y cuando usa español todos los días, creo que entiendo más palabras. Y todos los días que usa español, siempre recuerdo más palabras del español. Sí, es la verdad. Creo que español y también yo soy muy interesante para toda la gente en el mundo. Sí, porque creo que hablar en español todos los días, sí es posible. Y también puedo hablar en español todos los días porque entiendo muchos verbos y otras palabras del español. Sí, es verdad. Okay, so that was your Spanish update. Sometimes we just deliver the news in Spanish just for Francisco. Back to Al Jazeera.
And they are also going to expand the scope of the war. And that is the nightmare, of course, mainly because of the concerns that it could have the effect on the maritime traffic in the Red Sea, while on the eastern side of the Arabian Peninsula, Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed.
This rising tension you speak of, Rasul, is obviously of great concern here in the Gulf. Now, if President Trump carries out his threat to attack Iranian energy facilities and Iran strikes back at infrastructure here in the Gulf, how will the Gulf respond?
Indeed, so for the Gulf countries, not officially stated, however, when you talk to the officials here, the people, somehow they say they understand that the Iranians are targeting the American military facilities, the bases across the region. But when it comes to targeting the residential areas, the airports such as Kuwait International Airport, Dubai International Airport, vicinity of Doha International Airport, targeting the oil tanks and targeting the energy infrastructures such as Ras Laffan, the biggest in the world in Qatar, and it's the biggest in the world. 17% of the facility was damaged, and Qataris are saying that it will take 3 to 5 years to fully recover. And then Ras Tanura, the energy facilities in Saudi Arabia, Yanbu energy facility in the western part of the country in Saudi Arabia, then Habshan gas facilities in United Arab Emirates, which is the largest in the country. When it comes to that, they struggle to understand. They say, well, this is unjustified. So simply so far, they're saying we have shown a restraint. And the reason for that is not because we do not have the capabilities. Indeed, when you look at the expenditures of the GCC regarding the defense annually, it's $150 billion. They say because there is a lot at stake. However, they're saying if Iran extends this war, if it expands and more target this lifeline of the GCC economy and global economy, the possibility of the retaliation here is becoming more and more serious.
Al Jazeera's Rasul Sada reporting live from the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Many thanks, Rasul. Let's go back to Mike Hanna in Washington. One other twist to talk to you about this hour, Mike. Family members of one of Iran's most renowned military commanders, Qasem Soleimani, have been arrested. He was the guy assassinated by the US in 2020. What more do we know about this?
Well, what we have is a statement from the State Department which says it has removed the green cards of Hamideh Soleimani Afshar and her daughter. They, says the State Department, are relatives of Qasem Soleimani, and they have been living in Los Angeles since the beginning of this Iran war. The State Department alleges that Hamideh Afshar was writing social posts praising Iran and criticizing the United States during the war. Hence, they took away her green card and that of her daughter. After the green card was removed, says the State Department, FBI agents arrived and arrested the two Iranians. They are now in federal custody. No formal charges have been laid as yet, but a possible indication that the U.S. is clamping down on Iranians within the United States who have prominent relatives back in Iran.
Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna, live in Washington. Thanks, Mike. A wave of Iranian cluster missiles has hit at least 10 locations in central Israel. At least 4 people have been injured. Israel says that one attack in Ramat Gan caused a building to partially collapse. An electricity line was also damaged, causing a power outage in several parts of the city. A major fire was also reported at a military-linked facility in Beersheba. And in northern Israel, the city of Kiryat Shmona has come under missile attack. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for that, saying that it launched a barrage there on Saturday morning. Hundreds of people took to the streets in Israel to demand an end to the war with Iran. Anti-war protesters gathered in Tel Aviv's main square on Saturday against Israel's involvement. Other rallies were held in several major cities, including Jerusalem and Haifa. Protests are held every Saturday against the Netanyahu government. Live now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh is following developments from there. Noor, Israel then coming under heavy attack from Iran, Hezbollah and the Houthis. And meanwhile, we've heard an Israeli official saying today it's ready to hit Iranian energy facilities. They're just waiting for the green light from the US.
Yes, as Israelis were going in and out of shelters all day, Adrian, from attacks, as you said. One attack was simultaneous between the Houthi group, Iran, and Hezbollah. Most of the attacks targeted the center of Israel, where nearly half of all Israelis live, and there was damage reported to an area close to the building, close to the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense and the Israeli Army. Also damage to an industrial area close to Haifa, and power outages there, in addition to Nahariya and other locations. The Israeli Prime Minister was boasting about the damage done to Iran's steel industry, to Iran's petrochemical plants, saying that such attacks that Israel is carrying out would degrade Iran's ability to produce weapons now or in the future. In the meantime, Israeli security officials are leaking to the Israeli media that in Israel they're gearing up for a major escalation, because it seems that diplomatic efforts have not succeeded in de-escalating this war, and that the next targets would be Iran's power grid, Iran's oil, and
you can see the situation is at a powder keg right now. The Iranians have been quiet, but it is also approaching 1 a.m. in Iran. This analysis is completely right. Hello, Triple Bob. God bless you. Good to see you. This analysis is spot on. There is no deadline of Monday. The power plants have already been hit. The infrastructure's already been hit. The world is standing on edge. We are at the precipice, and what happens next, it won't even really determine it, because Iran's power plants have already been bombed. Tehran was bombed last night. Its power was knocked out. Today, the oil refineries in the south were hit. And then Iran responded by bombing Tel Aviv and Bahrain again today, just constantly. I don't see how this goes anywhere but to a very bad place. And the U.S. administration hasn't said anything in 36 hours about the pilot who went down in Iran. We don't know if the pilot is dead, captured. We have no idea. We don't know who the pilot is. It's a very concerning. Where is the U.S. leadership?
energy supply and energy resources. That would definitely take this war that is escalating and spreading in the region to a whole different level. But that is where the chatter is. That is what the Israeli public is being prepared for, as they're told as well.
Oh no, the president might actually be in the hospital. It's unconfirmed, but I think the president is in the hospital. Hi, God bless you, Tao Mom Lynn. I hope you have a wonderful Easter. Absolutely, God bless you and your family. I hope you all have a wonderful time. I'll be thinking of you. I wish I could join you, Tao Mom Lynn. I would have Easter dinner with you. We would have so much fun. That would be wonderful. But yes, the news right now, I think the president might be at Walter Reed. Oh, God bless you, Ronell. We don't... Oh, the first pilot... Oh, good. Ronell says, my heart breaks, Grant, because there are so many races and languages and tribes God loves. I hope and pray they will all know how much God loves them. Ronell, I believe that. I think that God's spirit and God's will and word transcends all peoples and cultures. And it's a spiritual mechanism of information dissemination that unites us all. That's what I believe. Okay, so I have unconfirmed reports that Mr. President Trump is hospitalized at Walter Reed, which would explain why there's no statements. Tripoli Bob, I think he's very close to death. That's why it's risky to have an older president. It really is. He's had this like heart pack on his back too. It's unconfirmed, but he may actually be at the hospital. Yeah, this is not good. It's just his age. He's old. And he's been wearing, like, I've seen it in his hands. His heart hasn't been well. And he's been wearing, like, his speech the other night. He clearly had the pack on his back for, like, the valve assisted. Like, it allows you to be out of the hospital. It has to do with, like, heart pump issues. Yeah, I think he's close to death. That's just my opinion. I'm not a doctor. But, like, I've monitored there's a lot of propaganda. But if you want my real opinion, like, setting aside whether this report is confirmed or not, yeah, I was very concerned when I saw Mr. President with that clearly obvious, like, heart pack on his back the other day. It was like his, either Dan Bongino or someone, I think it was Bongino, somebody posted the video of him walking out to give his speech. Yeah, that's a very bad situation. I'm worried about Mr. President. And that's the only reason he would have said nothing for 36 hours. He doesn't just go quiet when I'm listening. Something is wrong. They got our leader. I mean, we got their leader. Am I a Zionist? What does that mean? Do I believe in a two-state solution? Yes. So does that make me a Zionist? Are people who believe in the two-state solution Zionists to the extent that they think Israel and Palestine should both be a state? I suppose. But, like, it's not 1948. It's 2026. So the best I can give you is the 1967 borders. If that makes me a Zionist, okay, but I think it also makes me, like, a pro-Palestinian. I think, like, even, I'm pretty sure Hezbollah proposed the 67 borders. Maybe Hamas did. Somebody proposed them. My point is, like, to the extent that the 67 borders facilitate the recognition of Israel, yes. But, like, do I believe in, like, a one-state solution? No. For either side. No, that's ridiculous. That's not going to work. So... yeah, J.D. Vance would become president if anything happens to Mr. President. And then once Vance is president, the House would have to select a vice president. It can be anyone. It doesn't have to be a member of the House, but it traditionally is. Hashtag towel for vice president. Ms. Rockstar, yeah, there are reports Mr. President is hospitalized. It's unconfirmed. Well, boo-boo, what do you mean by Zionism? Are you talking about, like, the 1800s version of Zionism? Are you talking about the Balfour Declaration? Are you talking about Zionism in 1948? Are you talking about Zionism in 1967? Are you talking about Zionism in 2026? Like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about, like, the belief in a state of Israel? Are you talking about, like, militant right-wing Zionism? Like, what? I don't understand what you are asking about. I think you're trying to ask a specific question with a generalized term. You got to be a little more precise. What are you asking me if I support Bibi Netanyahu on a personal level? No. No. He's outrageous. He just wanted to avoid indictment. I know what him and his wife did. But are you asking me if I support a two-state solution? The answer is yes. 100% yes. Not even a question. So, if that makes me a Zionist and a pro-Palestinian at the same time, so be it. Frankly, I don't think it makes me either. I think it makes me fair, but, you know, that's just my opinion. Other people may disagree. That's fine. Opinions are just opinions. I'm not reporting facts when I answer that question. I'm just answering a question. Hello, Krima. It's so good to see you. Do I believe in the Greater Israel Project? No, obviously not. If I'm advocating for the 67 borders, how could I possibly believe in the Greater Israel Project? Though that's a contradiction in terms. The 67 borders are smaller borders than Israel has now. I appreciate the question, Boo Boo, but that's just going the way opposite direction of what I was proposing there. Dowd says, Zionism is the belief that Jewish people have a right to a homeland. However, modern Zionism is a Jewish homeland with no home for the Palestinians. Dowd says, you are a fair, kind, amazing being, Grant, and definitely not a Zionist. Okay, so I think that's a fair way to say it. Like, in the conventional definition of the term, like just like a homeland for Jewish people, sure. But I also believe that there should be a homeland for the Palestinians. So, like, I think I'm not a modern Zionist, or at least I'm not a right-wing Zionist, but I'm sympathetic to the Palestinians and the Christians and the Jewish people having a homeland in Israel or Palestine or Jerusalem, whatever you want to call it. We can call it whatever we want. People can call it different things. I ideally would like to see them all live just together in Jerusalem under the protectorate of the towel. You know, they all just hang out. It doesn't belong to anybody. I'll just monitor it, you know, and then they can all do whatever they want. Everybody be happy. They got to take down that cement, though. The only thing I ask in return is I want the Muslim Caliphate. If we could just talk to him, I want him of Jerusalem. I really want him to take down the concrete that's in the Eastern Gate, and I would like to go to the gate. I know it's a very specific request, but it's what I just want to talk to the Muslim Caliphate. What did you do? Telecom to cloud. I know you like to come in by doing that, but you don't have to do it every time, my dear friend. You don't have to do it every time. Miss Clutch was right to remove that. Goodness gracious. But yeah, the only thing I want in return for bringing peace to the Middle East is I just want to talk to the Muslim Caliphate who's in charge of the gate. I just want to talk to him. He'll be totally cool with it. I want him to take that concrete out of the gate. I feel very compelled to do this. You don't understand. Any other questions about my beliefs and my plans? Telecom to cloud, be friendly, my dear friend. It's good to see you. I know you have strong opinions, and English might not be your first language. Let's see. Any other questions? Well, Boo Boo, that's your opinion, but like even Hamas doesn't agree with you, Boo Boo. Do you understand? Like, if you're more extreme than Hamas on an issue, you really got to, like, look in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you don't have a right to the opinion, but if Hamas's view, I'm telling you Hamas's official position during the ceasefire, I would know, I reported on it, was that the 67 borders were good. So, you know, Boo Boo, you're, like, more extreme here on this than Hamas, okay? I don't think that's really going to get us to peace, you know? Like, if Hamas is okay with 67 borders and you are saying no Israel at all, like, I have to say, bro, like, Hamas is more moderate than you know, Boo Boo? But, you know, to each their own. God bless you. Thank you for sharing your opinion with us.
Well, that the emergency measures that they've been...
No, Boo Boo, we are not sending the Jewish people to Poland. That is not a plan, Boo Boo. That is just you saying inflammatory things. We are not sending the Jewish people to Poland. Boo Boo, we'll send you to Poland. How about that?
Living under since the 28th of February are going to be extended again.
No, stay with us. I just want to bring in Al Jazeera's Heidi Pett, who's live for us in Beirut. Heidi, Israel fighting this conflict now on another front in Lebanon. Israel has invaded the south of the country. Israeli forces now appear to be targeting a border crossing with Syria.
Yeah, so about an hour or so ago, the Israeli military spokesperson posted on X saying that they were going to bomb the border crossing between Syria and Lebanon. It's the Masnar border crossing. There are several other crossings, but this is the primary route between the two countries. Now, the Israeli military is saying that that crossing is being used by Hezbollah for military purposes and to smuggle weapons. They haven't provided any evidence of that statement, but they have told everybody to leave the area immediately as they are in imminent danger. Now, this crossing, it's, about 200,000 people have used it in the last month, mostly Syrians returning to Syria since the war here started, but about 30,000 Lebanese also fleeing Israeli airstrikes, according to the UNHCR. It's also used for humanitarian resupply routes between the two countries. The area that they have threatened, they've marked in red basically a section of the road from the border point on the Lebanese side, about 3.5 kilometres into the no man's land between the two countries. This area, there are hundreds and hundreds of trucks parked up there at the moment. They've been there for several months now since Syria instituted a new import policy. It's caused massive delays at the border, and drivers end up stuck there for up to a week. So the scenes at the border crossing at the moment, people are sort of fleeing on foot, trying to move these trucks that are parked up, waiting for clearance to move their goods between the two countries. It's caused a significant amount of fear and chaos. But this isn't the first time that Israel has bombed this crossing. In fact, they hit it during the 2024 war as well, leaving a huge crater in the road and basically making it unusable for vehicles. But this represents another significant escalation in Israel's targeting of civilian infrastructure in this latest war. They've been destroying bridges across the Litani River, civilian infrastructure that belongs to the Lebanese state. This represents a geographic expansion of that targeting and also a very serious escalation in terms of their attempts to isolate not just southern Lebanon from the rest of the country, but now Lebanon from its neighbours.
Heidi, I'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's go back to Noor in Ramallah. Israel clearly intensifying its operation in the south of the country. The end game appears to be occupation. I mean, there's no other way of looking at it, right?
There's no other way of looking at it, and there shouldn't be, because the Israeli officials are very clear about what they want. They are talking about depopulating southern Lebanon, 10% of that country's territory, and creating a no-go zone, a so-called buffer zone inside Lebanon. Now, the problem that Israel is facing is, first of all, a high number of casualties comparatively, 11 soldiers killed so far, and more than 2 or 3 dozen injured, a lot of equipment damaged as well in the battles with Hezbollah. But more importantly, the fact that the Israeli army and government have been caught basically with a lie. They had promised the Israeli public that Hezbollah was done, and that was in 2024, nearly 2 years ago. And now the Israeli army is admitting that Hezbollah has the capacity to fire 200 rockets a day for 5 months, and that even with this campaign.
All right. Speaking of that, listen, Heidi Pett was right on. They are about to bomb. Evil is inherently ignorant and weak, just as good is inherently intelligent and peaceful. You can expect the U.S. And Israel make really stupid moves. They do not care. They just want to feed on you. Well, God bless you, David Villa. Welcome to the chat. I think your perspective is erudite and informed. I'm going to show you right now, ladies and gentlemen, the warning shots. This means the bombing is incoming at the factory, which is the checkpoint between Israel and Syria. Lebanon and Syria. Those are warning shots. Those are warning shots that bombing is incoming. Israel is about to bomb the border crossing between Syria and Lebanon. It's coming. Okay, now taking you to the man in charge of the factory. Okay, this is Majar Nar Municipality Council member Ali Saleha, who told An Nahar that following the Israeli warning, all necessary measures were taken at the factory crossing, confirming full readiness and cooperation between the relevant authorities to ensure public safety.
هلا اول شيء نحن بالليله مثل هالليله بعد التحذير اللي صار من العدو الصهيوني اتخذنا كافه الاجراءات على معبر المصنع.
Alerts in the north incoming, not from Iran. Hezbollah.
اهلنا بالمجدل واللي عم يشتغلوا على معبر المصنع والشكريه الشحن الخارجي كلياتهم صار معهم خبر وعم نشتغل نحن وياهم كل لحظه بلحظتها لحتى نامن سلامتهم قدر الامكان. ان شاء الله يقطع الليله على خير ويكون كل شيء منيح وما حدا ينصاب او يتضرر. هلا اول شيء نحن بالليله مثل هالليله بعد التحذير اللي صار من العدو الصهيوني اتخذنا كافه الاجراءات على معبر المصنع. نحن بجهوزيه تامه لاي طارئ. اهلنا بالمجدل واللي عم يشتغلوا على معبر المصنع والشكريه الشحن الخارجي كلياتهم صار معهم خبر وعم نشتغل نحن وياهم كل لحظه بلحظتها لحتى نامن سلامتهم قدر الامكان. ان شاء الله يقطع الليله على خير ويكون كل شيء منيح وما حدا ينصاب او يتضرر. هلا اول شيء نحن بالليله مثل هالليله بعد التحذير اللي صار من العدو الصهيوني اتخذنا كافه الاجراءات على معبر المصنع. نحن بجهوزيه تامه لاي طارئ. اهلنا بالمجدل واللي عم يشتغلوا على معبر المصنع والشكريه الشحن الخارجي كلياتهم صار معهم خبر وعم نشتغل نحن وياهم كل لحظه بلحظتها لحتى نامن سلامتهم قدر الامكان.
Wait, what?
ان شاء الله.
Wait, something has happened downtown Boston. So I just want to tell you all this. Something has happened in downtown Boston. Okay, I'm not really sure how this has happened. One of the EMS in Boston was hurt tonight during a shootout. I don't know how this has happened. Latest from the Boston EMS. A paramedic has been shot. I think an officer was wounded too.
Conversation. Our focus tonight remains on the two members of Boston EMS, including one of our best clinicians, who were treated and transported to the hospital after the incident on Hemingway Street in Boston. Both suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Today serves as a reminder of the dangers inherent in this work and the sacrifice our members make every day. Members of Boston EMS show up to save lives, not to be assaulted. No one should face violence for simply doing their job. Our thoughts are with our injured members, the Boston police officers and everyone affected by today's incident. Discover more. Per BPD, Code 303 officer involved shooting and several officers injured and transported by ambulance to hospital. Forsyth and Hemingway. Boston, we're seeing multiple reports of 2 Boston police officers stabbed and an officer involved shooting in the Fenway area.
Oh no. That's horrible. That's horrible. I don't know how that happened. Who would attack an EMS officer? Who would attack an EMS responder? They were hospitalized. Good thing they didn't die. Wow, that's horrifying. He had a sword? What? That's the strangest thing I've ever... I mean, God protect those EMS and cops. People talk a lot about cops, especially cops who do corrupt stuff, which is really the same as the church doing corrupt stuff back in the day. You can't be doing that because it compromises people's faith, and then all the good work that people do, apparently charging at a man with a sword, gets overlooked. So I'm not really sure how I'm even reporting this to you, but an EMS officer where I live, local news in Boston here where I live, was apparently sent to the hospital, as well as multiple officers, because there was a man with a sword and then officers fired at him. I've never heard of anything like that, so I don't really know what to tell you. I'm very baffled and confused. I'm both baffled and confused at the same time. Okay, latest from an Iranian military source. You take everything from the Iranian military with a grain of salt. Go ahead, British reporter Tal. Hello, Island Girl. God
Conversation.
bless you.
Urgent. Iranian military source. 2 of Israel's main power supply stations have been added to the target bank of the Joint Operations Room of the Resistance Front. This action is assessed within the framework of the tit-for-tat policy and reflects readiness to respond to any threat touching Iran's vital infrastructure.
Well, there you go. Iran is about to target 2 of Iran's main power supply stations. I don't know when, but you heard it from an Iranian military source via that channel, which is pretty good. All right, that was the latest. Now I have the latest from the Kuwait Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Go ahead, Kuwait Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Nope.
This action.
Start again, please.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Statement issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Saturday, the 4th of April 2026. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses the state of Kuwait's condemnation and strong denunciation of the riots and attacks that targeted the fraternal sisterly state United Arab Emirates Embassy and the headquarters of its mission in the capital Damascus, along with the violations of the sanctity of diplomatic missions that accompanied them. The Ministry affirms that targeting diplomatic premises constitutes a transgression against international law and the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, calling for the perpetrators of these acts to be held accountable and for ensuring they are not repeated, and renewing its full solidarity with the sisterly state of the United Arab Emirates and its stand by its side in safeguarding its security and sovereignty.
Latest from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding the videos of Damascus that I showed you earlier. Okay, I will take you now to, let me make sure I didn't miss any updates. Here's Kargil, India, where students are marching in solidarity with the Iranian children who were apparently, according to initial reports, killed by U.S. missiles, although on the first day of the war, on March 1st, 2026, although the U.S. CENTCOM fervently denies those reports and blames the Iranians. EMS is Emergency Medical Service, Sammy. It's an ambulance or a paramedic. EMS is the American term for Emergency Medical Service. So taking you, that was to Kargil, India, earlier today, a solidarity protest. Okay, I think we are basically fully caught up, and now we are just waiting for whatever happens next. Who knows where we will go from here? I will continue to keep you updated. I will show you damage reports. Here's the latest from the Israeli army, who say that they have found weapons and combat means from Hezbollah this week in Lebanon and taken out 35 Hezbollah
مخزون يحتوي على العديد من الوسائل القتالية من بينها بنادق كلاشنيكوف وقذائف RPG وقنابل يدوية. كما وقام مقاتلون بتصفية أكثر من 35 مخربا من حزب الله الإرهابي هذا الأسبوع بالتعاون مع سلاح الجو ومن خلال اشتباكات مباشرة وجها لوجه. قوات الفرقة 146 قامت بتصفية عدد من مخربي حزب الله ممن كانوا مسلحين بقذائف RPG من خلال اشتباك مباشر وجها لوجه، إضافة إلى مخربين آخرين في اشتباكات مختلفة. كما وعثرت القوات على وسائل قتالية متنوعة وفتحت نفق تحت أرضي. إلى جانب ذلك واصلت قوات الفرقة 36 تعميق الإنجاز العمليات وهاجمت مخربين وبنى تحتية تابعة لحزب الله. وخلال نشاط عمليات مركز تم العثور على وسائل ومعدات قتالية بما في ذلك قطع سلاح وسترات ومخازن ذخيرة. هذا دليل قاطع على فشل الجيش اللبناني في حصر سلاح حزب الله في حملته التي اسماها كدرع الوطن.
Latest in Arabic from the IDF. Okay, now I will show you Yep, I would say don't believe anything anyone says from any side and only look for primary sources. Okay, that was the latest from the IDF. Okay, regarding their activities in Lebanon. Now I have the latest from you from the town of Kusra, south of Nablus in the occupied West Bank, where Israeli settlers have set fire to an agricultural structure which is burning down. This is south of Nablus in the occupied West Bank, where Israeli settlers have set fire to an agricultural structure which is currently burning down. Again, scenes from Nablus, south of the West Bank. Okay, the Israeli army has also just issued a warning for Kfar Hatta in Lebanon. Kfar Hatta in Lebanon, I repeat, Kfar, I'll show you the warning right now. Oh, yeah, there's going to be bombing of the border crossing between Syria and Lebanon. There is a lot of chaos. Right now you're looking at south of Nablus in the occupied West Bank. Yeah, Kalashnikovs are the most common weapon in the world, though, in terms of arms trafficking. They have been around forever. You can drop them in mud and they will like they're the most common weapon sold on the unregulated weapons market by far and away. They're more common than Armalites. They're more common than MP5s, although those are kind of common. Like because they're British made, although they're Israeli inspired. But the point is, Kalashnikov rifles, they're called AKs. Those rifles, the reason why they became popular, just so you understand for the purposes of analyzing the IDF statement there, Kalashnikov rifles were invented by a guy named Kalashnikov in the Soviet Union. And they were kind of invented initially as, I think, for World War II, maybe for after World War II. And they were like the jewel of the rifle world for a very long time in military applications, like the Kalashnikov rifle. My goodness. You can throw that thing sideways in the mud. I only know this from an academic perspective. I'm not really interested. I just have to understand how weapons trafficking works so I can somewhat understand what it finances, where it finances, why, etc. etc. But Kalashnikovs are very versatile in terms of arms trafficking. They sell them by the boatload. And then what happens is the weapon, you could throw it into cake mud in a bog in northern Europe in the springtime and get it completely muddy. And I'd say 97% of the time you're going to be able to pick that rifle up with a little bit of brute force, clear the chamber and then be able to use it. It's that good of a rifle. That's why it's very common in guerrilla war, because you can just do anything to it. It will eventually stop working, but its parts are easy to find. It's very interchangeable. It's easy to fix. It's easy to clean. It's easy to assemble. It's easy to disassemble. It's a very versatile field rifle that has been the go-to for guerrilla war, various proxy conflicts, even armies. It's not really used that much anymore. Some armies, I would say, probably still have some variant of it, but on the whole, it was the crown jewel of the guerrilla war, arms trafficking backbone for 30 years. It's probably changed now. I don't really know. I'm not really interested in arms trafficking other than from the geopolitical perspective. But I would say ARs are probably the more common. Armalite is known as the weapon that liberated Ireland. People in America think it's assault rifle. It makes me shake my head every time. AR weapons, AR-15, etc. Those are Armalite. It's a brand of weapon. It's a modern version of the Kalashnikov, which is developed, I think it was... I want to say Armalite is a British company. I don't know. The point is it might be an American company. Whatever the point is that it liberated Ireland. Armalite weapons, you look at some of those ambushes that the IRA did. What was it? It was something water. Crossmaglen and Narrowwater. You look at some of those ambushes. I mean, the Armalite weapon is coupled with RPGs, probably like the reason the IRA was like able to hold County Armagh, or at least like mess with the British in County Armagh for so much. Yeah, it's known as like the web. Like, it's so weird because Americans have like a very visceral reaction to ARs. They think of them as like very like terrible, horrible things. But in Ireland, you mention like an Armalite, and the people will be like, yeah, that's why we have our freedom. So anyway, you know, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Here's the latest from the IDF regarding a warning to the residents of Lebanon.
Conversation. Urgent warning to residents of Kafr Hatta in Lebanon. Hezbollah activities are forcing the Defense Army to take strong action against it. The Defense Army does not intend to harm you. For your safety, you must evacuate your homes immediately and stay away from the village for at least 1,000 meters. Anyone near Hezbollah elements, their facilities, and combat means is putting their life in danger.
Okay, so that's the latest from the IDF in South Lebanon. Kafar Hatta. Alright, also someone tell Adnan Khashoggi's estate telecom to cloud, maybe you can ask them for me. Can I have my paintings back? Adnan Khashoggi stole my paintings from the Isabella Stewart Museum. Alright, release of prisoners from the factory police station. So apparently they're just releasing prisoners from the Lebanese-Syrian border. I guess this is to prevent them from like being bombed. They're just evacuating that whole area. Well, they take Israel very seriously. All right, here's the latest from the border of Israel, of Lebanon and Syria. Go ahead, British reporter towel, if you would.
Conversation. A state of panic resulting from the Israeli army's demand to evacuate the Masnar crossing connecting Syria and Lebanon. The threatened area is the road connecting the Syrian border and the Masnar crossing within Lebanese territory. As it appears that Israel will resort to bombing the road to cut it off, under the pretext of smuggling, which the Syrian authorities have denied. It is noted that this road is heavily used by transport trucks.
Okay, here's the scene. This is what Israel's threatening to bomb. They're about to hit it. Latest from the Syrian-Lebanese border that Israel is about to bomb. Now I have the latest for you from that town in Lebanon. Okay, Kafir Hatta. Israel issued an order 18 minutes ago to evacuate. Here's the situation on the ground. Kafir Hatta.
يلا كله فعل كله عم بفعل.
Oh, our dear Mimi says, truce please in chat, as well as all over the world. Then we can pick up our towels and go to the beach with the goats and sheep. Mimi, I would like that very much. I'm setting out, Mimi, to visit you. I don't know when it's going to happen in the next year, but I am setting out to come visit you, Mimi. I would like it very much. I will bring goats, I'll bring sheep, and we can have dinner. It would be wonderful, Mimi. I would like that a lot. I'll meet Ellie. It would be wonderful. Did you know Mimi has a baby goat named Ellie? It's the most adorable thing in the entire world. Her name is Ellie. She's a baby goat. Here's the latest from President Trump. He has not appeared publicly. By the way, something's weird at the White House. Instead of appearing publicly or before the press, Mr. President is posting on Truth Social, and then also they put a Marine sentry outside the White House, like the Oval Office, but no one has seen Mr. President. He didn't go before the press. He hasn't gone out and done anything in public. They put a lid on the press saying he'd have no public appearances after 11:08. And then when the public started reporting, this makes it even worse for the White House. When the public started reporting about movement near Walter Reed, the White House put a Marine outside the Oval Office, and then Mr. President posted this following clip on his social media. And then it was reposted to Twitter by just now. So the quote from President Trump, it was just posted maybe 10 minutes ago. It says, "Many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely are terminated, along with much else, with this massive strike in Tehran. President Donald J. Trump." So here is a video that Mr. President posted to his Truth Social. He's not golfing. They would have pictures of it. Hello, 99 Duke. Welcome and God bless you. I do think Russia is more involved than people realize. Indeed, that's why Ukraine is such an important ally for the Middle Eastern countries. Here's the latest from Mr. President. This is what Mr. President posted 10 minutes ago. He has not been seen in public. There is a Marine entry outside the Oval Office, but no one has seen Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President doesn't write like that either. Is from Mr. President Trump on Truth Social. Latest from Mr. President. No one has seen Mr. President. What did you say, David? No. Miss Clutch, it's okay for him to say that. Miss Clutch, you can't. I know the inclination is, but I'm expressly allowing that opinion. No cussing, okay, David? But you absolutely can censor that cuss and say whatever you want about Mr. President, but it's the cuss, all right? And Nightbot will warn them for cussing, all right? But yeah, I don't want to just censor the cuss words. It's totally fine to criticize Mr. President. It was last night, Lily. I agree. This channel is like the Branch Davidian of YouTube. No, I'm modding you. I'm modding you, IKCI. But yeah, no, I know, Miss Clutch, let the bot warn them for cussing. Let the bot warn them for cussing. Sorry, I didn't make that clear. The bot is set up to warn people for cussing. We don't have to intervene. The bot automatically will deal with anyone who cusses. And yes, you can't appeal the bot. It will just ban you if you cuss. But if you remove the comment before the bot can do it, I should have explained that. I set the bot up to deal with cussing. And it just the comment has to remain or the bot can't deal with it because the bot can't see it. I forgot to explain that. It's a convoluted mechanism in Nightbot, but I set it up to deal with cussing. Not a problem, Miss Clutch. I should have explained that, but I didn't realize, that's a very weird setting in Nightbot. It needs 5 seconds to process comments, and it can't see comments that are removed. I wouldn't have even thought of that, so I'm sorry. I'm glad I saw that in real time, actually, so I could explain that. But yeah, no cussing in chat, and the bot will yell at you if you cuss. And it will ban you, in fact. So, yeah, no, good luck with that. You can't really fight the bot. It will just ban you. It might let you come back in a little bit, but yeah, no, it's not. There's no discretion with the bot. He gets really feisty about cussing. And caps lock. But cussing, he will actually ban you for. Caps lock, he'll just warn you and yell at you. All right, here you go. Latest top of the hour from Al Jazeera.
Tell civilians to leave their
CBA. Listen, if you censor your own cuss words and don't get caught by the bot, I have no problem with it. That's the whole point of the bot censoring cusses. I'm welcome. You can use the language, just don't spell out the cuss word. That was a request of Professor. I don't cuss either.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is the News Hour live from Doha.
Yes, Mimi, we pray for help, and also we pray for the goats. Hashtag save the goats.
Coming up in the next 60 minutes, Donald Trump renews threats on Iran's energy sites as both sides search for a missing airman from a U.S. jet shot down over Iran.
This is shrapnel inside one of the rooms of the ground floor of this hospital, and the damage obviously extends to other parts like this one.
Iran's hospitals and universities are hit in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. Iranian officials call the attacks war crimes. Israelis stage a protest against the war on Iran after a day of strikes in central Israel that damaged buildings.
The locals here are telling us that 4 missiles struck this neighborhood, causing extensive damage to these residential buildings, as you can see.
Israel killed 6 people in the Lebanese city of Tyre. The military tells civilians to leave their homes and move north or face bombs. And Italy's prime minister pays a visit to Qatar, saying Italy may run out of the energy it needs. Donald Trump said that all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On social media, the U.S. president has said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Well, time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." Israel says it's ready to launch attacks on Iranian energy facilities, but is waiting for Trump to give the green light. Yemen's Houthi group has announced it's carried out a 5th attack against Israel. It says its forces fired a ballistic missile targeting Lod Airport in Jeddah and key military targets.
نفذت قواتنا المسلحة.
The Yemeni armed forces, with God's help, carried out their 5th military operation, using a fissile ballistic missile and several drones targeting Lod Airport in the Jaffa area and vital military targets belonging to the Israeli enemy in southern occupied Palestine. This operation was conducted jointly with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Iranian Army, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it successfully achieved its objectives.
And in Iran, the search for a missing U.S. weapons officer is about to end on the 3rd day. The F-15 jet they were in was shot down over the southwest of the country on Friday. The pilot was rescued soon after. Now, we're going to be live this hour in Amman, Doha, Beirut, and Tehran. Mohammed Val is in there.
Oh, God bless you, Tripoli Bob. So, Tripoli Bob's like, please consider donating. You are all very kind. I forget to do donation reads, so yeah, if you want to help out Towel Stream for the next, I don't know, couple weeks, I could use the help. Tomorrow, I actually have to switch rental cars. That's going to be an adventure. I was going to try to extend my current rental car, but then it just didn't work out. So it'll be easy. I'm going to switch in the morning. It's not going to be hard. I set it up. They're very close to each other. I got this whole thing figured out. Executive functioning is hard. However, this is a one-man news operation, okay? There's no, like, I source the content. I help do the analysis. I try to find relevant news information for you. But yes, if you would like to support this one-man news operation, which is a public information service designed to educate, inform, and entertain, such as to engender, coach, and public discourse, and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide, there's a Cash App, $, Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Any donations you send go to feeding me, keeping me, like, functioning. I have, like, a car that's mine, but it's like it's a very convoluted fight over it. I don't know why it's not mine yet. So I have to use these rental cars. I never have enough money to, like, buy a car. I don't want to buy a car because I already have a car. It's just not in my possession. So I have daily expenses. They kind of add up. Anything you can do to help is appreciated. We're not at an emergency yet, but to avoid ever getting to an emergency, you can donate. You can help offset server costs, streaming costs, RTMP client costs, hosting costs, all sorts of different costs. I don't know. I just absorb them. I don't really think about money. This isn't like I just do this at a loss. I don't really care. I'm just happy to help you all. God bless you. In any event, thank you for considering helping Towel News. This is a one-man public information service. I just do this. I've streamed every day of the war. Started on actually Mr. President's State of the Union on February 26th. Streamed day one of the war, 24 hours starting February 28th into March 1st. I've been live roughly 12 hours a day ever since. This stream has reached over probably like 1.5 million people in 180 countries around the earth. We're trying to get to 181. It's kind of hard. Oh, the computer is roboting. You know, it could be because of the amount of things running. No, you know what it is? It's the chat. When you all chat a lot, it fills up. There's like something called an active cache. And when I let the chat just run and run and run, it like makes the text file that stores the history of the chat like very, very intense. And so my computer, by the way, this is like a one-man operation running on a computer from, oh, God knows how long ago. And it's able to do it, but like to actually, like I'm running a like broadcast like quality program. So to actually like make it do what I want it to do, I have to do all these kind of like workarounds. Like I reduce the like quality of the stream. I like refresh the like buffer. I'm relatively technologically proficient, so I can do it. But yeah, feedback helps and donations help, and you know, keeping me alive helps. And God bless all of you. Someone sent a donation. Oh, God bless you. You are so kind. If you sent a donation, I just got it. If you don't take credit in chat, or if I miss it in chat, God bless you. I want to know that you got it. I want you to know that I got it. And as such, I wanted to say God bless you. And Mimi says, Grant for President 2028. Mimi, you are coming along with me on the campaign trail. We're bringing Ellie. Can Ellie and Pete Bunny Towel be my campaign mascot? I'm going to bring Pete Bunny Towel and Ellie and Mimi on the campaign trail. I'm not going to have a campaign trail. I'm just going to bring a baby goat around with Mimi. And I'm just going to go say to people, this is a baby goat. You should vote for me for president. Back to Al Jazeera.
Is in the Iranian capital Fars. How is Iran reacting to these fresh threats from Donald Trump?
Well, we don't have a fresh statement or reaction this afternoon or today since that latest tweet by President Donald Trump renewing the threats on Iran. But it has been talked about over the last few days. Iranians have been talking a lot about that ultimatum and those threats since the beginning of since the first warning from Donald Trump just a week ago. So they are saying that they are ready for anything that Americans are threatening to do. They have already seen some of that. They have seen attacks on their power facilities over the last few days. So some of what he threatened, they say, have already been underway. And they have the means and the capability to retaliate, which is what they think are probably going to show the Americans and the Israelis that Iran is not an easy target in this respect, and that it has something to do about it if those threats are executed. Iran is threatening to strike at the same facilities in the region, and particularly in Israel, something they think is going to punish and cause pain not only here in Iran, Iran, but in the region. So that's basically the line that is being reiterated here again and again. Iran has proved, it says, or they say, Iran has proved that it has the capabilities, contrary to what the Americans say, and they can still retaliate in kind, and they can still inflict pain also on their enemies, and they can defend their country.
Mohammed, what is the situation with the downed plane and the search for the aircraft personnel?
I mean, little details today, but the area has been sealed according to the authorities, and they have asked civilians and people in that area to try to help with finding the pilot. So both sides, the Americans and the
alarm sounding in Bahrain. Alarm sounding in Bahrain.
Procedures. We don't have also much reporting about what the Americans are doing, what kind of activities is going on there by the Americans themselves. Earlier, yesterday, on the evening, there were reports, not corroborated, about clashes and the two sides trying to dominate the place and to investigate in it and search. But today, what we know is that it is sealed off by the Iranian authorities, and that there is search going on by both the Iranian armed forces and also civilians looking for that pilot.
Mohammed, thank you very much indeed. Mohammed Val there in Tehran. Well, as we've just been talking about, the search for the missing US airman whose fighter jet was shot down over Iran is about to enter a third day. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reports from Washington, D.C.
Neither the White House nor the Pentagon have commented on these ongoing search operations for the crewman who was brought down by Iranian air defenses. And there's also been no explanation from the Pentagon or indeed the White House as to why, just days after they claimed that Iranian air defenses had been obliterated, you have US aircraft being shot down by the self-same air defenses. So this is a major problem for President Trump. Certainly there's going to be a public reaction as the saga continues, while the search continues for the missing crew member. The fact that US aircraft were shot down in skies that the US insisted it had complete control over is something deeply concerning to many Americans and probably to the White House as well.
Charles Kupchan is a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. He's joining us from Philadelphia. Thank you very much indeed for being...
Okay, I don't know what is going on right now. I will show you something I will show you a number of updates. Qatar has also condemned the attack on the UAE. Oh, water runs under the fridge says the predominant wartime news organization should not be run off a 20-something compact Presario. Yes, we're running the world's only single towel, single computer, worldwide, 180 country-based news organization. God bless you, water under the fridge. The only one in the world. Thank you, water under the fridge. You are wonderful. I love that super chat. The predominant wartime news organization should not be run off a 2017 compact Presario. Hashtag bring back compact Presarios. All right, let me show you now these updates, okay? First, the alarms are sounding in Bahrain, okay? But more importantly, here is, let me see, is this the latest? Oh, yes. For a slight break, let me show you the spine-tingling scenes of Pope Leo processing through a silent and candlelit St. Peter's Basilica for Easter vigil. Just 40 minutes ago at St. Peter's for Easter, Pope Leo, spine-chilling scenes. Towel News. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. Yes, the entire church is dark. You are not meant to be able to see anything. They are holding candles. The Pope, silently, hauntingly, spiritually, at the center of it all. The scenes just minutes ago, St. Peter's Basilica, for Easter Mass. You're looking now at the latest from the Vatican. Pope Leo, silently standing among the worshippers at St. Peter's Basilica, which is completely dark except for the light of a few faint candles, casting His Holiness's face in the dimly lit glow of a faith yet to be fully extinguished. On the resurgence, actually. Beautiful scenes. Very peaceful scenes among an otherwise chaotic and intense world. Very peaceful. Yes, these are the most recent. Just minutes ago at St. Peter's Basilica, where all the lights are out, but for a few candles of the faithful, as Pope Leo stands among the hue. Very nice lighting from the aisle, casting His Holiness in a dimly lit blue glow. A beautiful scene. Oh, Donald Piskak, I would love to learn more. I could run a GUI-based Linux. I could probably run a command line Linux. I know a little Python, a little C++, little HTML. Like, I could operate in a command line environment, but I would prefer a GUI. Is the Pope okay? Yes, the Pope is fine. The Pope is doing a number of processions. The Pope carried the cross for all of the procession at the Colosseum last night. All 15 stations of the cross, actually. The Pope carried the cross through Rome. There were a lot of worshipers out in the center of Rome last night. And tonight, the Pope is leading an Easter Mass in the dark at St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. It is, of course, coming up on midnight. Here's the latest statement from Qatar. I'll read this for you regarding the UAE embassy being invaded in Damascus, Syria.
Conversation. Qatar condemns the attack on the embassy of the United Arab Emirates in Damascus. Doha, the 4th of April 2026. The state of Qatar expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of the acts of rioting and attacks that targeted the sisterly state of the United Arab Emirates Embassy and the headquarters of its mission in the Syrian capital, Damascus, along with the violations of the sanctity of diplomatic missions that accompanied them. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that targeting diplomatic premises constitutes a flagrant violation of international law, emphasizing the necessity of holding the perpetrators of these acts accountable and ensuring they are not repeated. The ministry renews the state of Qatar's full solidarity with the sisterly state of the United Arab Emirates, underscoring the importance of taking the necessary measures to ensure the protection of diplomatic missions and the security and safety of personnel, in accordance with the provisions of international law and the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations.
Oh,
Indeed,
okay.
hardships reveal true character.
Okay, I agree. Hardships
May God protect Qatar, its people and leadership.
I agree. Those weren't part of the statement, but I agree with both of those statements. Okay, here's the latest from Iran, where the Red Crescent stormed into a fire to save people in Tehran. Here's the latest scenes from the Red Crescent, who stormed into a... Okay, Red Crescent. Oh, goodness. This is in Iran. They're going in to save the people. Oh, goodness. That building is on fire. Oh my goodness. Oh, God bless you. Oh, that is so kind. Prin Pillory. Oh, that is one of the nicest things I think I've ever seen. ZAR, hold on. ZAR, is that, hold on. ZAR, is that South African currency? You donated South African rands. Oh, you have no idea how much that touches my heart. Oh, Even Pillory says, you are a legend. I am a towel. This is journalism. Hashtag Grant Smith Ellis. Hashtag TNN funding. Hashtag journal tools. 1. Monthly YouTube, $10. 2. $100 Max Air M5. 3. Monthly broadcast, $50. 4. Monthly Perplexity sub, $20. God bless you. God bless you and all of the wonderful South African people. You are loved, appreciated, and I am eternally grateful for these amazing words of support. Truly, God bless you. And I send my regards to all of the people of South Africa. I want to let you know I think you all are wonderful. It is such a touching honor to receive South African rands. I can't even put it into words. You have me beaming. God bless you, my dear friend. Truly, I am touched in ways perhaps I cannot even understand. I am just honored. God bless you. God bless you and all the people of South Africa. Hello, Michelle. Welcome to the channel. But yes, that was one of the most touching super chats I've ever seen. Hello, 1-0 State fan. Oh, you are a towel. I welcome all of the people of South Africa to be towels forevermore. You are all wonderful. It would be my honor to one day get to spend some time with you all in South Africa. I am sure it is a place that would make my heart sing. Oh, the wonderful plateaus and the mountains and, you know, the beaches and the various hotels and buildings and, you know, the people and the food and the various petrol stations. I would love to just explore all of your country. I think it would be wonderful. Truly, I would like to visit. You know, hopefully we'll see each other one day. I would love that very much. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was the latest from Iran. And I will now show you the latest from the Lebanese-Syrian border. Israel is about to bomb this crossing. This is the Syrian-Lebanese border.
عم نشاهد حاليا الدفاع المدني بجهوزية تامة عند مفترق مصنع رشيا والشاحنات اللي عم بتنزل من المصنع وبعض الناس اللي عم بتتابع تشريع.
No, Israel's about to bomb this border crossing, so they're all trying to run away from it as fast as possible.
بعد عملية الأخلاء مستمرة بلدية مصر العنجر موجودة على أرض الدفاع المدني عم بيحاولوا ينزلوا يشرفوا على عملية الأخلاء. سيارة بعد.
Yolande, who are we talking about? No personalities. I don't know if that was a personality, but no personalities. Let's be friendly. Okay, the town of Kafir Hafta in South Lebanon has also been evacuated. Okay. Oh, disturbing news from Israel tonight, actually. Let's take a listen to this report. I can't confirm this.
Conversation. The protesters arrested by police were not let off the bus to get to safety in a bomb shelter during the siren.
Thank you, Kim.
In the video, you can hear the alarm in the background. Police did, however, led their horses into the underground shelter as danger soared. Udis.
Okay, so let's take a look at the latest from Israel, where apparently protesters were left in a bus during an air raid. I'll be the judge of that. Let me see. Well, that's not
עבריין בסרטון, עבריין. אתם מסכנים חיים של אנשים. חלק לעזור לשמור הציבור. עבריין מנהל יש אזעקה ברקע והמשטרה לא משחררת את העצורים.
Bro, they're not just gonna leave them. Dude, no. Oh, no. I hope they at least get them out of there. Tel Aviv is chaos. I hear the air raids. Wait a minute, why didn't you bring them in the shelter with you? Bro. Dude, they were just driving those prisoners from the anti-war protest as the air raids were going. What are they doing? They were going to just hope, what were they hoping the bomb fell on the prisoner transport so they could blame Iran? Oh, that's brutal. I didn't believe it until I saw it. That is just brutal. Maybe it was just those police. Maybe they were a little aggravated with the anti-war protesters, but why wouldn't you just go into the air raid shelter with them? They're your own people. I know they're protesters, Yes, I know they bring the police horses into the air raid shelters, but why would you... I'm going to need some explanation about this. Why, when the air raid sirens are going, would you ever drive them on the street? I don't get it. Sorry, I need an explanation. I don't think there is a good explanation, but I don't understand why you would do that. Alright, let me show you now the more recent pictures I have. Alright, hold on. Here's a report on Tel Aviv. I think it is under a lot of pressure. I think Israel is under a lot of pressure, and the society is starting to crack.
The Iran-Israel confrontation is now unfolding, with Tel Aviv and surrounding areas facing some of the most intense pressure seen.
No, I've never heard of that station, so it could be not a real report. And that guy does have like some good clips from news stations, so I follow him, but I don't know what that station is. So until I research it, I'm not going to play it on here. Here are some images of Palestinian Christians in Jerusalem celebrating Easter. Palestinian Christians celebrating Easter in Jerusalem. Very nice Easter celebration by Palestinian Christians. Nice to see that. They're having a great time. I know, right, Paul said they're having a great time. They know how to celebrate Easter. Attacks in Kuwait right now. Oh, thank you, Rootin' Hootin' Tootin'. What a wonderful username, and I'm glad you enjoyed the wonderful celebration of Easter by the Palestinian Christians. That's about maybe 30 minutes ago in the holy city of Jerusalem. Now, here's this weird thing that I don't understand. So this was like 10 minutes ago at the White House. There's no sign of President Trump. No one has seen him for like 36 hours. He's only posted on social media, but there's a Marine sentry just standing outside the West Wing. They're trying to give the appearance that the president is in the West Wing. I don't think the president is there. Unless they show the president walking out, I think this is all a stage. I think something's wrong with the president of the United States. I'm sorry. We're on this ticking clock where we're at like 36, 37, 38, 39 hours. No statement about the airmen down in Iran. No sign of the president. A few posts on Truth Social, and then a Marine standing outside the Oval Office after a lid was called at 11:08. No one has seen the president. No press gaggles. Something is wrong. I'm telling you, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. And Iran is going to pick up on it, which is why they're bombing Kuwait and Bahrain at the same time. And next is going to be Israel, because they sense the U.S. is weak. They're leaderless, rudderless. We need someone to step up immediately, and it cannot be J.D. Vance. Oh my goodness. J.D. Vance. God help us all. Listen, that dude is, even if he is president, like lame duck for a little bit, he's not going to be able to carry the midterms or the general in 2028. I'm sorry. Like, come on. Come on, bruh. Seriously? The best we got is J.D. Vance? Bruh. Dude, let me debate J.D. Vance. Thank you, Herr Saturn. I'll check it out. What is this? Hold on, I have to review this first. Thank you, Herr Saturn. I might slow things down a little bit. Iranian state media this was 2 days ago. Yeah, I've seen the Lego videos. I don't play a lot of them because it's unclear who is making them. I think it's China, actually. But yes, I have seen the Lego videos. Craftsman says he talked to Uncle Trump last night. He's okay. Thank you, Craftsman. Thank you for the concern about Uncle Trump. I don't know, Got Manners. I don't know. All I can tell you is that something's wrong. Like, why something's wrong, I don't know. What is wrong, I don't know. Where Mr. President is, I don't know. But, like, the White House is playing propaganda games. He is not... Why would he be in the Oval Office without talking to the press? He loves the press. Why are no leaders getting calls? Why are no meetings happening? Where is the statement about the airmen? Where's the CENTCOM chairman? Where's the vice president? Where's the Secretary of State? Where's the Secretary of War? Where is the leadership? We have a pilot missing. I feel like the only person who is talking to the American public about the missing pilot is me. The news is reporting on it, but no one is actually leading. There's a vacuum. Like, I'm worried they got to... I don't know who got to who, or what happened, or how it happened, but, like, there's a vacuum right now, and Iran's good. You don't need me to tell you this as an analyst. Iran is going to pick up on this. Of course Iran is going to pick up on this. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind Iran is going to pick up on this because they're smart. Which means they're going to sense a power vacuum. Link for President Trump, go to Walter Reed. Let's see, which news network is it from? All the World's a Stage. Let's take a look. I got to see who broadcast it. Oh, it's just a guy doing a report from the ground.
And then down here.
No, yeah, this was earlier, though. I did see a motorcade near the area after this. Thank you, All the World's a Stage. Yeah, no, there's something very wrong. I think there's something very wrong with Mr. President. I'm sorry. I hate to say it, but it's the job of the U.S. administration right now to dispel my concerns. I could hold them last night, but I can't hold them anymore. Forget about me. Iran is not dumb. No, it's not, Ifti Ahmad. Something's wrong. Iran is not dumb. And they will take this silence as weakness. Of course they will. They put out... Sorry, Ifti Ahmad. Didn't mean to call you bro. My brother. I like to say brother as a term of endearment. Iran puts out 40 statements a day. Iran has bombed Tel Aviv multiple times in the past 6 hours. There's something very wrong. No, it doesn't matter, Miss Rockstar. It doesn't matter. There's a pilot missing. 39 hours? How many hours has it been now? It might even be approaching 48 hours. It might, we're heading into the third day. But regardless of the reasoning, I don't know what's actually going on, but the Iranians are going to interpret it as weakness. So I'm kind of encouraging the U.S. government. They need, what do I need to go down there? Do I need to go to Washington? I feel like the U.S. government is like a headless chicken right now. Yeah, All the World's a Stage. I checked that. It was earlier though. That was a few hours ago. The situation is, we don't know. Super Obama. Nobody knows. Okay. There's been no statements from Mr. President in public for multiple days. He's posted a few times on Truth Social, but the weirdest part is, as rumors started swirling that something was wrong, the White House put a Marine sentry outside the Oval Office after a lid was called at 11:08. A lid is when the press is told the president's not going to be around anymore for the rest of the day. And as a result, just putting a sentry outside the White House without Mr. President showing up or being in front of the press or walking on camera, it could be fake. Yeah, and the posts by Mr. President on his Trump social are really weird. They're not written in his normal language. Something's off. I'm telling you, something's wrong. I knew something was wrong when Dan Bongino posted that video of Mr. President. Sorry, I'm stretching because I sit a lot. When Dan Bongino posted that video of Mr. President the other day, and he had that apparatus on his back. That's what you wear when you have a heart issue and you can't, you have to be out of the hospital, but your heart isn't pumping blood on its own. Yeah, All the World's a Stage. It's from earlier today. I think it was 1 p.m. We'll have to check what time it was, All the World's a Stage, but I think it was recorded around 1 p.m. Eastern. Mimi says Google is scratching their heads. I agree. Mary P says, I agree with you, Grant. Bongino. Thank you, Mrs. Rockstar. But yeah, I know I just can sense something's wrong. Thank you, Sammy. Colonel Douglas McGregor. I agree. An LVAT. Yeah, Mary P. It was an LVAT. I forgot the name of it. I've only heard about this thing a few times. It's like, it's a very special thing that you can get if you're a heart patient waiting for a heart transplant. But if you need to be out of the hospital, it can, like, you wear this, like, suitcase kind of, and you need to, like, have it next to you. You could wear it on your back, I suppose. But yeah, I would explain why Mr. President hasn't been giving, like, press conferences or speeches. I don't know if he was able and ready. And you can't get out of this war. Hello, Slinky Socks. God bless you, my friend. It's so good to see you. There might be a problem with Mr. President. He has not. He's gone silent. The only voice right now from the U.S. who really, like, follows this war, I mean, is me. There isn't anything from the U.S. leadership. Zero. They arrested Soleimani's, General Soleimani. He was one of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commanders killed last summer, I think. Maybe the year before, 2024. The U.S. arrested his daughter, or his granddaughter, or his daughter and his granddaughter, I don't know, earlier today after revoking their green cards. No, Christine, God bless you. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because this, if Christine, if the fighter pilot didn't go down in Iran on Friday or Thursday, I would be saying to you, absolutely, Christine. It's just the tactical buildup before the deadline expires, despite the fact that the U.S. already bombed Iranian power infrastructure in Tehran last night and an oil refinery this morning in Shiraz, Iran. So the deadline's irrelevant. They already started doing what they threatened they were going to do after the deadline. All right. But no, if it were just the deadline, I would be saying, of course, you're right. But no, what's different is the pilot has been down on the ground. Nobody knows if the pilot is dead. Do you understand there's 300 million or 400 million people in America? No, not one of us, as a member of the public, has any idea if this pilot is alive, dead, captured, or what. And there's nothing from the leadership. That is, like, whether or not there's weakness, it's going to be perceived as weakness by the Iranians, and it's going to be perceived domestically as we don't have leadership. It's bad. There's nothing. It's bad. Something bad has happened. It's not tactical. What? Space debris is what? What? Space debris is raining down? What? What? Wait a minute. That seems abnormal. Does space debris normally rain down around the world? I feel like that's a little abnormal. Something is very wrong. Now, I'm not a space debris, like, analyst. I don't know if that's a thing. But does space debris normally fall in, like, Argentina and Indonesia? Does it just fall out of the sky there? I've never been there. Maybe that's a common occurrence. That doesn't look good. Why is that falling out of the sky? My pleasure, Christine. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't... I don't think that's very normal. Yeah, but in Indonesia and Argentina at the same time? The sides have been fighting in space and attacking each other's satellites? Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't look like a satellite. Miss Clutch wants the aliens. Hashtag aliens save us. No, I'm going to save us, Miss Clutch. I'm going to Washington. I'm going down there right now. Space war? I don't know what that is. I've never seen anything like that in my life. You might be right, Mimi. Mr. President actually doesn't drink at all. His father was an alcoholic, so he doesn't drink at all. Neither does Barron.
¿Qué mierda es eso?
It's the aliens. That's the better explanation. It's not a space war, it's the aliens. Yeah, someone's shooting satellites down. This is not good. Yeah, I think Space Force is here, folks.
¿Qué mierda es eso?
He said, what S-H-I-T is this?
¿Qué mierda es eso?
That's so funny. I mean, it's horrifying, but him saying, what S is this, or is that, is hilarious. Yeah, that doesn't look like a satellite. That looks like something that came in real hot. I hope that doesn't land on any people. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope people are not shooting down satellites.
Radul.
I know, Mary P. Mary P. Hold on. I agree with you. A satellite wouldn't even I don't think a satellite would stay together through re-entry like that. It's too small. What is that? What are they doing? Who is doing that in Australia and New Zealand?
Wah, ada meteor jatuh.
Dude, that is not good.
Allah Akbar. Apa ku ya? Hah? Apa ku ya?
Hi, the Soul Controller. Listen, we have a problem. You're not looking at Israel or Iran or Lebanon. You're looking at Argentina and New Zealand. No one knows what this object is or why it's falling out of space. I know satellites fall all the time, but is that what a satellite looks like when it falls? Could be a meteor. I feel like a meteor has a blue tail, though. That's fire. Left ventricular. Oh, hello, RN Kitty Mom. God bless you for your kind donation. RN Kitty Mom says Trump might have had a left ventricular assist device buying time. Yeah, oh God. God bless you and all nurses, RN Kitty Mom. We are so grateful to have you with us, and I am honored and humbled by your insights and your donation. Thank you, RN Kitty Mom. We love kitties here. We love nurses. We appreciate nurses. And you are wonderful. Thank you. That was a very kind super chat that also taught us about left ventricular assist device, which it can be used when someone is waiting for a heart transplant but wants to be outside the hospital. Now, again, I'm not a meteor expert, so I just know comets and meteors tend to burn blue, I think, in the atmosphere, because it's a different composition. That looks red. That looks like metal. Everything looks the same when it re-entry the atmosphere. That's kind of true. But comets, actually, that's not 100% true. Comets, I've studied this a little bit. I'm not an expert, though. Maybe I am a slight expert in comets and meteorites. Don't ask questions. But anyway, so comets and meteorites, the reason they have tails, they're very unique objects. It's because they are actually dragging a composition of space dust and metals that aren't found in the earth. So they have a bit of like an abnormal burn. Even though it's metal burning, it's actually like space metal. So they tend to burn bright white and like blue. And then also the difference with like a comet or a meteor is most of the time it's going to be traveling at more than the speed of sound, or it's going to be like traveling really fast, and then it's going to like cause a giant explosion when it because what happens is it disintegrates when entering the Earth's atmosphere, like in a circle. And so a comet or a meteor in particular is going to glow like really, really blue with a long tail, and then it's going to be like white. It's going to like turn the day like nighttime. I've seen one from, I think, the Lunetsk region of Russia. And what it's going to do is it can actually cause like a Tuskegee event if it's close to the ground when it does the airburst. But the atmosphere has like air resistance against meteors and comets, and eventually it disintegrates them until they explode. And when they explode, they like cause an explosion that literally is blinding. It's just so large because it's so much like cosmic like material meeting the friction of the atmosphere that it disintegrates. That's why we don't have a lot of meteor strikes, because when something enters the Earth, our atmosphere, our gravity and our atmosphere act as like a natural protective layer by spinning the thing until it disintegrates. Only really big asteroids and meteors can get to the Earth's surface. But anyway, I don't know what that is. It's a lot of things, but it's not a meteor or a comet. It is just not. Yeah, so yeah, like that looks more like metal. Like, but even a satellite coming into Earth does not like, it's not that big. I guess it could be a really big satellite, but like satellites are not that big, and they would disintegrate on re-entry long before they got like that close to the ground. So as of my analysis, I don't know what this is. I've never seen it before. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. They're the fragments of the Chang'e 4B Chinese rocket stages re-entering. All right, I never, ever would have figured that out. Thank you, McNosky. I, in a million years, never would have figured that out. A rocket fragment re-entering the Earth after being launched in December. Fascinating. God bless you, Slinky Socks. We solved the mystery. And Slinky Socks, you are wonderful and appreciated. Thank you so much. We love our Canadian towels. So, Monoski, what a wonderful contribution. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for helping me solve that. I was genuinely fascinated by what could cause that type of trail and who would be doing it over Argentina and New Zealand. But now I know. Oh, Monoski says they're from Argentina and this was on the news site. Well, thank you, Monoski. You've just helped 180 countries around the world feel a lot better about random, what we knew probably wasn't a satellite, turns out to be rocket parts, falling over Argentina and New Zealand. That's not a good thing, though. I hope that doesn't become more common. Here's the latest from Kuwait 24 minutes ago. As I mentioned, the rockets are coming. I don't know when they're coming, and I also don't know where Mr. President is.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. The General Staff of the Army notes that if explosion sounds are heard, they are the result of air defense systems intercepting the hostile attacks. Everyone is requested to adhere to the security and safety instructions issued by the competent authorities.
Yeah, and by the way, we're coming up on like 48 hours. 6 more hours and that pilot's going to run out of emergency supplies. I just saw a tweet about that, or a post on X about that, and that's very true on Twitter. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to take the top of the hour update from Al Jazeera. Hold on, I have one more update coming in for you right now. Hold on one second. No, not the space debris thing. I thought I had another update. 1 second. It might just take a second to load. What do I got? Oh, yes. The horses going into the bomb shelter. So here is that video in full of horses in Israel being escorted into the bomb shelter. During a protest in central Tel Aviv. Horses. Horses being taken to a raid shelter. Iran says tonight there will be a surprise that the world will remember for centuries. Uh-oh. Tonight there will be a surprise that the world will remember for centuries. I think they have the pilot. I think they have the pilot. Oh no. Uh-oh. I think they have the pilot. Oh no. I think they're gonna parade the pilot on TV. I think they got the... I think the Iranians have the pilot. Soul Controller, I would have a chocolate egg with you, my friend. We could go to Easter brunch. You want to go to Easter brunch, Soul Controller? That would be nice. I would like that. Soul Controller and I can hang out, talk about Immortal Technique. Let's go to Easter brunch, you know. All right, here we go. Here's the latest.
Conversation. Breaking. Iranian official. In light of the failure of American military operations, Trump is resorting to the media to compensate for their weakness. Trump is targeting objectives like bridges, which he considers vital, and this is a ridiculous matter. We confirm that we have a major surprise for America and the Zionist entity soon, after the failure of their recent military operations.
Uh-oh. Alright, Iranians, what are you gonna do? Alright, here's... I don't trust Tasnim. They get a lot of stuff wrong. They publish AI stuff, but here's what they're reporting.
Iran. Tasnim sources. Tonight, several American fighters bombed some areas in Kogaluya County of Kogaluya Province because they believed their pilot was there. Same principle of Hannibal procedure for the occupation army.
What the hell is Leo's New Year parade?
Post your reply.
Oh no. I don't want to post my reply. What is Leo's New Year parade? You ever even heard of Leo's New Year parade? This is just 42 minutes ago. Oh, Laos.
Breaking. Over 20 people injured after person drove vehicle into Lao New Year's parade in New Iberia, Louisiana. First responders tell KADN.
Oh, that's not good. Oh no. Oh no, there has been a terror attack at the Lao New Year's parade in New Iberia, Louisiana. It's unclear if it was it's unclear if it was intentional, but if you drive a vehicle into a group of people, it's a terror attack. I'm sorry you caused terror. Like, there's no good reason for it, and you don't drive into 20 people by accident. All right, there's been some kind of attack at the Lao New Year's parade in New Iberia, Louisiana. I'm going to figure out what the Laos New Year parade is. I've never heard of it. The Laotian New Year parade, and this is in New Iberia, Louisiana. Okay. Oh yeah, it's on all the sites now. Celebrating the Lao New Year. Oh, multiple people were hurt. This does not appear to be an intentional act. Okay, so it was an accident. Someone managed to, by accident, drive into the crowd. That's what the sheriff's spokesman said. Well, that was quick. So within 6 minutes, they were able to release a statement, and I just read it on the news, saying that does not appear to be an intentional act. How someone injured 20 people by accident, I don't know, but it was not an intentional act. So your hearts can all, I suppose, breathe in. It doesn't appear there's any fatalities. But I will let you know that as far as I'm aware, that was not an intentional act. I just read the statement from the sheriff's spokesperson within the past 6 minutes. She was only able to get the the statement out in the past 6 minutes. It was not an intentional act. No sleep for Grant if we remembering 4 centuries. God bless you, water under the fridge. You're single-handedly helping us charge towards our goal. Oh no, I forgot to start a new goal. You were single-handedly helping us charge towards our goal. I will say God bless you and play goat videos. I do love, well, I played horsey videos last time. Goat videos are good though. Might have to get my coffee in a second. We still got 6 hours to go in this stream, and I sense the Iranians have something planned tonight, seeing as they just said it. Here's top of the hour on Al Jazeera while I go get my coffee from the fridge. I thought ahead tonight. I hashtag got my coffee ahead of time.
Israel and Iran.
Here we go. Top of the hour.
I'm Rob Matheson. Coming up, Donald Trump says the U.S. will step up attacks if a deal isn't reached.
God bless you, water under the fridge.
Tehran has rejected the threat.
This is shrapnel inside one of the rooms of the ground floor of this hospital, and the damage obviously extends to other parts like this one.
Hospitals and universities are hit in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. We report from the scene of those attacks in Tehran. U.S. and Iranian forces search for an American airman who's still missing after his warplane was shot down over Iran on Friday. And Italy's Prime Minister visits Qatar, looking to address the conflict's impact on Europe's energy supply. Donald Trump says all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On social media, the U.S. president has said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Well, time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." Tehran has rejected Trump's threat. A military spokesman said Iran would respond without limitation against U.S. and Israeli targets if Trump followed through. In Iran, the search for a missing U.S. weapons officer is about to enter a 3rd day. The F-15 jet he was in was shot down over the southwest of the country on Friday. Now, we're going to be live this hour in Amman, Doha, Beirut, and Tehran. Mohammed Val is in the Iranian capital for us. How is Iran reacting to these fresh threats from Donald Trump?
Well, that reaction has been ongoing since the beginning of the ultimatum many days ago, actually. And they are saying that they're not concerned about the ultimatum in 48 hours because they have seen it being even executed before that deadline came. So they are talking about the strikes on power plantations.
That's exactly what I said.
That happened during the last few days, and the petrochemical companies that have been hit over the last couple of days, including even today in Mahshahar. For them, this is already the execution of that threat, and they are basically saying that they are ready for it, that Iran has proved that it is capable of defending itself and retaliating in kind. And I have this latest statement by Major General Ali Abdullahi, commander of the Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, responding to Trump's threat. He said, if the American Zionist enemy carries out any aggression, we will, without limitation, subject all the infrastructure used by the U.S. terrorist army, as well as the infrastructures of the Zionist regime, to continuous and devastating attacks. Also, the spokesman of the Khatam al-Anbiya in another statement said, do not forget that if your aggression expands, the entire region will turn into a hell for you. The mirage of defeating the Islamic Republic of Iran has turned into a swamp in which you are sinking. So basically, that summarizes the attitude here. They are saying that they have what it takes to respond, and if pain is inflicted on Iran, they will inflict it on the other side.
Let's talk about this F-15 jet that was shot down over the southwest of Iran on Friday. The search for the missing pilot, missing weapons officer, is about to enter a 3rd day. What is the situation with that at the moment, Mohammed?
It's an interesting situation of ambiguity. There is search. The area has been sealed, according to the authorities here, sealed off. and the search is going on. They asked civilians across that area to help with the search for that pilot. And in some reports, not really official, talking about how this pilot might finally, if he's alive, resort to trying to get in touch with someone so that he can get food and water and so on, because after so many days, probably if there is any ration, if he had any ration on him, he might have run out of it. And that's one of the, that's a hope, that probably he will, if he's alive, he'll show up somewhere. But it is going on, this search is going on by both sides, both the Americans and the Iranians. No details about how the Americans are going about the search in an area that is full of probably armed forces, units, and people who are ready to shoot at them. At the beginning of the search, there were images of helicopters in the area and also shooting at those helicopters. Today, there is none of that being reported in the news. But it is a very ambiguous situation, no details, but it is still going on as we speak.
Mohammed, thank you very much. Mohammed Val there in Tehran. Well, meanwhile, in the US, there's been little official reaction to the search for the missing airman. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reports from Washington, D.C.
Neither the White House nor the Pentagon have commented on these.
Pause. I have the latest from the IRGC in Hebrew. That's a new one. Here's the latest from the IRGC directed to the Israeli people in Hebrew, and there are English captions. So I'm going to play this for you full screen. It's the latest from the IRGC directed to the people of Israel in Hebrew.
يشلي مسق لشوهين بلتي خوكيم لفلسطين تكشيفو وفتو ميش بتنخ في خسكل وأتا بن آدم هتشبوت اتقيق هدميم ويهوداتا اتكل تعوتيها وأمقتا وأمق أدوني إلهيم اقشف خدام بتخالو إتا وأشتا جلو ليم أليها لتمأ بالدمخ أشق شفاعت أشام وبجلو لايخ أشق أسيد سمت فتكبي يمايخ فتبو أتشنوتايخ الكن تتيخ فالقويم بكلا سلخلها أقد صوت يشلي مسق لشوهيم بلتي خوكيم لفلسطين تكشيفو وفتو ما يشبتنخ بيخسكل وأتا بن آدم هتشبوت اتقيق هدميم ويهوداتا اتكل تعوتيها وأمقتا كأمق أدوني إلهيم اقشف خدام بتخالو إتا وأشتا جلو ليم أليها لتمأ بالدمخ أشق شفاعت أشامت وبجلو لايخ أشق أسيد تمت وتكبي يمايخ وتبو أتشنوتايخ الكن تتيخق فالقويم وكلا سلخلها أقد صوت يشلي مسق لشوهيم بلتي خوكيم لفلسطين تكشيفو
I can't believe he's saying this.
بتنخ بيخسكل وأتا بن آدم هتشبوت اتقيق هدميم ويهوداتا اتكل تعوتيها وأمقتا كأمق أدوني إلهيم اقشف خدام بتخالو إتا وأشتا جلو ليم أليها لتمأ بالدمخ أشق شفاعت أشامت وبجلو لايخ أشق أسيد تمت وتكبي يمايخ وتبو أتشنوتايخ الكن تتيخق فالقويم وكلا سلخلها أقد صوت.
Oh, it's AI. Oh, it's AI. 100%. They use AI, and he does not speak all those languages in that fluency. They're putting statements into an AI. I actually know the program they use. I found it out. Johnny boy, yeah, I would be careful buying routers from Temu. They oftentimes have spyware. You probably want to buy a domestic-made router from your country, just as a heads up. Yeah, Donald, something bad's coming. That was, like they quoted the scripture, the Hebrew Torah, the scripture, and they basically threatened the end of Israel. That was not good. They're sensing weakness, and they're very mad. That was like biblical. Oh boy. Oh goodness. All right, let's go back to the Al Jazeera update from Washington, where the U.S. leadership is absent completely.
For the crewman who was brought down by Iranian air defenses, and there's also been.
Oh, microdots! I'll play it for you one more time. It has English subtitles. It's in Hebrew. It's very ominous for Easter during Passover. It's very ominous.
يشلي مسق لشوهيم بلتي خوكيم لفلسطين تكشيفو توف ما يشبتنخ بيخسكل وأتا بن آدم هتشبوت ات إيق هدميم ويهوداتا ات كولتو عوتيها وأمقتا كو أمق أدوني إلهيم إقشوف خدام بتخالو إتا وأشتا جلو ليم أليها لتمأ بدمخ أشق شفاقت أشامت وبجلو لايخ أشق أسيد تمت وتقبي يمايخ وتبو أتشنوتايخ الكن تتيخ قبالقويم وكلا سلخلها أقد صوت يشلي مسق للشوهيم بلتي خوكي.
Oh no. Oh no. Not a computer one, a woodworking one. Should have said that to you as you're a tech guy. Oh, a woodworking router. Very good. God bless you. I did woodworking once, Johnny boy. It was hard. Yeah, that's a very ominous message for Easter and Passover. I don't even know what they're going to do.
No explanation.
Hello, Lee Agent. Hello, Sammy. Hello, Seth.
From the Pentagon, or indeed the White House, as to why just days after they claimed that Iranian air defenses had been obliterated, you have U.S. aircraft being shot down by the self-same air defenses. So this is a major problem for President Trump. Certainly there's going to be a public reaction as the saga continues, while the search continues for the missing crew member. The fact that U.S. aircraft were shot down in skies that the U.S. insisted it had complete control over is something deeply concerning to many Americans and probably to the White House as well.
Russia's state nuclear companies evacuated another 200 staff from Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Earlier, the facility in southern Iran was attacked for a fourth time since the start of the war. The strike hit the perimeter, killing one person. Initial assessments show no sign of damage to the plant's main units, but Iran's Atomic Energy Agency is warning of a potential nuclear accident. And Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is warning on Saturday that radioactive fallout from an accident would, in his words, end life in Gulf capital cities.
God bless you, Mimi. I wish every person on earth could automatically collect $200. That would be wonderful, Mimi. You are so good to pray for that. You are wonderful.
US and Israeli forces have launched strikes on a university and hospital in northern Tehran. Iran's science ministers told Al Jazeera more than 30 universities have been targeted across the country since the conflict began 5 weeks ago. Tehran has threatened to retaliate with attacks on US-affiliated schools in the region. Tawhid Asadi went to the scene of the latest strikes, and he's got this report.
And here we are in the northern areas of the Iranian capital at the campus of Shahid Beheshti University, where this laser and plasma research institute was targeted. On Friday, a U.S.-Israeli strike hit the university in Tehran, badly damaging those facilities.
Whoa, listen to this. I think I know why we haven't seen the president. They don't have the pilot. Listen to this. These reports are not always confirmed, but listen to this. I don't think they have that. I don't think the Americans have this pilot. Listen to this.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. URGENT. Entry of American helicopters into Chahamahal and Bakteri province, and the tribes confront the aerial operations with helicopters, engaging directly with them. Rate this translation.
Facilities. It's not the first to be targeted. Earlier this week, attacks struck the Iran University of Science and Technology. Last month, one of its faculty members was killed at home, along with his 2 children. Iran's Minister of Science, Research and Technology told Al Jazeera that more than 30 universities have been targeted so far.
More than 60 university students have been martyred to date, along with several professors. This not only brings international responsibility, but will also forever tarnish humanity's memory of the aggressors. Humanity will never forget that the US, with all its claims of upholding human rights, has now targeted knowledge and scholars.
The Red Crescent says more than 760 schools have been hit. Over the past weeks, The scope of those strikes has expanded as the US and Israel increasingly attack.
Hold on, I have something from Tasnim news agency now. I'll bring this up for you 1 second. This is a very strange situation. I think the Americans are going into North Iran or somewhere in Iran. They are looking for this pilot. They may be worried about Iran capturing this pilot. I have the latest. This is from Al Jazeera Arabic citing Tasnim, although Tasnim does not have the best reputation. Here's what I got from Al Jazeera Arabic, but this is citing Tasnim, so take it with a grain of salt.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Tasnim news agency, citing an Iranian military source. US forces are attempting to kill their pilot after losing hope of finding him. US forces are bombing areas where their missing pilot might be located in the southwest of the country. We will not announce whether the pilot is in our custody or not. The Americans are not telling the full truth about the first pilot.
Oh, goodness. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. God bless you. God bless you on this Easter weekend. Oh, it's so good to see both of you. This is an intense moment. I don't know what is going on. I'm shocked that Al Jazeera takes Tasnim so seriously. Speaking of Al Jazeera, let's go back to their report, but there's something very wrong. We haven't seen Mr. President in almost 2 days.
Attack civilian infrastructure. We are in southern areas of the Iranian capital, Tehran, where a residential and commercial area was targeted, and this building, a hospital, was severely impacted. A US-Israeli attack hit this area last weekend. It destroyed the market that was here. Across the street, the force of explosion also caused extensive damage to Del Aram Sina Hospital. Hospital management says it has been impossible for them to continue caring for patients.
The blast from the airstrike on the street outside caused serious damage to the hospital.
Whoa, I think they found the pilot. They found that it's happening right now on the ground. I don't have any videos. Apparently they have the pilot. It's a race for the pilot like right now, and the rescue operation may have failed. It's unclear. This is all happening on the ground right now. Okay, this is the best I can do for you. There's something going on in those two provinces, like right now. I think they found the pilot.
Conversation. Locals, Iran's National Police Command, FARAJA, the IRGC, and Barsi forces are reportedly firing at US helicopters that have entered Chahar Mahal and Bakteri province in search of the second pilot of the downed F-15E. Meanwhile, several airstrikes have reportedly targeted Iranian forces, while Iranian media claim that the US Air Force is attempting to kill the pilot after giving up hope of extracting him.
Okay, now I'll read you the latest. This is just chatter. It's unconfirmed. I don't have... This is like some very obscure region of Iran. Okay, here. I have footage. Take a listen.
Conversation. Chahardeh village, Iran, time 1:02, moving towards Mal Khalifa. The sound of the helicopter is clearly audible. US Army is again on rescue mission in Iran.
Okay, so it's 12:20. It's 1:50 a.m. So this is from 50 minutes ago, ostensibly. Okay, this is from 50 minutes ago. Here, this is apparently we're going in for the pilot. I don't know if this is. I don't know if they're going to get the pilot. That's a helicopter. All right, you look. This is the only footage I could get on the ground. You think they're going to release the pilot? That would be a shock. Well, there's something, I think we now know why there's a little pause. I think the U.S. military is going in. Okay, here's what I have.
Conversation. Shahadeh village, Iran, time 1:02, moving severe clashes between civilians and military forces with American helicopters. According to a local source, the location of an American pilot was identified. A large number of armed Barsi and citizen forces have gathered at the scene and forced the rescue helicopter to flee. Governor of Kogaliye, so far, 3 martyrs and 2 wounded have been reported. The exact number of the wounded and martyrs has not yet been determined, but it seems that the number of martyrs and injured is higher than these figures.
When they say martyred, they mean killed. And then there's loud fighter jet sound in Lordigan. All right, it's all going down now. I don't know. I don't have people on the ground. This source obviously got one video. Well, it will. Whether it will turn out to be true or not, whether it's just chatter, and what the Americans are doing, nobody knows. It's happening right now. I think I know. We all now know why Mr. President might be otherwise preoccupied. Back to Al Jazeera.
Our patients have mental health conditions, and a calm environment is essential for their care.
Inside the hospital, the extent of the destruction is even more apparent. This is shrapnel inside one of the rooms of the ground floor of this hospital, and the damage obviously extends to other parts like this one. According to Iran's Ministry of Health, more than 350 health centers have been damaged since the start of the war. And the Red Crescent says at least 18 of its facilities have been damaged, as well as dozens of pharmaceutical sites. That includes Pasteur Institute of Iran, a century-old vaccine production hub. And as the US threatens to target more civilian facilities such as power plants and bridges, people in Iran are being left to cope with the consequences. Toid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Yemen's Houthi group has announced it carried out a joint long-range attack on Israel alongside Iranian and Hezbollah forces. It said it fired a ballistic missile targeting Lod Airport in the Jaffa area and key military targets.
نفذت قواتنا المسلحة.
The Yemeni armed forces, with God's help, carried out their 5th military operation, using a fissile ballistic missile and several drones targeting Lod Airport in the Jaffa area and vital military targets belonging to the Israeli enemy in southern occupied Palestine. This operation was conducted jointly with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Iranian Army, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it successfully achieved its objectives.
Earlier, a wave of Iranian cluster missiles hit at least 10 locations in central Israel. Israel says one attack in Ramat Gan caused a building to partially collapse. An electricity line was also damaged, causing a power outage in several parts of the city. A major fire was also reported at a military-linked facility in Beersheba. At least 4 people have been injured. And in northern Israel, missiles targeted the city of Kiryat Shmona. Hezbollah claimed responsibility, saying it launched a barrage in the early hours of Saturday morning. And separately, hundreds of people have taken to the streets in Israel to demand an end to the war in Iran. Protesters have gathered in Tel Aviv's main square, as well as in several major cities, including Jerusalem and Haifa. Demonstrations are held every Saturday against the Netanyahu government. Rob McBride's joining us now from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rob, let's talk about the story we were mentioning earlier in the bulletin. We've been hearing from an Israeli official saying that they're ready to hit Iranian energy facilities. They're just waiting for the green light from the US.
Yeah, that's right. Senior defense officials in Israel do appear to have been briefing quite broadly Israeli media outlets that are all now reporting about a possible inclusion in this airstrikes against critical civilian infrastructure when it comes to power supply inside Iran. It says that the Israeli Air Force is preparing a list of targets that include energy generation and distribution, operation, and they say that they will be ready to hit these targets in the coming week, which fits almost exactly with this 48-hour countdown given by US President Donald Trump that Israeli fighters and warplanes will be ready to go alongside their US allies if and when that takes place. Prime Minister Netanyahu on Saturday evening has also issued a video statement just outlining where the air campaign from Israel's point of view is currently up to. We know that it has been broadening the targets that it's been striking to include much more of the general infrastructure of Iran, especially industries that have a dual civilian and potential military application, such as, for example, the steel industry that Israeli fighters have been hitting very hard in recent days because the steel from those works can be used to make armaments. And according to Netanyahu, about 70% of Iran's steel-making capacity has now been destroyed, and now they're concentrating on petrochemicals because he says the materials from there can also be used in the ballistic missile program. And both industries, he says, have been funding what he says terror activity against both Israel and the rest of the world.
And Rob, Israel apparently intensifying its invasion of the south of Lebanon at the same time as it's planning to attack again Iran. The goal in southern Lebanon appears to be occupation.
Yeah, it does look increasingly like that. And there does seem to be a campaign underway at the moment by authorities in Israel to prepare the public for tougher fighting to come, and also to give justification for this increasingly massive military commitment that it's undertaking in southern Israel, with in southern Lebanon, with military officials stressing just how much of a threat Hezbollah still poses, saying that it has the rockets to potentially fire 200 of them per day for a 5-month period. Now, this is an organization which, after another conflict at the end of 2024, some of the government, including Netanyahu, had said it had been weakened for decades. One minister saying it had been defeated. So while there's still a vast majority of people in Israel who support this conflict, says it has to be waged there, the minority who are against the war or against the way it's being handled is becoming increasingly vociferous. And we have seen these protests taking place in Tel Aviv, Haifa, other cities, with the organizers winning a court battle to allow more protests to take part, with the judges accusing the police of trying to use emergency powers because of the war to limit the crowd numbers to just 50 as a way of trying to limit, it seems, dissent.
Rob McBride there talking to us from Jordan's capital, Amman. Thank you. Well, Israeli forces have pounded the southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital. This is the aftermath from drone attacks that injured at least 11 people. The army says it was targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. Dozens of homes have been hit in the strikes. Hadi Pet is live for us in Beirut. So, as we were just talking about with Rob, Israel's invaded the south. It's been striking Beirut and the city of Tyre. I understand that now Israeli forces appear to be targeting a border crossing with Syria.
Yeah, a couple of hours ago, the Israeli military spokesperson issued a statement saying that the border crossing should be evacuated. There was an imminent threat that the Israeli military was going to target it. Now, this is the main border crossing between Lebanon and Syria. It's called Masna. Thousands of people use it every day. In fact, more than 200,000 people have used it to evacuate out of Lebanon in the last month since the war started. Most of those were Syrians who are going home, but about 30,000 Lebanese as well, according to the UNHCR. Now, this crossing, it's a very busy crossing. And additionally, the area that the Israeli military has said that it is going to target with airstrikes is about the 3.5-kilometre stretch of road from where the Lebanese border post is, and then about 3.5 kilometres into no man's land. That area at the moment is home to hundreds of trucks because there's been a massive backup there in the last couple of months due to a new Syrian import policy requiring Syrian trucks to transport goods inside the country. And so the drivers get stuck there for up to a week, sleeping in their cabs. So it's not just the people passing back and forth. The evacuation of that border crossing is also hundreds of trucks. And the video coming out of there has been a lot of panic. people running, evacuating in their cars. I spoke to a member of the customs agency here in Lebanon who confirmed that it has indeed been closed and fully evacuated. But this represents a significant expansion in Israel's targeting of civilian infrastructure here in Lebanon. They've been systematically blowing up bridges connecting South Lebanon to the rest of the country over the Litani River, 9 so far. But this is a significant escalation targeting this main border crossing between Syria and Lebanon. So not just cutting off South Lebanon from the rest of Lebanon, but now indeed isolating Lebanon from its neighbours.
Heidi, let's go back to southern Lebanon for a bit and the UN's role in that. Now, their operation there is called UNIFIL, and it's usually made up of UN peacekeepers who patrol the Lebanese side of the border with Israel. But 3 peacekeepers have died just recently. They've been coming under fire several times.
Yeah, the UN peacekeepers who've been stationed down in that border area for decades now have experienced a number of deaths and injuries since this war escalated again about a month ago. Now, in that incident where 3 Indonesian peacekeepers died in 2 separate explosions a couple of days ago, UNIFIL says that it is still investigating the circumstances of those explosions. The Israeli military has pinned the blame on Hezbollah. But what has happened in the last 24 hours is...
A fire has broken out at the Shuktra oil sector complex in Kuwait following a drone attack.
The Israeli troops that have been operating in and around the town of Naura, which is where UNIFIL has its headquarters, it's a coastal town right down by the Israeli border, and the Israelis have destroyed every single CCTV camera around the UNIFIL headquarters. Now, UNIFIL says that those cameras, they're purely pointed at the perimeter. They're there for the safety and security of the military and civilian peacekeepers that are stationed down there. They have reminded the Israelis of their responsibility to ensure the safety of their peacekeepers and said that they're launching a formal complaint. But that base has come under fire a number of times already. A projectile landed there in the last week. Now, UNIFIL said that that one came from a non-state actor, and their investigations into a number of other incidents where their troops have been targeted are ongoing. They concluded, in fact, that the Israelis were responsible for one attack about 3 weeks ago that injured 3 Ghanaian peacekeepers when an Israeli tank fired 3 shells into their base. But this destruction of the CCTV cameras means that it is much more difficult for them to investigate, to prove, to issue any kind of concrete findings as fighting escalates in that town, if indeed that base is targeted again, or in fact, again, if there is Israeli fire in the direction of these UN peacekeepers.
Bringing us up to date there from Beirut, this Heidi Ped. Heidi, thank you. With the renewed threat on Iran's energy facilities by President Trump is raising concerns for Gulf nations caught in the crossfire of the US-Israeli war on Iran. We're going to speak to Victoria Gatenby. She's live for us in Doha. So if Donald Trump does carry out this threat and then Iran responds, do we have an idea what that could mean for the Gulf region, Victoria?
Well, this is the nightmare scenario, really. GCC countries have said no good will come from this conflict escalating any further. I mean, they have said that, you know, Gulf countries have really been attacked by Iran. That's been part of its strategy from the very beginning. It says it's only attacking really US military assets and other US assets in this region. But we have seen over the past 5 weeks that civilian infrastructure and critical energy infrastructure has also been targeted by Iran's missiles and drones. We've seen attacks in the last few days on desalination plants in Kuwait, on gas facilities, on oil refineries, on airports, on IT facilities. The list goes on. And GCC countries have said that they have been very restrained in the face of these attacks. That's not because they don't have the ability to respond. They spend about $115 billion annually on defense. Some countries, having been attacked for the past 5 weeks, have started to talk about the fact that their patience is not unlimited. Saudi Arabia, in particular, has talked in recent weeks about its right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Now, the position of the GCC at the moment remains that they're calling for de-escalation and dialogue. They say that is the only way that this conflict will be resolved. But if there is
alert, well, that didn't take long. I told you, alert. Incoming Beersheba, south of Israel. I told you we were not long for an alert. I could sense it. Something was wrong in Iran. Something was wrong, I could tell. As soon as something happened in Iran, they launched at Israel. You have 6 minutes. It's south of Israel. As soon as that happened, whatever with the helicopter, they have launched. They launched immediately. It's the Iranians. It's the Iranians. The target is Bir Shiva. You have 6 minutes. You might be able to... I don't know what's going to happen right now. This is not good. Another alert. Oh, no. Southern Negev. Oh, this is bad. Oh, they're about to shell the Negev very hard. There was a... Wait, I told you they were made. Something very, very bad happened. I didn't know what happened in Iran, but as soon as I heard that helicopter, I knew something bad had happened. The target is Beersheba. You have 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's 6 minutes. It's 6 minutes, exactly. It's Beersheba. You have 6 minutes. I'm going to guess it's coming from Iran, seeing as the Americans just flew a helicopter and bombing people. This is the beginning of the Easter attacks. Oh no. Iran, don't you like... oh no. Well, isn't Jesus about to rise? I mean, why would you bomb when Jesus is going to rise? I thought that's a good thing. We all like Jesus. You know, Jesus is in the Holy Quran. Why do we have to do attacks on Easter? You know, we like Jesus. Oh no. This is not good. It's coming. It's going to start with the south and then go to Tel Aviv. U.S. Air Force are currently conducting an operation to save the pilot. Ladies and gentlemen, they are conducting a raid to save the pilot right now. Oh, it's all happening right now. They're going to save the pilot. They're going in to save the pilot. I think it is happening. If they get a democratic government in all this for nothing, even though they asked for a military, I agree. I agree. Oh no, American media is reporting that they're going in for the pilot right now. And as that's happening, Iran is firing at Israel. They might have saved the pilot. Hello, rigged outcome. We don't know what happened. It's a very active situation. And as that's happening, Iran is launching at Israel. Right now it is incoming to the south. It's all happening now. I don't know what happened with the pilot. I don't know if we got the pilot. I don't know if the Iranians got the pilot. I don't know who has the pilot. I agree, JPR. I can't make anyone stop. I don't get why anybody bombs on Easter or Passover or Islamic holidays or any day, frankly. Here we go. You have 3 minutes. It is South Israel, then it will be Tel Aviv like 6 minutes later. I know them. I know how the Iranians work. I hope, Miss Rockstar, I hope. We care. I hope they don't target the Holy City. They haven't. They haven't as of late. Okay, you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds. If they get the missile, there will be no red alerts. If they don't get the missile, there will be red alerts. You might be able to see the missile as well on the Central Israel Owl Cam, which is at the top. This is one of those long missiles. It takes a while to get there. You can measure it. Hello, rigged outcome. God bless you. Correct, Standing Stones. They haven't hit Jerusalem, the holy city, in a while. Multiple weeks. Maybe once or twice, but it's been sparse. No red alerts yet. I don't know where the missile is. I don't know where it's coming from. These ones you sometimes can see. The Tel Aviv ones you can always see over South Lebanon. No red alerts yet. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 90 seconds. Did they get it? One minute and 20 seconds. No red alerts yet. Red alerts. It's Arad. It's Arad and Dimona. Oh, it's the nuclear research facility. It's the whole area around Arad and Beersheba to the east. They hit with that very intense missile. Here it comes. They did not intercept it. Gaza? That's odd. Oh, that's not good. Watch cam 8. I hope so, Brandon Dye. I hope so. We pray. Welcome to the channel. Oh, no. The entire south of Israel is lighting up. There goes, yeah. Iran put Tupac on a missile today. Oh no. Okay. The alerts are in place. Who knows what will happen? We won't be able to hear it. You might be able to see it. Okay, there's the impact zone. It's in the middle of Beersheba. I did not see it on the cams. Thank you, Dog Pounds. Dog Pounds saw 3 interceptors fire. I'm waiting for an update for you from the south of Israel. The alerts have not lifted. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. I do not have an update on the missile fired at the south. The alerts haven't even lifted.
As to why
Oh, you can see one of the helicopters. We are on the ground. I don't know what happened in the south, but the alert is not lifted. It's Beersheba. Sirens blaring in the Navatim Air Base. Okay, here's what I got. Iranian television, a new wave has begun towards Israel. Beersheba, Dimona, Arad, Nivat, Ofakim, Sarat, Gaza Strip, Arab, Dead Sea. Sirens are ringing in the tunnels. Sirens blare in Nevatim Air Base in southern Israel. Shoulder-fired missiles launched towards American helicopters. Oh, they're in there right now trying to get the boys, trying to get that boy. They're going to try to save the pilot. It's all happening right now. They're trying to rescue that pilot right now. And in response, Iran is shelling Israel. Oh, goodness. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 6:48 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is Saturday, April 4th, 2026. It is 12:48 a.m. in South Africa. It's 1:48 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. It's 2:18 a.m. in Tehran. Sunday, April 5th, 2026. Alerts in South Israel. There is no indication as to what exactly happened. I will have an update for you as soon as possible. Someone had an interview with a reporter in a towel. The second pilot has been found and the evacuation operation is currently underway. Clashes between U.S. Special Forces and Iran's semi-military Bashi forces in Kujilal and Boyar Ahmad province, the same area where an F-15E aircraft is alleged to have crashed. They may have found the pilot. I will get you an update. I do not know. There's not really... Oh, I have the missile. I have the missile that went over the Negev. I have it. I repeat. I have the missile that went over the Negev. It's right... Oh, 1 second. It's right here. Here is the missile that went over the Negev. It's only 60 seconds old, but here it is. This is the missile just now.
Beersheva Mizrach.
1 second.
Beersheva Ma'arav. Beersheva Tzafon. Beersheva Hatra'a. Beersheva Mizrach. Beersheva Ma'arav. Beersheva Tzafon. Beersheva Hatra'a. Beersheva Mizrach. Beersheva Ma'arav. Beersheva Tzafon.
That was the missile, and I think it's the alert app reading out the cities. You can set it to do that. Here's the image of the helicopter. It's very grainy. This is the image of the American helicopter reportedly flying over southern Iran trying to locate the pilot. And that's all I have. Alright, that's all I have right now. That is the helicopter, though. It's in southwestern Iran, near the Strait of Hormuz, a little north of it. Alright, I got more footage right now from the south of Israel. Right now, the missile that you just saw the alert for, I expect another alert for Tel Aviv. It takes them like 10 minutes. They do it in waves. There's like very specific timing. Here's the latest missile from southern Israel. Beersheba. It's a city near the Negev. This is the missile from the south. As the U.S. goes in to get the downed pilot, Iran is firing at Israel. This is the missile that just went over the south. The alert is cleared in the south. That's the missile. More coming in just now. More coming in just now from the south of Israel. Hello, Roger. Oh, wow, interesting. In 2013, it was a real person who would read the cities, says All the World's a Stage. Now it's an AI voice. Yeah, that's true, All the World's a Stage. I love the song, The Great Gig in the Sky, Rada, Sammy. Also, God bless you, Rada. It's good to see you. Here's the latest from Beersheba. There were 4 missiles. 4 missiles. I repeat, 4 missiles fired at Beersheba. Latest from southern Israel. Four missiles I'm hearing in this salvo. Okay, another image coming in now of the missile. There were 4 of them that headed towards Beersheba and the Negev. I always like David Gilmour. Roger Waters is good. Here we go. Latest from southern Israel. Heavy airstrikes in Isfahan, Iran occurring now. This is the latest from southern Israel. Latest from southern Israel. We'll take the top of the hour report from Al Jazeera in just 4 minutes, but that is the missile. I don't have an impact assessment yet, but that is the missile. Not the bright light, the missile to the right of it. Latest from Israel. I do not have an impact assessment for you, but I will take Al Jazeera's top of the hour update.
מזרח. באר שבע.
Yeah, I already listened to that one. The target is military. I'm hearing the target of this was military. I have one more image now. Okay, I'm hearing the targets of the last round was military, but you know what that means. The Iranians will fire again at Tel Aviv in about 5 minutes, 20 minutes at most. Here's the latest from the Negev. 4 missiles I'm hearing. This is the latest from the Negev. You're looking at the latest? From southern Israel, I don't have an impact assessment. The targets were military in nature. Another angle of the missile for you now while I'm waiting for an impact assessment. All different angles of the missile that just went over the south of Israel. Different angle now. Latest from southern Israel. I'm getting you every angle I can. As the pilot is apparently being pursued and they're attempting to locate the pilot in southern Iran. Let's see if Al Jazeera has anything for us about the pilot.
For tomorrow's conflict, it's all.
No, I don't need the chat. Thank you,
It
though.
cannot be solved by human beings. If only we can learn to cooperate. International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you.
Yes, drop microdots. So I'm not an expert, but there's always like a lower part of that hypersonic and the upper part. Like, I don't know if it's like a missile that separates or if that's like the fuel storage cell, like the fuel tank, like separating. But every missile is different from Iran, and that missile, I kind of think of it as like a laser pointer under the missile, but really it's not. It's probably just like a dual stage missile that like separates as it's heading down towards the earth to get rid of its fuselage, or it's called a fuel cell, but it's really just a giant aluminum tank of rocket fuel. Either solid or liquid rocket fuel. A dual stage rocket means that like it has its fuel tank on it, but it's inefficient for it to reach its target with the fuel tank. Once it's empty, it jettisons the fuel tank, and then the fuel tank falls to the ground, and then like the actual missile goes like into the target, but I could be wrong. Good day, AJS, Perth, Australia. Happy Easter to you and your family. God bless you. Hello to our friends in Australia. God bless all of the towels around the world already celebrating Easter. God bless you, AJS Perth, Australia. Thank you so much for the kind words. The people of Australia are wonderful, and I am so glad and honored to welcome you to this stream, and really it's a pleasure, and it's my distinct pleasure, really. I think Australian people are wonderful. We have so many wonderful Australian towels in the chat. So God bless you, AJS Perth, Australia, and thank you so much for being with us today. Let's go to Al Jazeera, top of the hour.
On them.
This is what Mr. President Trump, who has not been seen. We now know why Mr. President Trump has not been seen. They're trying to save the pilot right now. Oh, God bless you, Ristala. Happy Easter to all of our towel friends in Scotland. We wish a very happy Easter to all of the towel friends in the UK, and for all of the towel friends in Scotland, and for all the towel friends in Ireland and Australia, Wales, France, Germany. Happy Easter to all of you. Italy, I'm pretty sure it's already Easter there. Palestine, to those who celebrate there. Israel, if there's any people who celebrate Easter there, or Passover. Let's see. Iran, anyone who celebrates Easter there. Iraq, let's see. Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, happy Easter. Let's see. Yemen, Oman. Who else watches? The entire continent of Africa, minus like Guinea-Bissau and a few countries, the Central African Republic. It's easier to name the countries in Africa that don't watch than the countries that do watch. Bhutan also doesn't watch. It's 180 countries watch, so it's actually just generally easier for me to name the 15 countries, 16 if you count Kosovo, that don't watch, rather than list all 180. But hello to the people of Fiji, and hello to the people of India and Pakistan and Iran and Russia and Ukraine, and hello to the people of Germany. Happy Easter. Happy Easter to the people of Ukraine and Russia, obviously, and happy Easter to the people of China and Taiwan, and also Japan and Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia and Thailand and New Zealand, of course, and Antarctica. If any of the penguins are watching, happy Easter to you down there. Happy Easter to Greenland and Iceland and Denmark and Finland and Sweden and Norway, and let's see, Austria. Let's see, any other countries that I forgot? Germany, I probably already said. France, can't forget about the French. Happy Easter to the French. Let's see, who else is in there? Happy Easter to Croatia and Serbia, and then Kosovo, and then happy Easter to, Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan, and then, let's see, I'm probably forgetting some people, but happy Easter to you all. Those are the countries I can remember right now. If I missed your country, I'm very sorry. Happy Easter to Greece, of course. Happy Easter to Jordan. It is so nice to see you all. A very warm happy Easter to all the countries of the world. I'm so honored that I get to talk to you each day. It really is my honor. Yes, we've reached 180 countries. Microdots, it's been so wonderful to see all the wonderful countries of the world. Happy Easter from Hogwarts. Okay, happy Easter, Hogwarts. I hope you all are having a one time. Can I come visit you in Hogwarts? That would be really fun. I've always wanted to fly around on like a giraffe. I don't think that you can do that at Hogwarts, but if you all could hook it up, that would be really fun. Like, I want to be the president of the United States, and I want to go to Hogwarts and fly around on a giraffe. So that would be fun. Happy Easter. Oh, I'm so glad, AJS Perth, Australia. You set us off on a wonderful happy Easter celebration around the world. 182 countries. Yeah, 182 I think we're at now. Yes, Razor, it's really impressive. The watch time is outrageous. So I haven't looked at it today, but I'm pretty sure your total watch time, all of you, over the past like 34 days is somewhere around like 9 to 10 or 11,000 human watch hours, which if you're like trying to do the math, it's like 10 years. A single person would have to watch this channel for 10 years without sleeping to match the amount of time you have all watched. And it shows me watch hours by country too. You'd be surprised. Like, a lot of people in a lot of different countries watch for a very long amount of time. The average watch duration is very high. So I'm grateful to you all. Yeah. I think, yes, we said hello to Happy Easter to Ireland. I did say Iran, Ifti Ahmad. We do have viewers in Iran, indeed. I'm very honored by that. Top of the hour update. There is a lot going on. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 7:06 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime here from the War Desk in Boston, Massachusetts, my home. It is Saturday, April 4th, 2026. It is 1:06 a.m. in South Africa, it's 2:06 in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 2:36 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, Sunday, Easter, April 5th, 2026. Here we go, 34th day of the U.S.-Iran war. The pilot is being rescued right now. We do not know if the rescue operation was successful, and this is the top of the hour update from Al Jazeera. That was your mental decompression break, by the way, my saying Happy Easter to all the countries of the world. It helps your brain with trauma, trust me.
Donald Trump says all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On social media, the U.S. president has said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." Tehran has rejected Trump's threat. A military spokesman said Iran would respond without limitation against...
There was a hit in Beersheba. I repeat, there was a hit at a factory in Beersheba, more as I know it. Happy Easter to Texas. Happy Easter to Massachusetts, of course. Happy Easter to the entire world. It is 7:07 a.m., by the way, Sunday morning, April 5th, 2026 in Perth, Australia. Good day, and God bless all of you. I'm so grateful that you've welcomed me into your home this Easter morning on Sunday, and it is my honor and distinct privilege to be with you.
U.S. and Israeli targets if Trump followed through. In Iran, the search for a missing U.S. weapons officer is about to enter a third day. The F-15 jet the crew member was in was shot down over the southwest of the country on Friday. Well, we're live in Amman, Doha, Beirut, and Tehran, and that's where we start with Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. Mohammed, how are Iranian officials reacting to these latest threats from Donald Trump?
Mohammed, they have been reacting even before this latest statement on the remaining 48 hours. Over the last few days, they have been saying that the Americans and the Israelis are already executing those threats against power plants here, against petrochemical companies, and even other civilian infrastructures in the country, and that Iran also has been reacting and retaliating against that. So this deadline for them is already void because the threat is being executed, even if probably on a lesser scale. And the statements, the latest we have is from the Major General Ali Abdullahi, commander of the Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, responding to Trump's threat. If the American Zionist enemy carries out an aggression, we will, without limitation, subject all the infrastructures used by the U.S. terrorist army, as well as the infrastructures of the Zionist regime, to continuous and devastating attacks. In another statement by the spokesman of the Khatam al-Anbiya, he said, "Do not forget that if your aggression expands, the entire region will turn into a hell for you. The mirage of defeating the Islamic Republic of Iran has turned into a swamp in which you are sinking." So this is the type of statements coming from the military commanders here in Iran, and they are seriously trying to convince the Americans and the Israelis that it is going to be painful for them and for their interests in the region and for the people in the region also as a whole, not Iran only.
And Mohammed, let me also ask you, where does the situation stand in Iran when it comes to the search for the crew member from that downed U.S. fighter jet?
For the most of the last 24 hours, it was a bit calm and ambiguous. There hasn't been much activity going on until the last few hours. We have some new reports of clashes, or at least sound of helicopters in the air, and a strike on a place called Dehdasht, a strike on a communication tower in that area. And according to local reports, local authorities, 4 people have been killed and 1 injured in those strikes, which indicates a kind of fresh attempt by the Americans to try to find that pilot, and rumors in the area that probably they are trying to kill him if they can't rescue him, as per some of the military creeds, the US and Israel, to prevent his being captured or being in custody in Iran But that's just uncorroborated rumors in the region. So it just gives you the atmosphere of what's going on. There is actually some activity going on, new activity going on to try to find that pilot, and it involves strikes in the region Kogiluya province, where that plane was downed.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val live for us with all the latest.
Oh, so we had a question from Suraya. What does the word Zionist mean? Well, so have you ever heard of, in logical, argumentation, it's called formal logic. There's different types of definitions. It's very important to understand this. It's like the metaphysical concept of a definition. Like, what does a word mean, right? So there's something called a lexical definition. That's going to be the definition of a word you find in the dictionary. Then you might have something called a stipulative definition. That's a definition that you stipulate to for the purposes of logical argumentation. You say, like, I'm going to define my terms, and then for the purposes of our argument, X means Y. Then there's something called a precising definition. This is a word that develops meaning independent of its lexical definition in a very highly specific field of academia, or mostly academia, but it can also be like in the military or like in the field of like NGOs, non-governmental organizations, or even in statecraft. And then there might be, let me just read you all the types of definitions. I think I got most of them. I think like stipulative, which is a newly assigned meaning, lexical, which is the dictionary meaning, precising, which is reducing vagueness, theoretical, which is the conceptual meaning, and then persuasive, which is like a definition that's a word that's defined in a way to manipulate people. So let me take you like through the word Zionist from its stipulative, lexical, precising, theoretical, and persuasive definitions. So every word, not every word has all 5 definitions. The word Zionist functions in so many different capacities. It happens to be a perfect microcosm of the 5 different types of definitions in formal argumentation or formal logic, as it's called traditionally. All right, so like a stipulative meaning of the word Zionist would be like, in the context of this conversation, when I use the word Zionist, I'm going to be referring to the beliefs of people who wanted the establishment of the state of Israel prior to the year like 1899. Okay, I can do that. That's called the stipulative definition. I get to make it for the purposes of our argument, but it's not really like the definition of the word. I'm just saying that because it will help you and I when we have a discussion. The lexical definition of the word Zionist is just going to be what's in the dictionary, probably like the belief that the state of Israel should exist. Okay. Precising is like the way Zionist is used in a given academic tradition. Now, like, that is complex because a bunch of people use Zionist in different ways. The Iran and their axis, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which are called the Blood Guardians. There's a bunch of like other subgroups though. They refer to Israel as the Zionist empire, the Zionist regime, the Zionist occupying force. They're using it in a derogatory way because so this is a precising definition for them. Because for them, Israel is not a legitimate state. They don't recognize Israel as a state, just like Israel doesn't recognize Palestine. And so when the Houthis or Hezbollah or Iran, when they reference like Israel or even like cities in Israel, they will use scare quotes because to them, like those aren't real cities, quote unquote. Like they're not, they don't recognize the country. So when they refer to Israel, they use the precising definition of Zionist. That's where you'll see it a lot in statements. Other people would probably argue modern Zionism is different than the original beliefs that defined Zionism. So therefore they'd give you a precising definition of like right-wing, post-industrial, modern Zionism. A theoretical definition of Zionism, I don't even know. Like for the purposes of like thinking about a two-state solution, Zionism would be the idea that a Jewish state can peacefully coexist with a Palestinian state. And then persuasive, like that's more like how the Iranians use Zionist. Like Zionist means bad. Like that's a persuasive definition. So the word Zionist is a very good way to explain the 5 different types of definition in logical argumentation. Back to Al Jazeera.
In Tehran. Thanks so much, Mohammed. Meanwhile, in the U.S., there's been little official reaction to the search for the missing crew member. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reports from Washington, D.C.
Neither the White House nor the Pentagon have commented on these ongoing search operations for the crewman who was brought down by Iranian air defenses. And there's also been no explanation from the Pentagon or indeed the White House as to why, just days after they claimed that Iranian air defenses had been obliterated, you have U.S. aircraft being shot down by the self-same air defenses. So this is a major problem for President Trump. Certainly there's going to be a public reaction as the saga continues while the search continues.
Speaking of the search, here's footage from on the ground where Iranians are just flooding into the area trying to find the pilot. My pleasure. Soraya, right, you got quite a fun answer and you learned about different types of definitions and logic. Formal logic. It's a really interesting discipline. I recommend taking it. It's really worthwhile. You can learn a lot if you watch this stream, actually. You'll learn about all sorts of different things. Sammy, like, I think there are people who argue that tenets of Zionism became extremist, but I think, like, that's more of a precising definition. Like, Zionism itself is like, in, like, objective terms, is just the belief that Israel should be a state, but it became, like, way more than that. Here is the latest from the ground in Iran, where civilians are literally driving to the area to try to join the search for the U.S. pilot. Motorhead, you're doing it again. Motorhead, you're doing it again. Second night in a row. Motorhead, you are welcome to be here. You know that, but you can't be engaging. You can't be engaging like that. No. All right. We got to relax, Motorhead. We got to relax. You can't just be asking people to fact check you. Motorhead, your style of debate, okay? It's like you have to think of the House of Commons, right? When you come into the chat, right? There's probably like a debate going on, okay? You can't just jump into the chat, throw unrelated private member bills onto the floor of the House. Okay, like think about how parliamentary debate works. We're sitting up here debating like the funding of like the transit authority, and you're like, listen, I would like to formally designate like 700 years of British history as like that of like et cetera, et cetera. Like, okay, do you want to submit your bill like at the relevant like Friday sitting for private members' bills? Like, I don't understand. Like, you're disrupting the chamber. That's kind of like what I have to. No, you don't have to leave, Motorhead. I'm just saying, like, it's just when you put like I like your style of debate because you reference history. But what sometimes happens is like when you're debating with someone, you will start saying like, I'm fact checking you instead of just focusing on the debate. I guess that's the way I can explain it. I like your style of debate. I find what you post very historically relevant. That's why we had the conversation yesterday. The only thing I don't want to see is like, I'm fact-checking you. It's like a direct address to another honorable member. It's the only thing that kind of makes things tense. If you just leave it as you made the point, you cited your history, and that's it, I'm happy with it. I just don't like to see the, hey, I fact-checked you. It just becomes like personalities. That's the best way I can explain it. Personally, I think your information is very interesting. It's just when you go to the follow-up of, I fact-checked you, etc., it becomes a little bit too like personality-based discourse instead of idea-based discourse, so I have to draw a firm line. It disrupts the like order in the chamber. But your information is fascinating, Motorhead. I didn't say you have to sit back and swallow any history. It just has to, we have to bifurcate like your posting of the information and then the follow-up, all right? You just can't say to people like, I fact-checked you, like you did. Like, it speaks for itself, you know what I'm saying? It's just the like, think of it as like parliamentary debate, parliamentary procedure, decorum. It's not your like fact-checking, that's fine. It's the follow-up. That's all I would say. We don't allow for referencing of other honorable members in the chat directly. You should address your remarks to the speaker. Speaking of that, you know, what we could do, I have a new command. I don't use it that often, but did you hear I have a new command? I'm going to read this out loud. Miss Missy knows what's coming. Oh, I used the wrong command. It's not at, it's exclamation point. Motorhead, if they hurl insult to you, you just tell me, all right, and I'll monitor them. All right, the speaker has called for a chat reset. You are thus commanded to present to this honorable house your best emojis, including but not limited to sheep, goat, cat, dog, and other animal-related emojis. All right, the speaker has called for a chat reset. You are thus commanded to present to this honorable house your best emojis, including but not limited to sheep, goat, cat, dog, and other related animal emojis. Thank you for your attention.
For the missing crew member, the fact that U.S. aircraft were shot down in skies that the U.S. insisted it had complete control over is something deeply concerning to many Americans and probably to the White House as well.
We're moving the chat right along.
Russia's state nuclear company has evacuated another 200 staff from Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Earlier, the facility in southern Iran was attacked for a fourth time since the start of the war. The strike hit the perimeter, killing one person. Initial assessments show no sign of damage to the plant's main units, but Iran's Atomic Energy Agency has warned of a potential nuclear accident. And Iran's Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, warned on Saturday that radioactive fallout from an accident would, in his words, end life in Gulf capital cities. U.S. and Israeli forces have launched strikes on a university and hospital in northern Tehran. Iran's science minister has told Al Jazeera more than 30 universities have been targeted across the country since the conflict began 5 weeks ago. Tehran has threatened to retaliate with attacks on U.S.-affiliated schools in the region. Tawhid Asadi went to the scene of the latest strikes and has this report.
And here we are in the northern areas of the Iranian capital at the campus of Shahid University.
This is an important report, but I've already seen it, so I'm just going to jump forward to the live report.
Linked facility in Beersheba. At least 4 people have been injured.
Targeting Lod Airport in the Chad, Palestine.
That's what I wanted the update on.
Iranian cluster missiles hit at least 10 locations in central Israel. Israel says one attack in Ramat Gan caused a building to partially collapse. An electricity line was also damaged, causing a power outage in several parts of the city. A major fire was also reported at a military-linked facility in Beersheba. At least 4 people have been injured. And in northern Israel, missiles targeted the city of Kiryat Shmona. Hezbollah claimed responsibility, saying it launched a barrage in the early hours of Saturday morning. Separately, hundreds of people took to the streets in Israel to demand an end to the war in Iran. Protesters gathered in Tel Aviv's main square, as well as in several major cities, including Jerusalem and Haifa. Demonstrations are held every Saturday against the Netanyahu.
All satellite imagery in the war is ending. All satellite imagery is ending of the war. All satellite imagery companies providing imagery of the war are shutting down. Quote, this is from Planet. Due to the conflict in the Middle East, the U.S. government has requested all satellite imagery providers voluntarily implement an indefinite withhold of imagery in the designated areas of interest. Effective retroactively from March 9, 2026, Planet is moving to a managed access model, extending the publication delay for all new imagery within the designated area and releasing imagery on a case-by-case basis and for urgent mission-critical requirements or in the public interest. For the media, this model is in line with the media policies of other remote sensing companies. We expect this policy to last through the end of the conflict. Access to imagery for the rest of the world is unaffected. These are extraordinary circumstances, and we are doing all we can to balance the needs of our stakeholders. We will continue to monitor the situation and make adjustments as possible to minimize the impact on data availability to our customers. Wow, they're stopping all satellite imagery of the entire region. Wow.
Well, Rob McBride joins.
Great job on the chat reset, by the way. I'm proud of you. Great job, everyone.
Joins us now live from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rob, Israel has been coming under attack from Iran, Hezbollah, and the Houthis in Yemen. And meanwhile, we've heard an Israeli official saying they're ready to hit Iranian energy facilities, that they're just waiting for the green light from the U.S. What else are you learning?
Yeah, that's right. It appears that senior military officials in Israel and security officials have been briefing widely to the media there, and we're getting reports of what the next phase of Israel's air campaign might look like, with a concentration, with a focus on the energy sector, with talk about hitting various electricity plants and distribution networks, very much ready to go within the next few days, which would sync perfectly with this 48-hour deadline as given by US President Donald Trump. On Saturday evening, Prime Minister Netanyahu also issued a video statement just explaining where the air campaign by Israel's Air Force is currently up to. We know that the campaign has broadened to attack more broadly the general infrastructure of Iran, targeting so-called dual-use industries such as the steel industry, which can have both a civilian and military application, saying that currently around 70% of the steel industry of Iran has been destroyed, with the justification being that steel from those works are used in armaments manufacture. Similarly, it's because of the petrochemicals and some of the materials it uses that petrochemical plants are now being targeted. This is the next phase, according to Netanyahu. Both, he says, are being used to fund what he calls terror against Israel and the rest of the world. And talking of those missiles, just in the last few minutes, we've had confirmation that the latest ballistic missile launched from Iran has been intercepted over the city of Beersheba in the south of Israel, breaking up and with debris falling to the earth, but with no reports of casualties.
And Rob, as all that is going on, it is also intensifying its invasion of South Lebanon. Are there indications at this point that Israel's end game is further occupation?
I have a statement 8 minutes ago from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense, it looks like, a government building. President Trump apparently is running the rescue operation of the American pilot. Here's the latest from the Kuwaitis. Give me 1 second. It's uploading. Okay, I have the latest. I translated it because I wanted to show it in English as well. Okay, here it is. This is the latest from the Kuwaitis. I used Grok to translate it. It is exceptionally helpful. Okay, the one thing that AI is the most useful for, like out of anything in the world, if you're going to use it, and it's not for writing, it's not for penning writing, but if you need Arabic, if you don't speak Arabic, you know what AI is really good for? Translating this. Oh, that's almost impossible to read. I have to fix that. Hold on 1 second. But that's the one. A lot of people have been debating about, like, what is the point of AI? Like, what is the point of it? And the point of it, if you're going to use it like that. That's the perfect way to use AI. I use AI to translate videos. I use AI to read in other languages. That is the perfect way to do it. The only thing is I screwed up the zoom, so it made the text impossible to read. 1 second. 1 second. Buffer issue. Buffer issue. Slight buffer issue. We're back. Thank you for flying Airtel. Sorry for that slight bufferish. Sammy says, oh, God bless you, Sammy. Sammy says Iran has the right to defend itself. Well, Sammy, what I will say in response to that is that, in my opinion, every country under the laws of war has a right to defend themselves. So God bless you, Sammy, and thank you for your support. Okay, now, see how that's actually legible? There we go. Now you can actually read it. I had to crop it, right? But yeah, AI can have a very important use. Not for writing, not for fact-checking. It's terrible. But the perfect use of it is when you get a government document in real time from like the Kuwaiti Ministry of Finance about something important. Perfect way to translate it. And I bring this up because there's been this multiple week-long debate about what's the point or what's the role of AI in modern journalism. Do you know how quickly I was able to do that? Could I have copy and pasted the Arabic text, gone to a translator program, put in the text, made the text like exactly like what the Ministry of Finance statement looked like in Arabic, put it on the same background? Yes. But would it have come out the same, probably worse than what the AI did? Yeah, that's the only use of it. That's probably the best use of it in journalism. There's been a lot of debate about this, and that's where I come down on it. Anyway, this is a serious announcement from Kuwait. Go ahead. Go ahead, British reporter Tal.
Conversation. English translation. Ministry of Finance statement ****. The Ministry of Finance announces that a building of the ministry's complex in the state of Kuwait was exposed on the evening of Saturday, April 4, 2026, to targeting by an explosive-laden drone carried out by the Iranian regime, resulting in material damage to the building, with no human injuries or casualties recorded, and all praise is due to Allah. The specialized authorities and concerned teams have immediately begun their tasks to contain the incident in accordance with approved procedures. Furthermore, it has been decided that Sunday, April 5, 2026, will be an official working day for employees of the ministry's complex, with the exception of those assigned to the relevant ministries, and the reception of reviewers will be suspended during this day, within the framework of the approved precautionary measures, in order to complete the necessary maintenance works. May Allah protect Kuwait and its people from all evil. Date: Sunday, May 4, 2026. Issued by Ministry of Finance, State of Kuwait.
Okay, so that's the latest from the Kuwaiti authorities. Oh, I have it. 666 Ray of Light, thank you so much. This is the attack on the ministry building from 666 Ray of Light. This is the attack on the ministry building in Kuwait. Here it is. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow, Iran scored a hit. Oh, this is bad. Yes, I did miss clutch. Thank you. Of the people going to find the pilot. Thank you. That was a good find, though. You're on it. I have more footage now from the ministry's complex. Hold on. I have more footage coming in now from Kuwait. Iran has hit Kuwait. Iran has hit the government of Kuwait. I have this footage coming in for you now of the government of Kuwait. This is a ministry complex in Kuwait. All right, now I have the latest for you from Isfahan. From Isfahan. This is from Isfahan, Iran. Latest from Isfahan. Thank you, All the World's a Stage. I'll check it out. If you could leave it in the Discord. It's hard to make the Rumble videos load, but if you post it in the Discord, I will 100% look at it. Alright, let's go back to the Al Jazeera update. I will try to get you as much as I can in real time. I will.
Yeah, I mean, it has set the precedent for that before. There have been various incursions over the years in conflict with Hezbollah, and it does seem...
Yeah, trust me, Adam Edwards, we have been on this for a week trying to get Tal to pronounce Afsfahan. What is it? It's Afsfahan. It's very hard for me. We've been practicing, though. Welcome to the channel. God bless you. My friend Mayun has been helping me learn how to practice pronunciation of Afsfahan.
As though the authorities in Israel are possibly preparing the public for tougher fighting ahead, and maybe as a justification for this expanding operations in southern Lebanon, with the military reminding people just how potent a force Hezbollah still remains. It says that it has enough rockets to be able to launch around 200 per day in the next 5 months. So it still remains a threat, which is still widely believed by most people in Israel. The majority of people still generally support this war. They believe it's a war that has to be waged. The small minority who are against the war or against the way it's being conducted are, though, becoming more vocal. And we have seen these protests on Saturday evening in Tel Aviv, Haifa, other cities, with the organizers of the protest winning in the courts, with a ruling from the courts that allowed hundreds of more protesters to join these demonstrations, with the judges accusing the police of using the emergency powers that are currently in force and which restrict public gatherings to just 50 people, using those measures as a way of trying to stifle, it seems, dissent. Mohammed?
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Rob McBride live for us from Jordanian capital Amman. Rob, thanks so much for breaking that all down for us. Israeli forces have pounded the southern suburb of Lebanon's capital. This is the aftermath from drone attacks that injured at least 11 people. The army says it was targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. Dozens of homes were hit in the strikes.
Sadly, either of those platforms is heavy. All the World's a Stage, but I will try to load it up. If you link it in the Discord, I will watch it myself and look at it.
Well, let's cross now to Heidi Pett, who's live for us in Beirut. Heidi, Israel has invaded the south and has been striking Beirut and the city of Tyre.
Before we go to this update from Heidi Pett, let me show you the latest from the ground in Iran, where the citizens are searching for the pilot. There is no update that is confirmed on the status of the American pilot. Iftiamada, I agree. All right, here's the latest from on the ground in Iran, where citizens are going to look for the American pilot. They're literally driving into the region by the boatload looking for the pilot. I mean, the Iranian people are clearly they're mad about what's been done to their country. Fires in Kuwait. Yeah, I'm not confirming any reporting about the pilot until I see it. I'm not confirming any reporting about the pilot until I see it. I will keep you very updated, though. Let's go back to... This is the latest from the ground in Iran, where people are looking for the pilots. Now for an update from Beirut.
Now, Israeli forces are said to be targeting a border crossing with Syria. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, so a couple of hours ago, the Israeli military warned that they would target the Masna border crossing. That is the main border crossing between Lebanon and Syria. Thousands of people use it every day. In fact, more than 200,000 people have used it in the last month to evacuate Lebanon towards Syria. Now, most of those were who had fled the war in Syria and were living here in Lebanon, but also about 30,000 Lebanese, according to UNHCR. So it's a critical crossing point for people, for goods. It's also used by humanitarian organizations to move supplies back and forth between the two countries. Israel says that the reason it's going to target that crossing is because it's being used by Hezbollah to transport weapons and for military purposes. They haven't supplied any evidence of that yet. But the Syrian authorities, who obviously control the other side of that, for their part, have said this is a purely civilian crossing. It's not used by military. There are no militias present in the area. In fact, they have been arresting over the last couple of weeks smugglers who are using other smaller routes through the mountains rather than this main guarded, controlled border crossing. The area that Israel says it's going to target stretches from the Lebanese customs point about 3.5 kilometers of the road in towards Syria. Now, that part of the road...
Oh, God bless you. We care. You are so kind. First of all, your username is wonderful. Second of all, God bless you. We care for all of your support, kind words, donation, hold on, compassion, and also warm energy. It inspires me and uplifts me each and every day. God bless you. We care 26. You're wonderful. It's an honor to know you. Truly, I enjoy chatting with you, and I'm very grateful, and I'm glad I got back from my water break. I was getting some water just in time to be able to thank you personally. Hello, last call. It's so good to see you. God bless you. Let's go back to the update from Beirut now.
Ordinarily.
Hello, Danielle. It's so good to see you. God bless you, my friend. How have you been? I love the emojis. Hashtag save the goats.
It houses hundreds of trucks because there's been a backlog of drivers and goods there due to some new import restrictions that Syria introduced a couple of months ago. So the trucks have been stuck there, sometimes for up to a week, people sleeping in the cabs. All of them have now had to evacuate along with the staff of the Lebanese side. I spoke to a customs agent there a couple of hours ago. He confirmed that the crossing is closed. Everybody has been evacuated. But what this is an expansion of Israel's targeting of civilian infrastructure here in Lebanon. They've been systematically destroying bridges across the Litani River in the south of the country, and that has had the effect of isolating South Lebanon, where there's this ongoing ground invasion from the rest of the country. We saw them blow up 2 further bridges in the Bekaa Valley last night. But now, with this declaration of an intention to destroy the main border crossing between Israel and Lebanon, between Syria and Lebanon, they're not just isolating parts of Lebanon from itself, but also isolating Lebanon from its neighbors.
And Heidi, let me ask you a bit more about what's going on in southern Lebanon, because there's also the question of those UN peacekeeping forces in southern Lebanon. That outfit is known as UNIFIL. They monitor the border between Lebanon and Israel. They've done so for decades. 3 peacekeepers were killed recently. Where do things stand with all that now?
Yeah, as you mentioned, so the total number of peacekeepers who've been killed in this last month is 3. That was in 2 separate incidents where Indonesian peacekeepers were killed. A number of others have been injured as well. So the investigations are ongoing into those incidents where the Indonesians were killed. The UN says that it needs more time to do that. Israel has already pointed the finger at Hezbollah. It hasn't provided any evidence for that yet. But there have been other incidents where Ghanaian peacekeepers were injured when their base was targeted by Israeli tank fire. Now, UNIFIL investigated that incident, concluded it was the Israelis, who then came out and said, yes, that was us, but it was by mistake. But in the last 24 hours, what has happened is that around the UNIFIL headquarters, that's in a town called Naura, down on the Mediterranean Sea, very close to the Israeli border, Israeli troops have been present in that town for about a week now. They've been systematically destroying buildings and civilian homes, moving tanks around. And what they've done today is destroyed all of the CCTV cameras around the UNIFIL base. Now, UNIFIL, in a statement, has condemned that. They said they'll be launching a formal objection. And they've reminded Israel of their responsibility to ensure the safety and security of peacekeepers. There's both civilian and military peacekeepers in that site. But what this does is it makes it much harder for the UN to investigate the source of any fire that targets that base. Projectiles have landed in there in the last week or so, and they now have a lot less visibility of what the Israelis are doing when they're operating near their base. And indeed, if there are further incidents where they're targeted by Israeli fire, their ability to investigate that has now been greatly hindered.
All right, that's Heidi Pett live for us from Beirut. Thanks so much, Heidi. The renewed threat on Iran's energy facilities by President Trump raises concerns for Gulf nations caught in the crossfire of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Well, let's speak now to Victoria Gatenby. She's live for us here in Doha. Victoria, if President Trump carries out his threat and Iran responds, what could that mean for the Gulf region?
Well, attacking Gulf countries has been part of Iran's retaliatory strategy from day one of this war. And because of that, Gulf countries are absolutely opposed to any kind of escalation in this conflict, because the concern is if the US and Israel further attack Iran's infrastructure, Iran could choose to attack similar sites here in the Gulf. Now, Iran has said that it is only really attacking US military bases, US assets in this region, but we know from what's been happening over the past 5 weeks and from what Gulf leaders have been saying that they have very much been targeting civilian infrastructure and critical energy infrastructure in this region. In the last hour or so, Kuwait has sounded its alarm. It says it's dealing with more missile and drone attacks with its air defense systems. We've seen desalination plants in the last few days attacked, oil refineries, gas facilities, the list goes on. And the GCC has said that it's been very restrained in the face of these attacks, but increasingly countries are talking about the fact that their patience is not unlimited. Particularly Saudi Arabia has been talking in the last week or so about its...
Yes, I've been seeing lots of reports. Yes, I've been seeing lots of reports from on the ground that there was a very large firefight in the area of where the pilot was potentially located. I have no updates. I cannot confirm these rumors swirling on social media from various unofficial sources about anything related to the pilot. I can tell you that I have seen primary source pictures of the helicopter in the southwest region of Iran. If you want to see where they are, I'll show you on my handy dandy map. All right, they're right here. Okay, not Saudi Arabia, other side of the Persian Gulf, or the Persian Gulf. They're right here. They're somewhere in here. Okay, like right in here. I don't know exactly where they are, but they're somewhere in here. I'm pretty sure. Like, to give you a little wider area, it could be there, but I'm pretty sure they're right in here. I don't know exactly where they are, but I think they're in there somewhere. Alright. The pilot is somewhere in there. Very intense situation.
Right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. At the moment, the GCC's position is that it's calling for de-escalation and dialogue. Qatar in particular has said all wars need to end with some kind of diplomatic settlement. But if these attacks escalate in this region on Iran, some countries in this region certainly have been saying that sort of defensive posture might have to change.
Meanwhile, Victoria, Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, is wrapping up a tour to 3 Gulf countries. She was in Doha earlier on Saturday. Let's just take a listen to what she had to say about the visit.
Clearly, it is not a symbolic visit. Of course, what we wanted to give is also a message of solidarity towards nations that are partners, that are friends, and that continue to suffer unjustified attacks from Iran. But our goal was not simply to bear witness. It was and it is to lend a hand to address the problems and thus be able to better defend Italian national interests. The Gulf is a fundamental actor in the global energy market and more. If production or transit here contracts or even stops, the price increases for everyone. And if it worsens, we can reach the point of not having all the energy that is necessary, even in Italy.
So, Victoria, what was accomplished with Meloni's visit?
Well, Giorgia Meloni was the first leader from an EU country, from a NATO country to visit this region since this conflict has begun. Europe is particularly dependent on oil and gas from this region, and she said in her statement that Italy is too. She was saying that, she gets about 10% of its total gas supplies from Qatar, and Italy gets about 15% of its total oil supplies from the Gulf region, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE. So part of this visit was symbolic in the sense that she wanted to be seen to be standing with Gulf leaders during this very difficult time, during this conflict. Part of it also was about securing, though, Italy's critical energy needs. She made it very clear in that statement there that there is a possibility now, if supplies don't start coming through the Strait of Hormuz and this problem with the energy flow continues, that Italy might run out of some of its energy supplies that it needs. So she was trying to highlight how critical I think this problem is becoming for Italy and for Europe.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Victoria Gatenby live for us from Doha. Thanks so much, Victoria. Well, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. An Israeli airstrike has killed at least one Palestinian in Gaza. The attack hit a civilian vehicle near the Al-Maghazi refugee camp. Several others were injured. Israel has attacked Gaza nearly every day, despite a ceasefire that was agreed to last October. More than 700 Palestinians have been killed since then. Around 20 French boats have left the port of Marseille to join an international aid flotilla that aims to break Israel's blockade of Gaza. The boats are heading to Spain, where they will set off with 80 other.
Job for 9, you are wonderful. Job for 9 says, give Grant back his paintings, save the goats. You are wonderful. Hashtag Job for 9 is wonderful. Oh, hold on. God bless you, Job for 9. It is so good to see you. Thank you, and hold on. Give me a second. Come on now. You can do it. It's loading. You can do it now. Come on. Oh no. Come on now. Allow me to comment back for Job for 9. I have to do it again. Hold on. It's making me do it again. It's struggling. God bless you, Job for 9, and thank you for your kind words. Hashtag save the goats. If you don't reply quick enough to the super chats, you're unable to reply, so I had to do that very quick. I was able to do it. I pulled it off, Job for 9. It's so good to see you, my dear friend. Thank you for your support. Janai, my dear friend, it's so good to see you. Hi, Soul Controller. Hi, George. Hi, Petty. Hi, Rootin' Tootin'. Love that name. Hi, Sammy. Hi, FDM Odd and Pulsar and Last Call and Dowd. It is so good to see all of you tonight. God bless all of you. I don't know. I think Motorhead may not have liked that I imposed conditions on them. Reports of 4 Revolutionary Guard members killed in the bombing on Dahash city in the southwest of Iran.
عن مقتل 4. نشاهد هذه الفيديوهات التي تصلنا من إيران على أثر الحديث عن مقتل 4 من الحرس الثوري بقصف على مدينة دهدشت جنوب غرب البلاد. الإعلام الإيراني كان يتحدث عن ذلك. نشاهد جموعا غفيرة من الناس من المتجمهرين بجانب الموقع المستهدف على ما يبدو أو بجانب مستشفى بانتظار التأكد من ذلك. وسط تقارير تتحدث عن مقتل 4 من الحرس الثوري بقصف على مدينة دهدشت جنوب غرب البلاد وفقا للإعلام الإيراني.
Okay, here's the latest map of where the American pilot may be down. Here is the latest map of where the American pilot may be down. Okay, that is the area. Okay, let's see how close I was. Where did I think it was? Bouchard? I guessed Bouchard, right? Yeah. And I thought it was up here, but it turns out it's over here. It's to the... So like you go from Bouchard, and then there's Shibahak, and then Aram, and then... So it's right here. It's near Kun Akal. It's to the south of Bugastan. So it's right here. Faya? Yeah, it's this area right here. So this is where the person is. The pilot. You see this right here? The pilot's right here. See the green zone? And then see my map behind me? We have no idea what is going on with this pilot, but I can tell you right now, I'm telling you, it's that area right there. That's where all the activity is being reported. Very fierce activity. It's unclear exactly what's going on, but very fierce activity. Take you back to Al Jazeera now, as I wait for updates. We're about the top of the hour update.
Other vessels that hope to...
Yes, I think Michael is correct. I think solar power is certainly a silver lining. The other is that, you know, Pakistanis have lived with crisis for the last half a century, all kinds of crises, and we've learned how to cope and how to adjust. And I think the people, even the poor, will somehow learn to cope and adjust and try and keep their head above water. And once this particular crisis is over, and we hope that it is over soon, we will be, the people, the poor, will be able to start building their life, rebuilding their lives again.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thanks to our guests, Kaiser Bengali, Ali Salman, and Michael Kugelman. And thank you for watching too. You can see the program again anytime by visiting the website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is AJ Inside Story. That is it from me, Rashad Salamat, and from the whole team here in Doha. Do stay with us for more coverage of the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran coming up in just a moment.
I think you spelled Jesus' name wrong. There's a really strange situation going on with this pilot. We have no confirmation of anything. We're about to get the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You got me for a few more hours, at least 2 to 3. I will try to get you an update. Wow, China has been supplying Iran during the war with chemicals used in the production of rocket fuel, and 5 ships transported them to Iranian ports. Wow. China has been supplying Iran with chemicals for rocket fuel, according to the Telegraph, and 5 ships transported them to Iranian ports during the war. Here's the report in Arabic. It's from the Telegraph.
تزويد إيران بكميات كبيرة من المواد الكيميائية اللازمة لإنتاج وقود الصواريخ البالستية على الرغم من الضربات العسكرية الواسعة التي تعرضت لها بحسب ما أظهر تحليل لبيانات الشحن. ووفق التحليل الذي نشرته صحيفة تلغراف البريطانية، رست 4 سفن إيرانية تخضع لعقوبات دولية في موانئ طهران منذ اندلاع الحرب، بينما كانت سفينة خامسة راسية قبالة سواحلها.
Okay, so that was the confirming China has been supporting Iran during the war with petrochemicals. Al Jazeera, top of the hour now, about a minute behind.
The 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action.
That is a price Americans say they do not want repeated.
Stay with...
Yeah, I don't think there was a lockdown or Walter Reed. There's an operation to rescue the pilot in the south of Iran. That's why Mr. President hasn't been seen for 24 hours. They're trying to save this pilot.
With Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
It's 00 GMT. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with our continuing coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. Coming up, Donald Trump says the U.S. will step up attack if a deal isn't reached in 48 hours. Tehran has rejected the threat.
This is shrapnel inside one of the rooms of the ground floor of this hospital, and the damage obviously extends to other parts like this one.
Hospitals and universities are hit in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. We report from the scene of those attacks in Tehran. U.S. and Iranian forces search for an American crew member who's still missing after a warplane was shot down over Iran on Friday. And Italy's prime minister visits Qatar, looking to address the conflict's impact on Europe's energy supply. Donald Trump says all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On media, the U.S. president has said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them." Tehran has rejected Trump's threat. A military spokesman said Iran would respond without limitation against U.S. and Israeli targets if Trump followed through. In Iran, the search for a missing U.S. weapons officer is about to enter a third day. The F-15 jet the crew member was in was shot down over the southwest of the country on Friday. Well, we're live in Amman, Doha, Beirut, and Tehran, and that's where we start with Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. Mohammed, how are Iranian officials reacting to these latest threats from Donald Trump?
Well, Mohammed, they've been talking about this for days, since the beginning of since the day Donald Trump first issued that threat for Iran. But there are also fresh statements about whatever happens, whatever the Americans do, the Iranians are ready for it. And I have just this couple of statements in this regard. The Major General Ali Abdullahi, commander of the Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, responding to Trump's threat. "If the American Zionist enemy carries out any aggression, we will without limitations subject all the infrastructure used by the U.S. terrorist army as well as the infrastructures of the Zionist regime to continuous and devastating attacks." Also, the spokesman of the same Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters said, "Do not forget that if your aggression expands, the entire region will turn into a hell for you. The mirage of defeating the Islamic Republic of Iran has turned into a swamp in which you are sinking." So that's the type of rhetoric here in Iran. They say that the threat has already been executed to some extent. They have been striking at petrochemical companies and also power grids over the last few days. And what they are expecting is more of that on a wider scale. And they say they are ready for it. They say Iran has now proved that it is still capable of defending itself and also inflicting the same level and type of pain on its enemies.
And Mohammed, let me also ask you, where does the situation stand currently in Iran when it comes to the search for the crew member from that downed U.S. fighter jet?
Yeah, there was some silence and lack of clarity a couple of days or even 3 days. But now we are hearing reports of some activity in that area of Khashoggi, particularly in Dasht. That's the city where an airstrike was conducted there, targeting a broadcasting tower, but also in the vicinity of that place, 4 people were killed and 1 was injured. The understanding there is that there is a fresh attempt by the Americans to try to find that pilot. And in that process, killing people. We don't know why. The local rumors say that they are trying to pinpoint some place where they think the pilot is located and probably kill him before he's apprehended and captured by the Iranians. And also there is a lot of activity by people trying themselves to find this pilot, because the authorities over the last few days they have asked people to help in that search, and they talked about a reward for people who can find him. So there is a lot of activity going on. That's just an hour ago in that area, and airstrikes and a sound of helicopters. We don't know the result yet, whether this has led to finding the pilot.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val live for us from Tehran. Thanks so much, Mohammed. Meanwhile, in the U.S., there's been little official reaction to the search for the missing member. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reports from Washington, D.C.
Neither the White House nor the Pentagon have commented on these ongoing search operations for the crewman who was brought down by Iranian air defenses. And there's also been no explanation from the Pentagon or indeed the White House as to why, just days after they claimed that Iranian air defenses had been obliterated, you have U.S. aircraft being shot down by the self-same air defenses. So this is a major problem for President Trump. Certainly there's going to be a public reaction as the saga continues, while the search continues for the missing crew member. The fact that U.S. aircraft were shot down in skies that the U.S. insisted it had complete control over is something deeply concerning to many Americans and probably to the White House as well.
Well, let's take a closer look at the fighter jet that Iran says it shot down. The first model of the U.S. F-15E Strike Eagle fighter was delivered in 1988. It's a dual-role fighter jet. It means it can conduct air-to-air combat and ground attack missions. The plane has 2 crew members, a pilot, and a weapons officer. When the plane was released, it cost $31 million. Newer models cost closer to $100 million. Patrick Bouri is a defense and security specialist at the University of Bath and a former British Army officer. He says the missing officer is likely trained to survive in difficult and hostile conditions.
Obviously, the situation is evolving. You've got a pilot shot down in enemy territory, and it's a race against time. Obviously, the search and rescue teams are really well prepared for this. They have numerous of assets they can bring to it. As we've seen from the pictures being released on the on social media of refueling aircraft, helping Apache helicopters, Black Hawks, which have Air Force Special Forces who are trained specifically for this in terms of identifying and extracting targets. And we also had the close air support in terms of the A-10 Thunderbolt or Warthog, which it looks like was shot down, damaged yesterday. So the whole package they can put together is really good. But you've also got this element, and of course the pilots are trained in specialist survival, evasion, SERE, survival, evasion, resistance and escape techniques. So that they know the whole package too. And obviously this is a likely thing to happen in a long air campaign. We've seen it in previous wars.
It's not quiet week here. I think there's a major battle going on the ground to save that pilot. I just don't know the result of it.
To say the actual probability of whether the Iranians will capture him or not, I mean, that depends to the pilot, whether their homing beacon is working, where they've landed geographically, what the population density like is there, who are on side inside the regime with, in terms of handing a potential pilot over, whether the pilot is able to buy off the actual locals with, cash and gold they often have in their survival equipment kit. So there's too many variables for me to say the probability of this. So what I would say is the longer it goes on, probably the less likely it is.
Russia's state nuclear company has evacuated another 200 staff from Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Earlier, the facility in southern Iran was attacked for a 4th time since the start of the war. The strike hit the perimeter, killing 1 person. Initial assessments show no sign of damage to the plant's main units. But Iran's Atomic Energy Agency has warned of a potential nuclear accident. And Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, warned on Saturday that radioactive fallout from an accident would, in his words, end life in Gulf capital cities. Alan Ayer is a distinguished diplomatic fellow with the Middle East Institute. He's also a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA Iran nuclear deal. And he explains why countries in the Gulf should be alarmed by the latest strike on Bushehr nuclear plant.
It's a terrifying event, especially considering it's the fourth. If there were to be some sort of nuclear catastrophe or spillage in Bushehr, the Gulf countries on the other side of the Persian Gulf are going to be the first ones to suffer, both in terms of ambient radiation and also in terms of radiation in the water, which will affect their desalination abilities. The prevailing wind patterns and tidal patterns in the Persian Gulf are such that, and the fact that there's a mountain between the Iranian coast and the interior of the country, means that dispersal would be far more likely to go westward across the Persian Gulf. Now, studies and academic scholarly studies have shown that the concentration of radioactive material that went westward might not be sufficient to imperil life a la Chernobyl, but more serious is the threat of radionuclides, radioactive material in the water, because once you get an appreciable amount of radioactivity in the water, that precludes desalination. And as we know, the Gulf countries rely almost exclusively on desalination plants to get their water.
U.S. and Israeli forces have launched strikes on a university and hospital in northern Tehran. Iran's science minister has told Al Jazeera more than 30 universities have been targeted across the country since the conflict began 5 weeks ago. Tehran has threatened to retaliate with attacks on U.S.-affiliated schools in the region. Tawhid Asadi went to the scene of the latest strikes and has this report.
And here we are in the northern areas of the Iranian capital at the campus of Shahid Beheshti University, where this laser and plasma research institute was targeted. On Friday, a U.S.-Israeli strike hit the university in Tehran, badly damaging those facilities. It's not the first to be targeted. Earlier this week, attacks struck the Iran University of Science and Technology. Last month, one of its faculty members was killed at home, along with his 2 children. Iran's Minister of Science, Research and Technology told Al Jazeera that more than 30 universities have been targeted so far.
More than 60 university students have been martyred to date, along with several professors. This not only brings international responsibility, but will also forever tarnish humanity's memory of the aggressors. Humanity will never forget that the US, with all its claims of upholding human rights, has now targeted knowledge and scholars.
The Red Crescent says more than 760 schools have been hit. Over the past weeks, the scope of those strikes has expanded as the US and Israel increasingly attack civilian infrastructure. We are in southern areas of the Iranian capital, Tehran, where a residential and commercial area was targeted, and this building, a hospital, was severely impacted. A US-Israeli attack hit this area last weekend. It destroyed the market that was here. Across the street, the force of explosion also caused extensive damage to Del Aram Sina Hospital. Hospital management says it has been impossible for them to continue caring for patients.
The blast from the airstrike on the street outside caused serious damage to the hospital. Most of our patients have mental health conditions, and a calm environment is essential for their care.
Inside the hospital, the extent of the destruction is even more apparent. This is shrapnel inside one of the rooms of the ground floor of this hospital, and the damage obviously extends to other parts like this one. According to Iran's Ministry of Health, more than 350 health centers have been damaged since the start of the war, and the Red Crescent says at least 18 of its facilities have been damaged, as well as dozens of pharmaceutical sites. That includes Pasteur Institute of Iran, a century-old vaccine production hub. And as the US threatens to target more civilian facilities such as power plants and bridges, people in Iran are being left to cope with the consequences. Tawhid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
It's not just universities being hit, as you saw there. Iran's ports, energy, and water facilities have also been targeted in U.S.-Israeli strikes over several weeks. Damage to these sites has major implications for Iranian civilians and the country's economy. Julie Dager takes a look.
Satellite images show evidence of the damage US and Israeli attacks have done to Iran's critical infrastructure. Multiple ports have come under attack, including Bushehr. These are before and after satellite images, and in them you can see the sites have sustained significant damage. The port is vital to Iran's economy as it handles more than 3 million tons of cargo each year. Bushehr is also home to Iran's only operating nuclear power plant. Several attacks have targeted the vicinity, but Iran says there's been no damage. A port on Caim Island has also been hit. It's located in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical choke point for global shipping. Satellite images show some of the port's infrastructure has been damaged. The island also hosts a major desalination plant, which Iran says has been attacked. It supplies drinking water to about 30 villages. US forces have conducted major military strikes on Iran's Karg Island, which processes about 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. Again, the satellite images show some of these military sites hit have sustained damage. Now, these attacks did not target oil infrastructure, but Trump has threatened more strikes. The US and Israel have also hit oil depots and refineries in and around the capital. That includes the Agdassia oil warehouse, a major fuel storage and distribution facility. The attack sent large plumes of smoke across Tehran, releasing toxic substances into the air.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the Israeli military is heavily targeting Iran's industrial facilities. Iranian media say at least 5 people were killed in an attack on the Mashar petrochemical zone. Netanyahu says the strikes won't stop.
I promised you that we will continue to crush the terror regime in Tehran, and that is exactly what we are doing. After we destroyed 70% of their steel production capacity, which serves them as raw material for the weapons against us, today we attacked their petrochemical plants. These two things are their money machine to finance the war of terror against us and against the whole world. We will continue to crush them, as I promised.
Trump and Netanyahu's threats to hit energy sites have raised questions over whether those attacks would constitute war crimes, since energy is civilian infrastructure. Stephen Rapp is a former ambassador at large for war crimes issues under the U.S. State Department. He says both sides of the Iran conflict could face accusations of breaching international law.
My focus has often been war crimes, which are crimes committed once a war started. And it's important to note that the law applies to both sides. Whoever is right or wrong in starting the war, it doesn't make any difference. It's a crime if it's committed by Iran to attack universities, for instance, in the Gulf, to attack oil facilities.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here's the latest from Kuwait. The ministry building in Kuwait has been attacked. It has gone full remote work on Monday. There is active air operation in southern Iran. No one knows if the pilot has been saved. Here is the moment that the ministry building in Kuwait was hit. This is the moment that the ministry building in Kuwait was hit. I have another video now. I have another video now for Kuwait, from Kuwait. This shows the moment that the ministry building, the ministry complex was hit in Kuwait. Gotta wash the towels, Petty. God bless you. This was the moment of the hit on the ministry building in Kuwait. That's the latest from Kuwait. And then here is an attack on the U.S. Kabul base in the Hasaka countryside in Syria. Attack on the U.S. base in Syria just now. Hit on a U.S. base in Syria. Everything quiet from Iran towards Israel, but a hit on a U.S. base in in Syria. Hit on a U.S. base in Syria just now. It was a high-rise hit in Kuwait, yes. This is a U.S. base in Syria that was just hit. All right. I think the special forces just went into Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, I think the U.S. special forces just went into Iran. Hello, Restless Native. 10 U.S. refueling planes are over the air in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf. Sorry, I missed giving you your towel wrench earlier. I'm seeing very early chatter, very early. I'm not reporting based on what the other, one of the former special ops journalists had reported. I'm seeing my own chatter very, very early, only like 5 minutes old. 5 minutes ago, maybe 10, some chatter from inside Iran that the U.S. Special Forces actually deployed and went on the ground, which is exactly what I thought was happening. But it's different when you actually hear the Iranians talking about it inside Iran. It doesn't mean that it's verified by any means. Just ran over my phone charger. I hope it still works. Oh, it still works. That's good. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and yes, I'm hearing very early chatter that the U.S. Special Forces went in tonight to Iran and may have engaged heavily with the IRGC in Iran, leading to extensive losses. I do not know if the pilot was recovered. I'm hearing very early chatter that it was a slaughter. It wasn't close. It was not close. Heavy casualties sustained by the IRGC and the Bashi. It was not the regular U.S. Army. It was not. I'm hearing reports it was the Special Forces. I don't know which divisions of the Special Forces, but I think they got him. The pilot may have been extracted. I don't know where the pilot is. I don't know what's going on. All I know is it's very possible, although it is very early in this situation, it is very possible that they sent in the Special Forces to Iran, and it wasn't even close. I don't know if this was some kind of like message to Iran or what, but the U.S. Special Forces apparently did land. I don't know if it was Delta Forces. I don't know who it was. I don't know what happened. There's different members of the Special Forces. SEAL Team 6 is one of them. Delta Force, the Rangers Special Forces. No, Addy Pupils, it's very early chatter, so I'm not going to confirm anything. I'm going to say the same thing I said when I saw this last report an hour, maybe 45 minutes ago. I have seen a picture of a Black Hawk helicopter in the exact area of Iran. I have seen reports of heavy ground fighting. The only thing I can confirm is there was a helicopter because I saw a picture of it and I listened to a video of it from the area. As to what I've heard in the past 15 minutes, it kind of lines up with some of the reports of heavy clashes. I cannot confirm that any of the special forces were deployed on the ground. I don't have anyone who's told me that. All I'm telling you is that there's very, very early chatter, which is normally an indication, one of the indications of where things will go, because this tends to be like there's always a lag between what happens on the ground and when they tell people. James Oliver says, I don't get on Easter so much to talk of Lucifer. Why? Not you, Grant, the chat. Great job as always. I must have missed that, James Oliver, but God bless you for setting things straight. You are wonderful, dear friend. Thank you very much for being you. We are halfway to our goal. We have 35 minutes left. Will we get our GOAT videos? Will we hit the super chat goal? Apparently it's like a thing that I'm supposed to do. I don't do a great job like living or sustaining myself, so we won't get to an emergency if I announce I can't believe I haven't done it in 4 hours. Every 4 hours that this is a one-man run public information service that has been broadcasting all 34 days of the war from my chair because I'm physically disabled, but I can sit. So anyway, I'm getting a little tired, but you got me for another 2 hours or so. We have been covering the ongoing situation on the ground in Iran regarding the pilot, the U.S. pilot of the F-15E that was downed 2 to 3 days ago in the southwestern portion of Iran near the Persian Gulf. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for your support. I am reminded every few hours that this is a one-man public information service. If you'd like to help, donate to offset some of the costs in my food and other supplies, you are able to do so. Okay, there's no one else. It's not staffed. It's just me. I do this with a computer, one man with a computer. You're able to donate via the links in the chat. At any time, you can do !donate, and it will give people the links. If you want to support this one-man information service, which provides news to 180 countries around the world, over 1-point-something million people have watched over the past 34 days, went live on the first day of the war for 24 hours straight. Actually went live on February 26th for Mr. President Trump's State of the Union. February 28th went into March 1st live for 24 hours, 12 hours a day roughly, since some days a little bit more, some days a little bit less. Some days we even did lunchtime updates and then came back for more coverage. But yes, I have a tooth issue now. I have a lot of just things that have happened. I don't have a lot of support from family. But yes, if you want to support this public information service designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, I use entertainment as a buffer to educate and inform, thus engendering the cogency of public discourse and warding off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. You can scan the nice little thing on the screen over there. There's a Venmo @GrantE1. You can send that me. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Normal disclaimers: don't donate if it would be a burden. Don't donate if you've already donated. Don't donate if it would take food off your table or away from people or causes that are important to you. But if you have the means, if you're an oil sheik, if you're out there and you're like, you know what, I invested in Bitcoin when it was 3 cents and now I'm so wealthy I can buy islands, I want to help this man. Well, you can do that. Addy Pupil, it is only chatter on local Iranian channels, and I wouldn't call it confirmed. I'd say chatter. We have a sliding scale. Hi, Miss Clutch, how you doing? What's going on? Soul Controller, I'll just jump in. It's all right. If George and Soul Controller, I didn't see the full exchange. I'm here though. It's all right. Sometimes there's different languages. I'm here. Addy Pupils, I will show you the thread. It's not the messages from the Iranian telegram, but I'll find the chatter thread. I would like to see it from an official source, though, Addy Pupils, before I report anything as confirmed. Chatter does not mean anything other than people are saying it on social media. Sorry, I forgot to define my terms. Chatter is not even like the level of like a source is reporting. It's literally people on social media. Nobody did anything wrong. I don't know what happened, Miss Clutch. Nobody did anything wrong. It's been 8 hours. Everyone is fine. I think we're all okay. You can always at me with an @ sign if I need to intervene, but everything is okay. I'm going to remove the baiting rule. You know what? I might just remove it. I don't want any rules that require subjective intent. I need to rethink a lot of it. I agree that clarity, I've been thinking a lot about what different people have said about feedback, and I've determined that clarity is the best solution to this problem, because I can't always monitor the chat, and there's like a vibe to it. So I just need to be very clear with application of the rules, the outline of them, and then also I might have to just like change up some of the rules, because they really came from like a place when this channel was smaller. I might have to update them so they're a little more precising. This like baiting thing, it's a little bit too vague. Like I get that I like set that tone, but I think it's just a little bit too vague. I got to refine it. I got to make it more of an objective standard. If it's going to be a rule, I got to make it more objective. So anyway, that's on me. Oh no, I dropped my phone. 1 second. I'll do that. I'll do it overnight. I've been tired. There's been a lot going on today. I'm a little bit concerned about the status of the pilot. But yeah, I think I just got to sleep on it. I got to think about a way. It's kind of like, it's not writing a law, but it's very similar. I got to think about a way to write a set of policies or rules for the chat that don't involve intent. I have to like get this intent thing out of there. It's got to just be an objective, like results-based like standard. It's going to be a little difficult, but I'll do it. I figured Soleil Controller, everything is absolute. Oh no, Miss Clutch, it just might have been an issue with just like the conversation might have looked intense, but I think George and Soul Controller were just like amicably discussing. George can let me know. But yeah, no, I think I gotta figure out a way to make it objective. So like personalities, I agree, are aggressive, and then like with the rest of it, it's like a vibe, but I have to codify the expectations. I gotta really think about the wording, and then I gotta make it fair so that everyone feels like they're like the enforcement mechanism is similar. I really just want everyone to be equal, so I think that's the best way to do it. To just like have a complete level playing field, and then like occasionally for personalities allow some intervention. I know it's not the most pleasant. I know there are extreme circumstances where people are using subversive baiting, but I have a mechanism for escalation for that, and I think I want to stick with the escalation. So if you think someone is baiting, anyone, this applies to anyone in the chat, just tag me with an @ symbol, okay? No, because sometimes like people like trying to like say, oh, you're baiting. It just tag me. If you think someone's baiting, tag me. I will intervene. I will see the orange tag. You just do @ Grant Smith Ellis. This goes for anyone. All right. If you think someone's baiting in the chat, just tag me. But yeah, I don't want baiting enforced as a rule. I will make the call on that. I might just remove it from the rules and instead have it be like a separate thing that I have to personally intervene on. All right, back to Al Jazeera. I'm very concerned about this pilot. I'm going to go back to their 8:30 update. 1 second. There's been nothing from CENTCOM, the White House, which makes me think the situation is very active.
The aviation industry there to scale back operations. Airports across the north, including Milan and Venice, are now facing fuel restrictions. The Italian branch of Air BP, one of the world's leading suppliers of aviation fuel, has begun rationing distribution. Measures are expected to last until April 9th. U.S. federal agents have detained late Iranian military commander Qasem Soleimani's niece and her daughter. It follows a decision by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio to revoke their lawful permanent residence status. The U.S. State Department is accusing Hamideh Soleimani Afshar of supporting Iran's government. Qasem Soleimani was killed in 2020 by a U.S. airstrike in Baghdad during President Trump's first term. You're watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. Donald Trump says Iran has less than 48 hours left to open up the Strait of Hormuz. In a social media post, the U.S. president has said all hell would rain down on Iran if it didn't comply. The search for the missing U.S. airman whose fighter jet was shot down over Iran on Friday is entering its third day.
I understand, Ms. Clutch. Thank you.
Little reaction from Washington for the missing crew member. Russia's state nuclear company has evacuated another 200 staff from Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Earlier, the facility in southern Iran was attacked for a fourth time since the start of the war. One person has been killed. Well, let's bring you back to one of our other top stories this hour in the search.
Ms. Mizzy asked, Grant, if everything's up to interpretation, how do you manage, intervening? Well, my philosophy, Ms. Missy, is to know everyone and remember everything. So it's like a delicate act of getting inside the mind of the author. It's called reconstructive hermeneutics. It's a sub-branch of discourse theory, which is a branch of critical theory, which is a branch of epistemology, which is a branch of Western philosophy. So that's what I do. That's why it's refined. I understand, for most places, moderation is a little bit more on the fly, but for me, it's like my personality just is embodied in the chat. So I have to make the call on everything except for you can't use slurs because they're all filtered and you'll get banned by Nightbot. But you can't use cussing, Nightbot will yell at you. You can't use all caps, Nightbot will yell at you. But as to very fine line judgment calls about the intent of a speaker in an argument or a debate or a discussion, I just know all the people. I don't know, been around them, been here, monitor the chat. So it's very easy for me to get inside the mind of the speaker. Me, if Ahmad, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just talking about the chat, But yeah, in terms of how I make a judgment call on intent, I normally know who the person is. I know where they're from. I know what they're talking about. I know their predisposition. I know their active condition of soul. So I just kind of look at the language. Is it so I'm doing a quick read. Is it a language barrier? Are they translating Arabic to English? Are they translating Spanish to English? Is there a word that they're expressing that may have a different meaning in their culture? It requires just knowing how all the countries of the world work. So that's why I say it's not personal against anyone. Not against Miss Clutch, not against Bunny Towel, not against anyone who is moderating. It's just for stuff that's not a direct personal attack where someone is saying you are a liar or you are ugly, although no one's ever said that in the chat, or you are X. If it's not directed at someone else, I'll make the call when it comes to a pattern of baiting or an allegation of sea lining. So the way to raise that to my attention is always at me, at Grant Smith Ellis in the chat. It'll show up as orange. I see all of those. I see almost everything. But if you want to get my attention on a judgment call about the intent of a speaker, it's because I know the whole chat. I know who's talking. I know when they first came around. I know what they talk about. I know where they're from, their orientation, their political orientation, their ideological orientation, what language they speak as a native language. They're kind enough. That's why I'm so compassionate. A lot of people are kind enough to translate from their native language into English to interact with us. So I'm never going to tone police someone who in Arabic might speak very directly. That's what I mean. It's not a commentary on anyone. It's just I happen to have a very pluralistic international knowledge base, so I know how a lot of different cultures express themselves. So I know what is what may come across as abrasive but is actually well-meaning. What's an expression of love that might be an obscure word in English, like habibi. That's why everybody uses habibi. If the Ahmad, Miss Missy, like Habibi. We, of course, like Americans have no idea what Habibi is, but like now that we're in this chat together, we know what Habibi is. Oh, great question. Colonel Conal Ross Botham 5846 says, hold on, Grant, what do you think about the Boston College tapes being locked up for another 100 years? Also, Jerry Adams again denying being a member in court while high up IRA members are saying otherwise. You know, hypothetically, in a world that is not this one, in a time and a place that is not this, in a place far, far away, your humble host was a librarian, hypothetically. Thank you, Translator Towel. I say my best birthday wishes to Washcloth. How are you, Washcloth? Happy birthday. If it's your birthday, I heard you were getting a roast. I've never had a roast. I want a beef Wellington one day. Anyway, my point is, regarding, wait a minute. Oh, you offended Mimi. Oh my goodness. I've lost all sense of the world, love. Oh, Mimi might have just misclicked. I don't think Mimi meant to remove that 77XD2. IDF says, hello, Gran. Hope you're doing well. Iran attacked us pretty hard today here in Kuwait. Love you, Habibi. Oh, God bless you, IDF. I did hear about the attack in Kuwait on the ministry building, which is now working remote. We looked at some of the footage. IDF, God bless you, and may God protect the people of Kuwait. It is so good to see you. I hope you are well, my dear friend. I will be praying for you and the people of Kuwait. Damn, Grin is exposing us, Habibi. If the Oman. Habibi is, we like Habibi. All right, but someone asked me about the BC tape. So your humble host may have been a librarian at Boston College. And, you know, when you're a librarian, it's a very tight-knit fraternity. Everybody's pretty much gone now from when I was there. I was there a while ago. So I'll tell this story hypothetically. You know, there were some tapes, you know, the Jesuits. So if you know anything about the Troubles in Northern Ireland, there was this prison called H Block. And H Block, it was called the Maze, actually. And H Block had like partisan prisoners, like from the different sides, all locked up in one place. And so there were the Jesuits, right? Like 3 of them. Jesuit priests, Roman Catholics, who went over to, I think it was Northern Ireland, during the Troubles, and they said that they would mediate the disputes between the factions in H Block. It's a fascinating piece of history. It's worth looking up. And, you know, so the Jesuits go there in like the 80s. And now Jesuit priests, if you know anything about Jesuit priests, they're like methodical when it comes to record keeping. Like, bro, they run schools, okay? So, like, everything is, like, methodical with them. Like, regimented administrative perfection. Very holy, like, very just respected, revered. They, like, do everything right. Like, everything, when it comes to archival storage and records, I have seen, trust me, I've seen, like, the TML, like, Theology Ministry Library storage. I've seen the Ketty Cottle storage over at the old law school campus in Newton. I've seen the law library storage. I've been in every nook and cranny in O'Neill. I've looked at microfiche from like the 1920s. Like I've read, you don't understand, when I was in that library, it was the greatest thing. I could just read books and like newspapers all day. I had all of human history around me. It was the greatest thing ever. Anyway, so my point is, like, Jesuits archive everything. And when they do these kind of like peace missions, what they do is like they write a lot of notes. And that's just like what Jesuits do. They like write notes to Rome, and they like write like books and like treatises, and they're just very intellectual. Father Copplestone's History of Western Anthology is a great example of this. Anyway, I really recommend that. I had like all 10 volumes at one point. I don't know where they are. Anyway, I want to get those again. I love that series. It's so good. Anyway, so it's actually like 14 volumes by the time he passed away. Father Copplestone was a genius. I've never met anyone so smart in my entire life. He's like a philosopher's philosopher. It's a very obscure name, but if you hear someone mention Father Copplestone's Anthology of the History of Philosophy, they're a G. Anyway, so, getting back to the point, the Jesuits in the 80s in H Block in Northern Ireland, they like interviewed the like the DU, what were they called, like the DUP, or like the Ulster, like the very extremist like UDP factions, like the like militant like loyalist factions from the British side, and they interviewed a lot of the IRA folks. Now, if you don't know much about the history of the Troubles, it's kind of complicated. You have to understand like what the IRA was before Sinn Féin. Like Sinn Féin is the political wing of the IRA now, but before like the IRA was demilitarized, like, how to explain this? It was like Hezbollah, okay? The political wing of the IRA was the military wing of the IRA, okay? And, you know, it was a war, so people did things on both sides that they're not proud of. There's some very bad stuff that the British undercover MI5 agents were doing. There's, of course, Bloody Sunday in Londonderry that led to Cregan, the Bogside, and the Moor trying to secede from Northern Ireland and form Free Derry. Likewise, there was the ambush at Crossmaglen. There was the ambush at Narrowwater. There was, a number of other things that were not appropriate that were done by the, political, quote, leadership of the IRA during the Troubles. And both sides have their sins and crosses to bear, and I don't think anyone would deny it, but they would both say it was a war. Okay, now, the Jesuits are not, like, priests are not combatants in a war. They're priests. When they go in to try to help, they're not, like, taken aside, like they might have had sympathies, but the point of a priest is that like, they don't fight for anybody. They go in there, they try to solve it. Okay, so these priests, these Jesuits, took a lot of notes, okay, in the 80s. And maybe, or maybe not, I've never seen the notes. I don't know where the notes are. I have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe these notes, or volumes, quote unquote, came into the possession of the Boston College libraries. Now, maybe, hypothetically, the British government tried to break in, or not break in, maybe, possibly, hypothetically, they were thinking about it. I have no idea what you're talking about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no comment. This is hypothetical. So in this fantasy world, a government that hypothetically was called the British government through either MI5 or MI6, they got a little flustered because they kept losing in court about getting access to these documents. And so maybe, possibly, there was a hypothetical in this faraway land called, let's say, hypothetical Exampleville, a, location somewhere, someplace, hypothetically. And let's say that, the MI5 didn't like that they lost in court. So, let's say they possibly, wanted to get the documents. And maybe the Boston College didn't want to give it to them because, the privilege of the church. So, yeah. Miss Missy, God bless you, my dear friend. Miss Missy says IDF is offensive. It may be true, but it's aggressive. Habibi is a term of endearment. It's not a bad vibe, like some of the handles. Towel down is special. Thanks, Grant. You are special. God bless you, Miss Missy. Thank you so much for your support. We are so close. I'll play you all goat videos no matter what. Hold on. Can I reply to Miss Missy? Come on now. I have to give the chat time to allow me to reply to Miss Missy. Come on now. It's not letting me reply. Don't do this now. Come on. I want to reply to Miss Missy. Hold on, I got a plan. I got a plan, Miss Missy. I'm going to make a reset so I can reply to your super chat. I'm also going to save a nice picture of it. Hold on, ready? All right, ready? Now I'm going to see if I can reply. All right. Really? Really? All right, hold on, Miss Missy. I have to refresh the chat so I can reply to your wonderful super chat. All right, I'm going to refresh it. It's going to go away for a second. I'm doing this just so I can reply, because it was not letting me reply. It was just giving me like one of those perpetual load-in buttons. So I'm so grateful for Miss Missy. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make it work. Can you tell I'm getting a little tired? I'm very nervous about this pilot. You're going to hear about this pilot on every news channel, though. As hard work as I'm doing, I promise you, as soon as they have that pilot, or if they don't have that pilot, you are going to hear about it on every news channel. They are all waiting. They all finally started doing their job. God bless us. Oh, Miss Missy, it's not letting me reply to your super chat. Oh, must just be an error right now. God bless you, Miss Missy. Hold on. Thank you so much for your daily support, friendship, and wonderful vibes. You are a treasure and a wonderful soul. It's true. God bless you, Miss Missy. I'm sorry I couldn't make the super chat reply work. It was just being annoying. It can happen sometimes. It's just a glitch. But I wanted to say thank you for your support. You are wonderful. You have me for maybe another hour. I'm very tired. What is wrong? Did I get up early? I have incredible heartburn. Damn Iranians, I bet they got to me too. I'll show you the update from Kuwait. I showed you a few videos earlier. I'm actually getting kind of dizzy. I might have to go to bed. I think I got really worried about the pilot. Like, I think I got really worried. I think I had a panic attack about the pilot. That very rarely happens. I'm very worried about our service members over there. Here's the update on Kuwait. And I had some questions. This was the attack on civilian targets in Kuwait by Iran. Damn Iranians, I know, right? I'm getting dizzy. I might have to go lay down. I seriously, when that news started, you're going to hear it on every news channel, I promise you. When that news started flying in, that was intense. This is from Kuwait. Oh, hello, Talmon Bunny. Hello, Reaper. Oh, thank you, Translator Tal. Yeah, I'm going to start losing color in my face soon if I don't go to bed. I can feel the dizziness coming. Which is weird. Maybe I went a little long yesterday on the stream. We did 12 hours. I am disabled. So while I do this every day, like some days it really takes a physical toll. Even like sitting, I get so dizzy. But I give you my all. Like I really do. I give you every single bit of energy that I have every day, even though I can't like walk or do anything. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty dizzy. We might have to call it. I actually hit a wall. It wasn't due to anything that happened. I think the panic attack just really drained me of energy. This is the latest from Kuwait. Multiple civilian targets hit in Kuwait.
ضربت لا اله الا الله ضربت لا اله الا الله.
God bless you, Dallas PB. I do my best, and then I got go videos for you all. This is the damage in Kuwait tonight. God bless you, Mimi. Your prayers do help take care of me. And your love of the baby goat, Mimi, makes me feel so good. Oh yeah, Northside, maybe tomorrow, but I don't think I can do another coffee tonight. Like I like when my body tells me like I'm dizzy, it normally means I'm out of energy. Like some days I'm feeling fine, but when it tells me like I'm feeling sick, I gotta go to bed. So God bless you, Scott. I'm so glad I got to see you, my friend. Oh, G Reaper, I'm so sorry. You'll be able to watch the replay and get fully caught up. I'll try to go a little bit later from time to time, but I've been starting earlier, so the streams have been ending earlier. Oh, but yeah. Water under the fridge says call it if you gotta look out for number one. Oh, we got 7 minutes and 20 seconds. We may be yet able to reach our goal. Did you see that? The goal ends in 7 minutes. We're just 2 super chats away. Sweet, it was good to see you. Same with you, Holy Son. I hope we will get updates by the morning. You will see me after 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I have some errands to run on Easter Sunday. But yes, I will show you goat videos. Even we might reach our goal. It's okay. I'll give you goat. Everyone loves goat videos. I'll give you goat videos no matter what. How can I not show the goats? Mimi loves the goat. Mimi has a baby goat. God bless you, Mel. God bless you, Janai. Oh, God bless you, Swiss Miss. I have a goat video for you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Reportedly, a U.S. submarine came under fire. That's intense. Yes, the video everyone loves. Look at those goats. You're just a hot mess, Grant, like the rest of us. Yes, George, I know. I need some rest going into Easter. And I hope you all have a very nice rest going into Easter as well. Good night to you, Casey. Francine, it's so good to see you. You're going to get to see your friend Pete very soon. Oh, thank you, Michelle. I know a night's rest will make me feel a lot better going into tomorrow. Oh, Liberty St. James, God bless you for that hippo sticker. Oh, Miss Missy, you are so kind. I hope I can reply to this one. Hold on. Can I reply to this one? Oh, not that button. Hold on. Oh, it worked. God bless you, Miss Missy. I was able to reply to this one. I am so excited. Oh, we did it. We hit the goal. Who helped us hit the goal? Oh, G Reaper. Oh, look at that. We did like a super chat triple combo. I've never seen anything like it before in my life, ladies and gentlemen. As the goats flood across the screen, we had Liberty St. James with a wonderful game over Hippo. We had Miss Missy coming in with the wonderful super chat that says, let's go get some rest, Grant. Happy Easter. I love the goat emojis. And then we had G Reaper coming in for the triple combo. Oh, Water Under the Fridge came in with a bonus super chat combo. Listen, it is just raining goat videos. Oh, God bless all of you. G Reaper, it is so good to see you, my dear friend. God bless you. God bless you, Reaper. Thank you so much for being you and for all of your support and compassion. Oh, God bless you, Reaper. You all are so wonderful. Look at that. It's such a colorful board up there right now. And look, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, one more super chat to go. You did it. We are Water Under the Fridge. You actually completed what I'm going to call a bonus super chat, leading to extra bonus goat videos. God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. I am playing bonus goat videos in your honor. You are wonderful. All of you are so wonderful, appreciated, and loved. We hit our goal. We did it. It is a celebratory moment on Towel Stream. What a way to end, even though I am dizzy. Happy Easter. No, Nightbot, you do not warn Ifti Ahmad for telling people the Happy Easter. Ifti Ahmad, you use all the caps you want. Francine loves Pete Bunny Towel. As much as we all love the goats, I have something that... Oh, all right, goats, thank you. As much as we all love the goats, I have something that Francine loves even more than the goats. It is Pete Bunny Towel. Also, I have a new towel-based South Park drawing someone sent me. I'm so sorry I forgot to show it earlier among the intensity of it all. I will show it tomorrow. It's such an awesome creation. I just got so intense and tired. Ifti Ahmad, you didn't say anything wrong. You used all caps and Nightbot yelled at you, so I yelled at Nightbot for yelling at you. So, if anything, Nightbot got in trouble, not you, Ifti Ahmad. Paul Sar, Tony, you're all wonderful. Nelatano, peace on earth. Happy Easter, peeps. Oh, he's the Easter peep. Oh, this is your moment to shine. Oh, Peep Bunny Towel, this is his day. Happy Easter to you, Soul Controller. Oh, it is Peep Bunny Towel's day. He has waited all year for this. The next 46 hours, I'm giving him like a bunch of hours across time zones. It is Easter. He is a Peep Bunny Towel. If you don't know, like they sell them on Easter. They don't sell him. He's like a collectible. But that's Peep Bunny Towel. He is our mascot. We love him. He loves Francine, his dear friend Francine, every day. He asks me how Francine is doing. And I tell him that I'll deliver the message that Francine to ask how she's doing. Then also Peep Bunny Towel tells me that he loves Francine. So I let Francine know that her dear friend Peep Bunny Towel loves her dearly. Love to all of you, love to you, Mimi, and love to the baby goat. We love the baby goat. Peep Bunny Towel is happy to be here. He loves getting to say hi to his friends. He thinks you're all wonderful. So yes, this is a public information service. Thank you to everyone who's supported me today. This service is designed to educate, inform, and entertain. All right, 20% entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma. 40% information, 40% education. In order to engender, coach, and public discourse, they're in warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. There's a Cash App if you want to support my efforts, help offset the expenses. Thank you to everyone who sent super chats today. You're all wonderful, loved, and appreciated. Cash App, $, Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo at Grantee1, PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. Okay. Now, before we go into our outro, I got to do Tippecanoe and Tyler too. My friend Triple Bob, he loves Tippecanoe. All right, there's very few people in the world who love Tippecanoe. Yes, Janai, we love our goats. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag we love the goats. You sleep well, Petty LaBelle. Thank you for those wishes. Diane, God bless you as well. Paul, God bless you. Paul, tomorrow around 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern, it should be looking good if I get all my Easter errands done in the morning, which should be fine. I plan to have everything done and wrapped up by about 1 or 2 p.m. And then I'll get my lunch, get my supplies, and come hang out with you all in the afternoon and hopefully have positive news to report about the pilot and peace and, the children being safe and the animals being safe and Peep Bunny Towel being happy, all those good things. Triple Bob's here for Tippecanoe. Here we go. So I list the presidents in order to check my cognitive acuity at the end of each stream. Of course, you got President Washington, and then President Adams, then President Jefferson, then President Madison. I don't know 5, 6, 7. President 8 is Van Buren. Get a little sketchy till 13, which is Andrew Jackson. Then I pick up with Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So you got Polk, Tyler, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? How about that? I'm getting so quick with that when I say that to people outside of this arena, like I had someone say to me the other day, just some like friend of mine, say, you just made me realize, Grant, in reciting that list, how much the education system failed me because I only recognize like 10 of those names. And I was like, that's funny. Hello, the first for 48. Thank you for spending the day with us. You're wonderful. Water under the fridge. You are wonderful. I hope you all enjoyed that. Standing Stones, I know it's so fun to go through the presidents. Did you enjoy that? Standing Stones was probably like, that was a lot of presidents. Link the pilot vid from X, please. I don't have any vids of the pilot. Sorry about that, Texas. You will have to get updates from the mainstream media or other sources while I sleep because I'm getting dizzy. All right. I like to end the stream the same way every day, ladies and gentlemen. If you benefited from this stream today, if you learned something, who said that? Was that Mimi? Who said I'm an amazing person? You're an amazing person, whoever said that. Thank you so much. What a kind thing to say. Oh, thank you, Paul. You're an amazing person. Oh, what a kind compliment. true standing stones. We gotta know more history. At least we repeat it. All right, so if you benefited from this stream, Elizabeth, have a good night. Ifti Ahmad, Miss Busy, Soul Controller, Francine. If you benefited from this stream, if you learned something today, if you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do so. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness. You can look for reasons to pay it forward by, for example, donating to our veterans or our troops or their families. They need our support now more than ever, our homeless veterans or otherwise, or our troops or their families. Donate wherever you can. I heard the base in Norfolk, Virginia in particular needs clothing donations. So if you're around the Norfolk, Virginia area and you're able to provide clothing, I think some of the bases, the big base there in Norfolk, Virginia, needs clothing. So that would be a great thing if you're able to help. God bless you, Janai. Have a great Easter. Thank you, my friend. God bless you. And Michelle, God bless you. But you can also consider helping our furry friends and our veterans, perhaps a donation to animal shelters or an animal shelter run by veterans. Great way to help our furry friends, great way to help our veterans. But it doesn't have to be an animal shelter run by veterans. It could be an animal shelter in general. It could also be something like donating to the Big Issue if you're in the UK. Great way to help populations experiencing homelessness. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Rutrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. In that way, ladies and gentlemen, may we change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service, especially on this day, the holiest of days, Easter, rooted in unconditional love. In turn, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, therein bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a peat bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. Paul Sauer, my dear friend, have a great night. And from a very tired Grant Smith Ellis signing off from the war desk in Boston. Thanks, Iran. Thanks, Iran. Launch from Iran, incoming to Haifa. Thanks, Iran. Launch from Iran, incoming to Haifa. I repeat, launch from Iran, incoming to Haifa. As we sign off, I'm going to bed. I pray that this missile gets intercepted. I pray that there are no impacts. You have a launch from Iran coming to Haifa. It's almost like they were like, oh, he's going to bed. Let's troll him a little bit. Damn Iranians. Yeah, George, until the very last minute, of course, where there has been a launch from Iran. I'm sorry, you're going to have to monitor it on the other channels. I have to go to bed. I'm feeling dizzy. I'm exhausted. I'm sick. All right. Good night. God bless. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks, Iran. Good luck. Good night to you all. Hello, unknown. I'm so grateful we got to spend this time together today. And of course, right as I ended the stream, as it was when I began the stream, there has been a launch from Iran. The symmetry of life, ladies and gentlemen, made manifest in this stream. I pray for peace, even in the face of these alerts. I pray that this war ends soon. I pray for the animals. I pray for the soldiers and the soldiers of our allies and our soldiers. And I pray again, going into Easter, that you all have a good evening. Good night. May God protect the world. I will update you all about everything tomorrow morning. Until we see each other then, good night. God bless. Signing off. My body tells me to go to bed. I must go to bed from the war desk. It's 9:09 p.m. in Boston. Saturday, March 4th, 2026. It's 3:09 a.m. in South Africa, 4:09 in Israel, and 4:39 a.m. in Tehran. Good night, world. God bless, and may God protect all of us. My name is